Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter became the Grey King of the Wizarding World. Here is short summary. As war tears the Wizarding world apart, Harry rejects both light and dark. Crowned by fate and forged in battle, he rises as the Grey King, uniting creatures, heirs, and old magic to reshape destiny on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. If life was meant to be lived, why did so many spend it waiting? Waiting for love, waiting for luck, waiting for peace. Always waiting, always for that other moment, that other intangible second. Harry had been a child when first he learned about the masks people wore. He had lost his idealistic views promptly under the care of his relatives. Later he learned it disturbed people when they realized he looked at them through jaded eyes. Apparently the sanctity of childhood was held dear by the masses. Harry supposed that was the Dursleys' only major deviant from normalcy. That and their wizard nephew. Stupidly he had hoped wizards were different, and to an extent he had placed trust in his magical saviors. After all, anyone that disturbed the Dursleys as much couldn't be all bad. He eventually came to accept the fact wizards were as human as muggles, and even they wore faces that hid true selves. It shouldn't have come as a surprise when Albus Dumbledore revealed the cracks in his mask. But even he didn't see the extent Dumbledore's mask concealed. He was seeing all too clearly now. On one hand, he couldn't exactly blame Dumbledore. Even he would be hard-pressed not to sacrifice one life in exchange for peace. Harry just couldn't reconcile the fact it was his life that would be sacrificed. Sometimes, many times actually, Harry would wonder what path he walked upon. If Dumbledore was meant to be the light, why did Harry remain silent when first he began discovering the powers that Voldemort should fear? If Dumbledore was the light, why did he offer a child's life as sacrifice? Was Harry betrayed or the betrayer? Who condemned who? They were all guilty, really. If Harry was a proper savior, he would have given his life to the Order. Told them all his secrets so they may use him as a weapon and finally bring peace one way or another. If Harry had never pushed back the events of his childhood, he would have been a darkness prophesied equal to Voldemort's. But everyone had condemned him to be something he wasn't sure he wanted to be. Voldemort marked him a child of light by facing against him as dark. Dumbledore's oversights often left him standing alone with dark. There was only so much light that could shine in a sea of dark. Eventually all light dimmed without fuel. There had always been so little reason, so little fuel to keep his stance in the light unwavering. Was Dumbledore so willing to hold the tremulous relationship with Harry that he would resort to trickery? Or was the old man simply unable to let the persona of righteous light wizard fade in the eyes of his most volatile pawn? Harry didn't know. What he did know was that something had changed forevermore the second Dumbledore raised his wand against Harry. But he was digressing. It was more than a little odd and all too frightening when the memory charm had failed. This was one of the strongest wizards around. He had been a practitioner of magic for over a century. Spells like Obliviate simply did not fail when someone of his caliber cast them. At least they didn't fail naturally, which led Harry to believe some freakishly odd reason was the perpetuator. Harry just knew this was going to give him a headache. For now, nothing in his books had revealed Obliviate failing for a plausible reason. It certainly wasn't the first time Dumbledore cast that spell, so something else was at fault. He could already feel the headache building. And he couldn't exactly ask anyone for help at Hogwarts. Too many questions would be raised and too few would even try to believe him. Bugger. Theodore Hedrick Nott had been born into a life weaved in tradition and power. His ancestors were among the first families on both sides, and his line had remained unbroken for nearly as long. They were a family steeped in darkness who prayed to the dark deities and understood the power of blood. They were proven survivors, having outlived 7 different Dark Lords, 3 Light Lords, and countless wars. They understood power called to all, and they were not blind to the call. Harry James Potter was a siren in a cacophony of noise. Like all old purebloods, Theodore's line had cultivated certain tendencies. Besides breeding someone of questionable sanity every generation, many of not blood could see auras among their other gifts of telekinesis and the rarer shadow gifts from a banshee ancestor. In first year he had felt the power the boy who lived wielded. Surprisingly below average, but nothing unusual except for the large amount of seals on him. But slowly Potter's power expanded as what looked to be self-imposed seals within him loosened. At the end of fourth year many of those seals shattered and even more broke during sixth. Even in seventh some seals would break as Potter learned of the power by right of blood he should wield. Potter was unusual in that though Theodore could read his power he couldn't see his gifts, a hard thing to accomplish for someone as strong an aura reader as him. This was the person with the power to change the tide of the war. Theodore Hedrick, not named for his father, was anything but. The elder not senior had given his life to the Dark Lord and in doing so spent the last years of his life on his knees before a madman. When the elder not fist joined the Dark Lord, in all likelihood victory should have been theirs and would have been had there never been a boy who lived. But it was simpler back then. War had risen so fast there had been no great divisions among the wizards themselves except for light and dark. War united those against Voldemort, and as war raged crimes committed for those causes were cemented in memory. For more than a dozen years wounds had festered, and now as another war raged factions upon factions were forming. Lord Morrigan was not the only man spearing a faction, although he certainly was proving to be more successful. Theodore was heir to his family name, and upon his 17th birthday he would be a full-fledged lord. Voldemort wanted a nod by his side again. Dumbledore was seeking another Slytherin to deck his office as a proven reform case, and even Fudge would be pressuring him to endorse his campaign much like his father once did. All three wanted to mold him, and he wasn't about let them control him. War was a horrible thing. It was violent, blind, and destructive, and eventually war marked a person. Those that lived would always have the shadow of darker times, lingering thoughts of could have beens and never would be's. There had been plenty of people touched heavily by the First War, even now Street Mungo housed wandering souls with broken eyes as they were stuck forevermore in a cruel time. If you weren't careful, war destroyed you. Theodore feared the destruction war would cause his soul. He was as cunning as the next Slytherin, but that is where the similarities between him and the late Not ended. His father had been the type to relish in blood and pain, something that had always unsettled his son. He would destroy himself if he followed his father's path. The Dark Lord would destroy him if he insulted him by aligning with the Coot Dumbledore, and everyone else was out to destroy Fudge. He held no silly idealistic notions over this war. Survival was primary, but he would not settle for a tainted existence. Never would he settle for life on his knees. That is precisely the attitude that killed his father. Maybe his mother was right and he really was disturbingly similar to the Gryffindor great-great-uncle of his. His Slytherin mind would rather not draw comparisons. It made him uncomfortable to do so. Ollivander was a wand maker of renowned caliber. His family had honed the craft till they had developed a perfect balance between the stabilizer wood and the magical core. Unfortunately, he was also completely legal, if not already in someone's pocket. Harry suspected Ollivander and Dumbledore had more than a business relationship. It was just bloody convenient no one thought to mention priori incantatem to him, a fact not even Ollivander thought to mention, and Dumbledore, who had nothing to do with wands, readily provided. Discreet wand makers were hard to find. It wasn't that the profession was scarce. Less than honest wand makers were constantly being hunted down by the presiding government, and therefore they mostly worked only with a word-of-mouth recommendation. Even Amos had trouble finding one, and the man had his fingers in more shady dealings than a troop of Slytherins will ever hope to see in their lifetime. He wasn't Elder Caliga for nothing. Giovanni Verdi was a shop owner who specialized in odds and ends. No one could precisely say what Verdi sold, and even less knew what profession one eccentric uncle had taught him. For more than a decade Verdi had sold illegal and legal wands to elite clientele. Getting an appointment with that man was harder than getting Harry and Snape to be civil to each other. But all things are possible when you had a millennia-old vampire on your side. La Rue de la Reine Blanche, 50 miles southeast of Nice, France, in the French Wizarding District, was a row of quaint shops much like Diagon Alley. Verdi had settled in France after things got a little too personal in his native Italy. At least that's what Amos said, who had managed to get the information from one of his vampire-turned children. The shop was cool and dark, it smelled faintly of damp manuscripts and sharp incense. Verdi was what most would call a dark man, though his coloring was pale. He just had an aura that spoke of secrets and more secrets. But other than that, Verdi was a nice enough chap. Monsieur, called out Verdi from behind a workbench as he tinkered on what appeared to be a ballerina jewelry box. Parlez-vous anglais? Oui, yes, of course. The smile was gentile enough, but it didn't completely conceal the suspicious eyes Verdi directed at Harry. I was recommended your shop by a friend that said you could help me with a rather special item. I carry a great deal of things, monsieur. Yes, but I think this item will have to be custom made. Whatever friendly vestige Verdi had sported disappeared instantly. Sharp eyes watched Harry warily. For all he knew, Harry was the scouting agent for the French Ours. Oh, who recommended me to you? Harry didn't miss Verdi's wand arm disappearing under the folds of his robe. Elder Amos Caliga of the clan Caliga, sire of Beau Vautour. Mademoiselle Beau, how is her child doing? Verdi's expression never changed. Harry couldn't help but admire his mask. Truly Slytherin worthy. She's no more a mademoiselle than I am. And I pity any child she should bear, for Beau has sworn she would do motherhood right after she gives herself to the hunters. There's a pretty prize on her neck in the hunter circles. She should not have antagonized them to such an extent. Her sire has told her many a time the hunters would ignore any clan vampire so long as they did not persist in breaking into their exalted watchtower. A ghost of a smile bloomed on Verdi's pale face before sharp black eyes returned to the matter at hand. Up till then, Harry had remained 2 meters in front of Verdi in a relaxed stance that did not hide ready muscles. My workshop is out back. Pulling out a tattered quill, he scribbled a quick note before handing it to Harry. Memorize it, then burn it. Giovanni Verdi's workshop is located at 56 La Rue de la Reine Blanc in the back room. Holding the note over a candle burning on one of the many tables in the shop, Harry concentrated on the words, and as expected, a door seemed to grow between a shelf holding countless suspicious-looking jars and another holding rusted axes of all sizes. Clever. Harry murmured with appreciation. The Fidelis charm was extremely useful but not easily cast. The average wizard could not take the strain of casting it on a closet, much less a room. Though still a bastard, Harry could not help but admire Dumbledore for casting the charm on Grimmauld Place. His books had said the charm was more a matter of will than power. When casting the Fidelis charm, the wizard involved had to spread their will on the area to seal the place within the magic. It was also the main reason the charm was so obscure. Too many wizards faltered under the magic, and the end result was a nasty backlash. The back room, although a small area, was impressive in the sheer amount of things stacked in shelves against all 4 walls. In the middle there was another worktable with a large mortar. Custom wands are a little different than those you purchase on site. For one, the ingredients are more diverse. Custom wands usually hold 2 or more ingredients that serve to tune the wand more to your magic wavelength, so to say. Look at the walls and pull down any jars or boxes that call to you. Harry glanced uneasily at the walls. Some of the glass jars had things that looked suspiciously like eyes, while others were as red as newly spilled blood. For that matter, Harry wasn't all that sure it wasn't blood. Working with feathers, hairs, and heartstrings must be a lot less icky. Harry tried not to read the name tags. It wasn't pleasant confirming the fact that that really was a hippogriff hearts. One jar called to him near the top with a coarse gray hair in the middle. As soon as he read the name, memories began assaulting his mind. Cerberus Hare, age 73, 3 wide-eyed children who knew nothing of death. Wands and hearts guarding each other, and the final forging of a friendship that would keep him sane in the years that would follow. His hands moved under their own direction, knowing more than the wizard to whom they were attached to. Unicorn blood, age 23, his innocence shadowed as a monster sought return to the world of flesh. A ruby stone he did not want, and a turban-wearing professor that could not touch him. The third to die in the battle between Harry and Voldemort. Basilisk poison, age approx. 400, a giant snake in the depths of the castle. A school ruled by fear as the events of the past were being repeated with dangerous results. The scapegoat is born. Phoenix tears, age Uncown, his champion. Pain and death before the stone eyes of Slytherin. A red phoenix battling the cold that spread from the bite on his arm. Death denied yet again. Werewolf blood, age 43, name Holix, exile of the Lysine clan, amber eyes, a protector and teacher. A calm against a school seated with unease. Dementor skin, age unknown, endless cold and sightless eyes. Frail shadowy death that traveled with deadly intent. His parents' last moments immortalized and their screams forever trapped in the presence of the soul-eating creature. Horntail dragon, age 255, flying and freedom intertwined. The foolish exhilaration of taunting a dragon and reckless joy of outflying its temperamental fit. Wizard's blood, age not available, a terrible night in a graveyard, the return of a man and the rebirth of a war. The binds of blood and magic that grew between the boy and the Dark Lord. Grim Claws, age 51, the first Christmas he had ever celebrated with someone he could rightfully and willingly claim as family. Blue eyes that shone with love and the feeling that home existed somewhere. Veritaserum, 1981, truth and lies intertwined, carved into his hands as false penance. Foe and friend alike played a dangerous game of half-truths and omissions. His name slandered, his mind questioned. Idols pushed from their frail pedestal. Vampire blood, age 792, name Elder Evren Frelks of Clan Thalawir, immortal gold eyes that saw the damage on a child's soul and pale hands that guided a boy from the darkness he had fallen in. Essence of ghosts, age 3 AD, silent watches and intruding poltergeists. His minders and captors charged with the duty of keeping the boy who lived a prisoner. Remnants of life suspended. Was it ever a wonder Harry blended in so well? Augury feathers, age aprox 80, whispers and light, the lost and the other. Senseless words and odd feelings. With every jar Harry pulled down, the demented grin on Verdi grew. It didn't bother Harry a whole lot. He hadn't exactly expected any friend of Beauvotour to be all that in tune with reality. Verdi gave him an eerie grin. You are either deeply conflicted or schizophrenic. Thanks. Cerberus as the guardian, unicorn as purity, basilisk as the assassin, phoenix as rebirth, werewolf can either be the pack or the moon, dementor as the soul and nightmare, dragon as fire and flight, blood as power, veritaserum as truth, the grim as the herald, vampire as the dark and the immortal, ghost is sorrow, and augury as the seer, and all of them are you one way or another. I caution you. Let only those things that called you reside in your wand. Too many volatile ingredients have called you. Only because you exist can they be combined. Verdi began the delicate process of stirring all the bloods. Harry preferred not to think about how all the ingredients came into his possession. Silently he offered his own blood as the wizard's blood needed. When this wand is finished, only you will ever be able to touch it. Most wands contain a more general core that allows most of similar core to use the wand. The stronger the wand, the fewer that can use the wand. The stronger the wizard, the more wands of different cores they can use. This wand will hold too many variables for anyone else to be compatible and safely use. What happens if someone does use it? If this had been a less volatile wand, I could safely say they would receive a nasty shock. Because this wand is so specific, I would guess they would get a rather vicious backlash. Verdi sounded entirely too pleased by the idea. Harry grinned. He would like to see Priori Incantatem now. Picking a wood was easy enough. Losing tension, he wasn't aware he had Harry bypassed you. Surprisingly enough, Holly didn't call out to him. It was ash that called him, pale gray with an odd red sheen to it. Yggdrasil, the ash tree of existence, or so say the Norse. Rooted in the kingdom of death, it reaches toward the heavens and spreads across the universe. At its root sit three fates: the past, present, future. From there flow two streams, that of the knowledge of things past and that of the knowledge of things to come. The Norse believed man himself was formed from Yggdrasil, the sacred tree. Was Verdi's only comment. Harry stared at the ash wood warily with a look that said it had better not be Yggdrasil wood. The finale product was beautiful. 14 1/3 ash wand coated in fire ruby dust for stability and the oddest core Verdi had ever seen. Will you have the wand registered or not? Harry glanced at him in surprise. France has more lenient registry laws than most countries. While most other places require you to register with the ministry, France only stipulates the wand maker keep record. Why so lenient? Only to the British, it would seem. Most countries aren't as strict since magical signatures are rarely used, a violation of magical privacy. However, Britain reserves the right to record magical signature and use it in its courts. Harry had the inane urge to sing, "God Save the Queen." Luckily, he suppressed it. What are the benefits of registering? Mostly for legality's sake. You ever get caught, it's only one less charge that can be filed against you. Other than that, records will be sealed here, and since no one knows I'm a wand maker, they can't track me down. Did Verdi assume everyone that saw him was up to mischief? It didn't help that he was probably right. Then what's the point? Legality. An option should you ever need it. Harry frowned at the man. This was certainly interesting. What happens if I enter British territories? Verdi gave him a grin with too many teeth in it. The wand is considered a subject of France since most wands have parts of creatures from the region they are made at. It comes from some loophole in one of those preservation acts that were popular back in the 1900s. Keep the documents hidden. If all goes as planned, I never want it to see the light of day, much less moonlight. Oui, monsieur. You will have to sign a notarious document. Harry grimaced. Veritaserum on paper. How quaint. But as most things in life, there existed a loophole. The notarius was simple enough. It gave the date, wood type, and core. Amusingly enough, the core was simple, marked down as Cerberus hair. With a flourish, he signed a name that was true enough, and no amount of glamour spells could change the fact that under the magic he was still Harry James Potter. Lord Morrigan. Verdi never glanced down at the paper as he sealed it with a wax crest. It was as much protection as his services could offer. If he didn't know any names, he couldn't be questioned about them if he was ever caught. 300 galleons. Harry didn't bat an eye at the prize. While his first wand had cost less than a dozen galleons, discretion did not come so cheaply. Dislodging a moneybag from his waist, Harry handed it to Verdi. I do not take betrayal kindly. For the first time, Harry's voice frosted over, and he sounded something other than a polite young man. Something that was powerful and unmerciful. Verdi hefted the bag in his hand. He easily recognized there was something closer to 400 galleons in the purse. Keep my secrets and I shall keep yours. Never mention my profession or name to any and I shall do the same, was his harsh reply. Harry picked up the wand from the work table when it became apparent Verdi was no longer willing to touch it. Immediately he felt the power. It sang in his veins and thundered with the beat of his heart. There were no showy flashes of light, but all the same both men felt the power of the connection. Calmly, Harry lowered his new wand to his side and ignored the slight trembling of his hand. Both men nodded in understanding, and silently they left the charmed room. Outside, the setting sun lit his wand with a pale red glow. This wand was power, wild and dangerous. Harry knew then that this wand had the ability to channel his power. It was ruthless and vengeful, comforting and protective. Harry knew this was what young Riddle must have felt when first he held the wand. He also felt the unsettling fear that one day Harry would not be able to turn the wand away from war. There had always been a lot of rage in him, and only now did Verdi explain certain woods inhibited certain things. Just as you amplified the dark arts, Holly had always belonged to the light. Ash was neither, and thus more dangerous than both could ever be. He was certain that if he had held the Ash wand back in 5th year, Bellatrix would not have escaped with what little sanity Azkaban had not taken. It frightened him if he thought about it over long. It wasn't his dream to rule or conquer. But it was his fate to be hounded, and he could not stop himself from lashing out. It was only a matter what unfortunate being would become the focus of his fury. No one had noticed his return to Hogwarts. Amusingly enough, he hadn't even been missed. Of course, that could do more with the fact that after nearly 2 weeks recuperating, Ginny had finally returned. Dumbledore had been sequestered at the Ministry all week long with Fudge, and no other professor had the mind to track him. Dumbledore's tracking spell, which he had grudgingly ignored for over 2 weeks, had briefly had the privilege of recording the afternoon of Trevor the Toad. The tower was empty when Harry arrived. He wasn't in the mind to go make a spectacle of himself in the Great Hall, so cheerfully he went in search of the kitchens. It was pleasant finally being able to eat undisturbed and listen to the little elves gossip. They were the reason Harry knew Dumbledore would not be returning till next Wednesday, nearly a week from now. Apparently Fudge was fine-tuning proposals that would go before the Wizengamot in 2 weeks. Sometime Harry really loved those odd little elves. He returned to the tower only to enter a common room filled with nearly every Gryffindor at Hogwarts. Apparently everyone wanted an account of Ginny's ordeal. He remained in the shadows listening into her list of injuries. Most everything she would recover from with nothing more than scars Harry knew came from Avery's famous daggers. It was Avery from the inner circle who Harry guessed had led the attack. It was also his misfortune to have picked such an unprotected location to stash his hostages. Voldemort did not tolerate failure well. Judging by the cane propped next to Ginny, Harry figured the girl had sustained heavy damage to her leg. It was confirmed a second later when Ginny excused herself from her friends only to walk with a limp. Ron trailed behind her, obviously harassed many times by Ginny for hovering yet unwilling to lose sight of his only sister. Harry watched Ginny calmly limp toward him. His hooded eyes gave no sign of what he was thinking, a skill Amos had helped him develop. "Harry," she whispered in a very un-Ginny-like way, almost as she did not quite believe he was there. One second she was standing before him, the next Harry found himself wrapped in her arms and the dull clank of a cane hitting the ground. "Neville said you were off studying and I was hoping to talk to you, in private." Using every drop of control, Harry restrained an embarrassed blush from his face. Amos would be laughing at him if he could see him now. The room of requirement should be free. Ginny nodded in agreement and accepted the cane Ron offered. "I'm coming with you too. Ron." Ginny sighed with exasperation. "I'm old enough to walk by myself and I'm not even going by myself. Harry's coming with." "No offense, Harry, but I'm still edgy about letting you wander around. You are still recovering. I don't care if you have to make me deaf, but I'm not letting you out of my sight." Ginny rolled her eyes. Harry had the distinct feeling this argument had already been held many times before. Surprisingly enough, Ron seemed to be winning them too. Their walk to the room of requirement was a little awkward. Ginny limped along, determined to walk by herself, while Ron hovered nervously. Harry, on the other hand, kept thinking of topics to bring up and dismissing them just as quickly. It hurt knowing he carried so many secrets from two people who had been among his closest friends little more than a year ago. Harry had the oddest feeling that tonight would be a deciding moment in their friendship. Walking 3 times before the door, he thought of a room that would be warded and secure against spies. Hogwarts did not disappoint. The room inside was not as comfortable as the common room, but Harry would prefer it not be for the moment. He had learned to trust his instincts a long time ago. Ginny gratefully sat in a comfortable chair while Ron took the one next to her and Harry sat in front of them. For a moment the trio remained silent, instinctively knowing that Ginny was the one that needed to speak. "2 weeks ago was perhaps the most terrifying moment of my life. I knew I wasn't going to live very long. They weren't interested in keeping me alive," Ginny said almost bitterly. "And here I am. I escaped death again and they tell me I will always need a cane to walk," Ginny finished, her voice breaking near the end. "I think back to that day. I thought myself so brave standing before those Death Eaters. I threw myself at them and I got tangled up with them as they escaped. And all that time I spent captured, I wished more than anything I had never dared. The DA never prepared us for this." For the first time in her monologue, Ginny raised shadowed brown eyes. They were sad and hurt. The DA could never truly prepare her for what she faced. Vaguely, Harry recalled the last time he had shown up in one of the meetings. It was sometime last Easter when they were going over the Patronus charm. He wondered who ran it now, since Harry had quit going early in 6th year, though the club still ran. She leaned in toward him as if to tell him a secret. "Torture. Harry, torture changes you. How could they take joy in that? How could they watch and know? How could they?" Ginny whispered harshly. Whatever facade that had kept her standing for 2 weeks was being torn apart. Ron moved in to embrace her, but he knew better than to interrupt. All the while dark brown eyes never left his own green eyes. Harry ignored any embarrassment he felt as he reached out to take Ginny's hand. "Virginia Weasley," Harry murmured, trying to find the words Ginny needed to hear. 2 weeks ago you went up against Death Eaters. Why did you fight?" Ginny's face clouded in confusion. "Why did you decide to fight against them? Did you think it your duty as a Gryffindor? Your honor as a Light Witch? Did you feel hatred toward the Death Eaters? Did you think about who they were attacking? Why did you throw yourself at them? I was trying to grab the little Gryffindor girl. She was crying so scared and terrified before they stunned her. And I couldn't even to that. They took her anyway and I got dragged along. Harry interrupted her before she could become hysterical. You were trying to protect. Yes. Load of good that did me. Harry ignored the criticism she inflicted upon herself. And would you ever deny someone your protection if you felt you could offer it? Ginny was silent for a moment, her gaze resting on crest of Hogwarts painted on the wall behind Harry. Meeting his eyes once more, she whispered one word with all the conviction she could muster. Never. Then never think yourself foolish for doing what you believe. A lesson Harry had brooded over for a long time after Sirius' death. Ginny's face betrayed her uncertainty, but Harry saw a small spark return to her eyes. It would be a long time before she would believe she had not failed, but eventually she would. Life had changed for Ginny no matter what. Torture was something that had ripped what naivety Riddle's diary had not tainted. Harry cradled the small scared hand between his own, knowing his hands held their own scars. You were tortured. Ginny flinched at how blunt the statement sounded. Ron frowned, but a look from Harry silenced him. You can never be the same girl you were. You can never forget what happened, and I suspect it will haunt your dreams for a long time. But you survived. So you live freely once more, but how much did the Death Eaters take from you? You might be alive, but it matters not if you lost your life to them. Will you let them take your life from you? It's all right to fear them, to hate them for what they did. It's all right to scream and cry for what they did to you, so long as you never fear them enough to paralyze you. So long as you never hate them enough to forget all else, so long as you never cry enough to forget how to smile. The pale hand trembled between his own, and downcast eyes were suspiciously wet. I hate them, Ginny whispered. I hate them for what they did. And it's all right to hate them so long as you remember hate does not rule your life. They became monsters when they took joy from your pain. Harry was never a saint that would forgive those that were led down the wrong path. He had never understood Dumbledore's mercy even when he still worshipped the man. Silent tears fell down her cheeks as Ginny buried her face in Ron's shoulder. The trio fell into solemn silence that was broken every so often by the girl's silent cry. I called you down here to thank you for what you did. Harry's heart stopped for a minute. Did Ginny recognize him? Percy told me how no one could find us, and it wasn't till you contacted Mr. Morgan that he tracked us. She gave him a wan smile. He was throwing a fit that Morgan insulted about every person there with authority. He really harped over the terms of contact Morgan gave Dumbledore. I think Percy is more than a little miffed at the Ministry. Mind you, not that he loves Professor Dumbledore any better. But thank you for helping me, and I wish I could thank Morgan to his face, but you'd tell him, won't you? Of course, Ginny. Till then Ron had chosen to remain silent, but it looked like he finally reached the limit of his patience. You know Morgan quite well. Ron stated, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Well enough. Why does he fight? Harry sighed but did not deny his closest friends this. Because he cannot stay out of it. Morgan is like me. The power he wields is attractive to those who hold power right now. He has no wish to fight for their view of a perfect world, so he fights for his own if he must fight. So he doesn't like Dumbledore. Ron said slowly. No. If Dumbledore should win, things would not change. I know you were raised in the wizarding world, so it does not seem odd to you, but to outsiders it is clear what is happening. Had this war never happened, then in less than a decade we would have been submerged in another goblin war. The rumors of Fudge trying to take Gringotts from the goblins did hold some truth. It doesn't help that many of his advisors are particularly prejudiced against magical creatures. In less than 2 decades another werewolf war would have broken out unless the Ministry remembered to have their bicentennial extermination of werewolves. In about 30 years the hunters would be, mysteriously, funded for their centennial massacre in order to trim down the ranks of vampires. These are the reasons why Voldemort gained power so readily, why he appeals to even sensible wizards. He might be a bloody tyrant, but he at least has a better sense of fairness toward so-called dark creatures than our own glorious leaders. If you know all this, how come Dumbledore doesn't? Who says he doesn't? He knows where our future is heading, but it has been like that for all his life, and he probably sees no need in changing that. Why wouldn't he? Ginny murmured thoughtfully. The only sign of her previous distress were red eyes and flushed cheeks. Only he can answer that. How do you know? Ron asked finally. Harry gave his hopefully best friend a level stare. The man is old. Soon enough he will die. Who do you think was being trained to be his replacement? Ginny gaped and Ron's eyes bugged out at the statement. Harry watched carefully. He would love to have them by his side, but Ron's loyalty had always been swayed by his jealousy. But he's hardly ever with you. Ginny exclaimed, not quite willing to believe Harry would be the next Dumbledore even if it did seem pretty obvious in retrospect. Why should he? He's spent the first 5 years of my schooling prodding me in the direction he wanted me to go. My compassion, my loyalty, my instincts, my resourcefulness, my resilience. They have all been tested. A dark shadow crossed both their faces as they remembered some of their more vivid moments. You mean, all that was a test? Not exactly. I don't believe he ever created any of the situations. The plots were real enough, but he has always let me enter the situations with only my wits and friends as he stands back and watches how I handle myself. No doubt he has had his suspicions about many things, but he has always let his pawns discover the pitfalls present. My parents came to Hogwarts for 7 years, as did yours, and none of them ever faced the dangers we have within this school. These things have never touched students, so why should they us? But, a test, repeated Ron, almost unwilling to believe. It was difficult to believe that of a man they had all trusted. A test. Ron sighed in defeat. I know, mate, I know. It always seemed odd how George and Fred, with all their knowledge of Hogwarts, never knew what lay behind Fluffy. Those two are daft enough to have tried to get down there if they had known. So Morgan won't fight for Dumbledore and he won't fight for Voldemort. Ginny interrupted their musings. How do you know he won't fight for Voldemort? Harry said, letting his amusement shine. Simple. You are allied with Morgan and you are 1, a half-blood, 2, the boy who lived, and 3, a pest to dark wizards everywhere. Harry laughed. True enough. Then I've only one thing to say to you, Harry James Potter. She said sternly before she continued softly. I swear my magic and allegiance to you, Harry James Potter. I may not know what path you take, but I trust you to true to what you believe in, as I always have, even when I could not understand you. He blinked in surprise. That was certainly unexpected. Torture really did change the girl. Harry felt a tingling across his skin, signaling the oath being accepted. He found himself being studied under blue eyes as Ron's eyes showed a decision he too was facing. You know, Harry, my family won't escape this war. Even if I could, I know I will never willingly walk away from them. Sometimes I wanted to know what was going on, other times I wanted to pretend none of this was happening. I've followed you since we were midgets, and even when you've made bad choices, you've always done it for a good reason. I don't know who to trust in this war, but you've never led me astray. Harry James Potter, I swear my magic and allegiance to you. Harry felt the magic seal itself. Hold my trust as I shall hold yours, and honor your oaths for what they are. Harry paused to study them for a second before breaking out in a true smile. Thank you, my friends. There was something terribly fragile about the boy, Amos often thought. For all his power, the child had been hurt too often for him to ever truly heal. Amos Callaghan had lived long enough to know the child would carry the scars of youth on his soul for all eternity. Nearly 2 years ago, the child had been nothing but emotions strung together in a mad conglomerate. About the only thing the child knew were masks, masks that even Amos sometimes didn't realize existed. It was a gamble when talking to the child, for Amos never knew what mask he wore. He could never be sure what emotions were real. Perhaps that was the greatest tragedy. The child had been wearing masks that merely reflected what people wanted to see for so long that many charged with guiding him too often dismissed him as a passive, moody youth. They didn't see the calculating mind hidden behind emerald eyes. They didn't see the ruthlessness in his soul, the bitterness in his heart, and the despair in his soul. Amos hadn't expected to see anything, and because of that he saw more clearly than all others. Luck and birth had given rise to the young man before him, while misfortune and tragedy had shaped him into something he would never have been alone. That was not to say the child was lacking, for if anything he had become something greater because of his trials. It only remained for the world to recognize Harry James Potter for what he was. Ginny and Ron didn't change over much after their oaths. Ron was still enamored with Quidditch, and Ginny would sometimes barricade herself in her dorm room and brood. Life continued on normally, but now both had a new awareness in their life. Always in the back of their mind hummed the magical bond to Harry, and never did they forget they owned him their fealty. Harry didn't care to involve either of them in any physical battles, neither could he use them in any political endeavors, because both were too well known as being confidants of his, so Harry exploited the situation they were already in. He asked both of them to keep their ears open and eyes alert for rumors that traveled the school and the movements of key figures within the school. They became his ears within the school, a potentially dangerous power he granted them over him, but one he trusted them with. Never could his friendship with Seamus, Dean, and Neville ever replace one that had been cultivated since he had been a wide-eyed child lost in the mysteries of magic. While Seamus and Dean never thought to move their friendship beyond supportive comradeship, Neville steadily grew into a very real confidant of his. Though still struggling with much of the responsibilities he shared with Harry, Neville never failed to support him and even offered insights that Harry had never thought of before. Dean would leave the magical world soon enough, and Seamus was not all that keen on staying in Britain. They gave him their support at Hogwarts, but Harry failed to envision any longer ties than that. It was with the others that he would have to learn to trust with his secrets. And it seemed Theodore Nott was angling to become one of them as well. The first time Nott greeted Harry in the corridors of Hogwarts, those watching swore someone was polyjuicing someone. The second time it happened, there were rumors of the mind-controlling potions. The third time it happened, those more paranoia-inclined students, in other words Slytherin House and select Ravenclaws, chalked it up to a plot made to deliver the Golden Boy to the Dark Lord. The fourth time it happened, Harry glared at them with steel eyes, and most decided their suspicions were best kept in more private settings. Theodore Nott had never had much in the way of friends. Mostly he associated himself with Daphne Greengrass, his second cousin, and if his mother had her way, his future wife. He had the mind for politics and the silver tongue to charm his way there. Theodore would one day rise high within the ministry, that is to say, if he lived that long. This led back to his original problem. He needed allies. He needed Harry Potter. Harry lay sprawled on the bench in one of Hogwarts' many courtyards. This particular one had only a scattering of people. It afforded him certain privacy without inciting rumors centered on his disappearing acts. The day was chilly, and the rare November sun did little to warm the bench beneath him. Some well-placed warming charms and a cup of tea conveniently ordered from a nearby house elf had the boy who lived in a rare moment of peace. That was the scene Theodore found at 3 in the afternoon, just as lazy bolts of sunlight lit the Golden Boy's dark hair a peculiar dark red, a remnant of his mother if anyone cared to remember. Potter greeted the Slytherin. Not out for a walk. Among other things. Mind if I sit here? Harry could only shrug. It was not as he could stop the boy, who was already seated on the same bench Harry was sprawled in. Lazily he hauled his upper body so it was erect. Something on your mind, Nott? Just enjoying the day. Not often you can find peace nowadays. Harry shrugged again and picked at his lukewarm team. Since when do house elves serve tea out here? Harry gave the boy a Cheshire grin that said nothing and implied everything. Figures you would find a way, muttered the boy. Nott, don't prattle on about useless subjects. Why are you seeking me out? Harry practically purred. His right hand retreated into his robe and discreetly dislodged his wand before casting a few silencing spells as well as some relatively powerful notice me not charms. This wasn't time to indulge in impressive spell work. The simplest spells were often overlooked. Nott turned to Harry, facing him so both could read those minuscule reactions neither had learned to hide. Nott breathed in deeply before speaking slowly, almost as if the words were being forced from his throat. I will not follow the Dark Lord come December. To his credit, Harry didn't gape. Much like he carried certain expectations, Nott was naturally expected to become a Death Eater. Even Harry had fallen under the illusion. Surprises were always shocks to the system. Lovely. Moving on. Why exactly did I need to know this? Nott sputtered. Harry smiled benignly. It was always great fun smashing people's expectations. Because I'm the boy who lived. Dumbledore's lackey. Voldemort's enemy. Nott recovered quickly. Because you are the most likely to survive this war. Harry's smile turned dark while his bright green eyes flickered with shadows. I may survive, but those around me have a habit of doing the opposite. For the first time since the two began talking, Harry's voice had lost its flippant edge, and for the first time Theodore glimpsed behind the shadows that surrounded Harry. Because you will not ask for my sacrifice. We do not always have the luxury of being asked for what others prefer to demand of us. Will you demand it of me then? Not countered. Harry didn't answer as his gaze traveled to 3 second years huddled at the far side of the courtyard. Hufflepuffs by the look of things. Will you demand it of me? Harry asked quietly. Intense emerald eyes flickered back to the Slytherin. Careful what you seek, for dreams have led men astray many times before. I am not a savior. I am not a martyr. Do not look at me to save you from the dark. He paused for a moment. A Slytherin-worthy sneer forming on his lips. I have many enemies and will likely pick up a few more very soon. Your life expectancy will fall under question the moment you think to stand next to me. If anything, Nott smiled in relief. At that point in the conversation, Harry reserved the right to be utterly baffled by what exactly Nott was looking for. Hanging around Malfoy probably did that to a person. But you would stand next to those you called your own, wouldn't you, Potter? Nott said, amusement leaking into pale eyes as Harry refused to answer. That is the difference, you realize. Anyone else would not think twice of sacrificing me if only to further their own ends. Harry's face regained its flippant edge. What makes you think I won't do such a thing? This is war after all. I know. Seeking you out might prove a mistake yet, but at least if you plan on giving me to the wolves, you are too Gryffindor to leave me ignorant of the fact. Harry muttered some Parseltongue curses, most revolving around the fact that Slytherins knew too much for their own good. Yeah. Harry waved his hand carelessly. I'm noble and all that rot. Nott couldn't help but grin at how indignant Harry sounded. It almost sounded as if Harry took it as a personal offense. Nott. Harry sighed slowly while looking at the younger boy with serious eyes. Theodore actually had to fight the urge to fidget. Theodore. He corrected. Theodore wasn't all that sure why he let Potter use his first name. Even among his roommates he was called Nott more often than not. Theodore. Both boys gained a strange look on their face. That'll take some getting used to. I will stand next to those who put faith in me, but I warn you, I ask for the simplest things that are perhaps the most difficult to give. I will stand besides you, but I ask for your faith and your loyalty. They aren't that hard to promise, but it proves somewhat difficult to actually give, because once you fail, I do not forgive, nor will I forget. Betrayal is what has determined the life I led. I do not take kindly to repeats of those events. Theodore wasn't fool enough to ignore the warning Harry gave. This wasn't anything like the Ministry, where favors were traded and allies shifted daily, nor could it be compared to the Dark Lord's service, where fellow Death Eaters were betrayed to the Master in order to curry favor. I risk much by calling you ally. Don't let my faith be misplaced. Harry whispered so quietly Theodore almost didn't hear him. He was startled out of his pensive mood when Harry smiled brightly at him before extending his hand in what Theodore assumed was a handshake. By the way, call me Harry, he said cheerfully, as if their conversation had never delved into dangerous areas. If you say so, Harry. Theodore would really have to work on not being startled every time Harry changed moods. How aggravating. Divinations was not a class Harry spent any time mulling over. After the rather beautiful, at least in his opinion, troll on his OWL scores, Harry had gratefully dropped the class. Ron, in a miracle that baffled even him, had received an acceptable and had been convinced, forced by Mrs. Weasley, to continue the class. Firenze instructed 3rd to 5th year since he had been banished from his herd while Professor Trelawney took care of the upper years. Neither was inclined to have meals in the Great Hall. Occasionally Harry saw the centaur when he passed Hagrid's hut, but other than that neither had ever felt inclined to seek the other. This is why it came as a surprise to see Firenze hovering near the end of care of magical creatures. The students had gratefully packed their bags, and some even walked a little faster than called for as they left another of Hagrid's interesting lessons. Harry Potter. The centaur called out in the same fashion he had used when the first two had met. The stars speak of strange things. For many nights now the moon has obscured the secrets the stars reveal. Most strange it is. Oh, Harry said warily. His opinion on destiny was not all that complimentary either. My brethren in the forest called me 2 moonsets ago. They imparted a message they themselves carried from another. Harry Potter. The sage asks for your presence. Memories cannot be trapped where the seers divide. He can be found at the gathering of stone the old ones built when the full moon dawns. Harry frowned but knew better than to ask pointless questions. Centaurs were odd beings. What have you seen in the stars, Firenze? The centaur gazed pensively into the mortal wizard before him. Mars shines brightly even as Jupiter rises. From his astronomy classes, Harry knew Mars stood for the god of war while Jupiter was Zeus, king of gods. Thank you, Harry said politely before trekking back into Hogwarts. Harry had an odd feeling Firenze was seeing the birth of the king of war. Trouble was, at least for Harry, anyone could be that king. Harry had played enough word games to figure out Firenze's riddle. It was almost like talking to a sphinx. He would have to go to Stonehenge of all places the night of the full moon which fell on Friday in order to meet this mysterious sage. Harry wasn't as foolish as to meet the sage without thinking. That's how he ended up in the worst situations every year so far. That of course didn't mean there wasn't some merit in meeting this sage. Centaurs as a whole were neutral and not all that inclined mentally or otherwise to deal with the present. Thus plots and treachery were somewhat above their normal thought process. Of course most wouldn't mind if humans killed each other off the face of the earth, but they weren't as devious to plot against Harry specifically. Firenze was such an oddball among his kind simply because he chose to interfere. Having the ability to feel the future meant that centaurs didn't like mingling since they feared their knowledge would change the course of the stars. Firenze was the messenger and a wild card, but he admitted the message came from his kind. So who could entice reclusive creatures to seek out a mortal wizard? Stonehenge is even more beautiful at night than during the day. Since it was closed to the public during the nighttime, Harry couldn't help but feel like he was stepping back in time. The air had a strange feel to it, a heaviness that spoke of magic and age. Against the full moon the pillars of stone glowed dully, forever trapped in time. Humans had struggled hard to preserve the stone monuments without damaging them further. Wizards and muggles alike had been fascinated by the origins of the structure, though try as they might no one knew its purpose. Stonehenge had been the object of fascination for beings of every race. Harry couldn't help but think it was creepy. He arrived early in order to wander the grounds while randomly throwing revealing charms. His invincibility cloak afforded him protection from Muggle security. The moon was near its zenith when Harry saw a bright light burst into existence within the circle of stones. Hidden as he was, it was unlikely that anyone arriving would have seen him. A figure was softly outlined within the circle of stones. It was slightly bent and shrouded in a dark cloak. Warily Harry walked up to the figure. Honestly, he would like to think he had learned something off stealth. Perhaps that is why Harry nearly fired a curse when the figure talked. The figure was male, old, with a rumbling voice that creaked every other word. Mr. Potter. Thank you for joining me. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. It wasn't easing his peace of mind that the man's entire body was cloaked. You are. Ah yes, my name. I suppose we couldn't do without that. Bothersome thing. Aberforth Augustus Dominicus Dumbledore, son of Augustus Dumbledore and Marie Wesley. The cloak fell back to reveal an old man, pale skin wrinkled heavily with age, long white hair bound at his nape and braided down his back. Time had marred the man heavily. What startled Harry though were pale white eyes, cataracts hiding all sign of blue eyes. Aberforth Dumbledore. Harry whispered from numb lips before he felt his face fall behind a mask. Cold anger burned in emerald eyes, but his voice betrayed none of that. Why have you summoned me? Sightless eyes turned toward Harry. It was time. Harry felt his lips pull back in a snarl. Your brother sprouts more than enough riddles. I won't waste my time listening to any more. Aberforth merely laughed, a harsh sound that was wheezy with age. At his age it would be surprising if the world hadn't become a riddle. Albus may be my brother and your headmaster, but he is not what I am concerned about, child. Tell me, knowing nothing save that the centaurs told you, why did come here tonight? Harry immediately fell into the defensive. Green eyes narrowed somewhat childishly. Call it my endless curiosity. Drawled the boy. Listen to me, Potter. Forget Albus. Tonight does not concern him. Answer me truthfully and I shall return the favor. Lie to me and this meeting will bring naught but riddles. I felt like it. Harry practically muttered after a moment. Reining in his embarrassment, Harry continued speaking. You haven't told me why you summoned me. I called you to give you the last piece in this puzzle and to offer an explanation as well as a choice. There were many reasons why you shouldn't have come, and precious few saying otherwise. You gambled with luck and it just so happens to have turned to your favor. Isn't it true, young Potter, that luck had more often than not sided with you? You always seem to be there at the right moment, a step from defeat, a breath from victory. And nothing and everything. You'll understand soon enough what I wish to tell you. Do you remember the message the centaurs gave you, child? Memories cannot be trapped where the seers divide. That is one of the basic creeds those that travel the plane are taught. Can you guess at what it hints at? Harry merely shook his head before remembering the man was blind. He muttered a negative. No, I suppose not. With a flick of his wand, Aberforth conjured 2 plush chairs and a floating tea set. Tea, offered the old man before pouring his own cup. No thanks. The old man merely shrugged before banishing the tea set. His posture melted into the plush chair behind him and sightless eyes settled at a distant point from within the circle of stone. Do you know how old I am? Harry looked at the wizard oddly. Older than your brother. He offered, having no other idea. Aberforth let loose a harsh laugh. True enough, but without knowing his age it helps little in knowing mine. I am nearly 2 centuries old and my power has only grown since in that time. For the majority of those decades I have lived with the hope the great gods would take pity on me and grant me death. I am old, he stated in weary voice. Older than I've any right to be. I have been loved and I have been hated, and soon enough I will be forgotten. There are precious few wizards older than me, and fewer still that remember me for what I am. My father's line holds power in their name, but it was my mother's blood that carried true power. I was their heir, their precious son. The next leader of the light, my father used to say. Aberforth fell silent as he reminiscent, his lips twisting as he recalled less than fond memories. I was nearly 20 when my greatest secret was discovered, my father's greatest shame. Tell me, child, do you know what the wizarding kind think of seers? Harry remained silent. True seers weren't as common as those that had spots of seer blood in them, and because of that he had rarely come across any references to them. Trelawney certainly wasn't a shining example of one in any case. Seers are held in fascination and awe in the hearts of men, however that does not disguise their fear of the blessed. Seers have the potential, if not the power, to spill words of damnation and death. Prophecies are tricky things made of strange magic. Those that hear the cursed foretelling are ensnared in the words of fate. Supplied the elder man. Wizards don't take kindly to such cursed folk. They fear seers look beyond today and meddle in the fates of those near them. It is true, when great tragedy is foreseen, those that would listen to their sympathetic hearth might try to avert catastrophe. In such cases death can be the only result, for fate does not take kindly to those that disrupt the webs of lives. Harry swallowed heavily. Suddenly the man's rambling were hitting a little close to home. After all, didn't he live under the cloud of damning words? Wasn't his fate tangled in the mad words of a batty, superstitious fraud of a teacher? Do prophecies always foretell destruction? He asked with a small hope that maybe the fate of the world wasn't centered on him so harshly. No, but rarely do they do otherwise. The power of seers is the ability to travel onto another plane where lifelines are represented in an environment where time is visible. To consciously travel there requires tremendous mental and magical power. Magical in order to cross the plane, and mental in order to keep one's mind from merging with your respective lifeline. Seers of weaker discipline will never attain conscious control of their abilities. Those without proper magical reserves can only cross to the other plane when certain events come to pass, one of those being when many lifelines are tangled close together. Unfortunately, most of those events usually signal great change in the form of chaos, thus stigmatizing seers as heralds of war. So, Harry began trying to collect his thoughts. Why is it so important for me to know about seers, besides utterly destroying any hope I had that I wasn't cursed? Aberforth gave him a fierce grin that was more than a little bloodthirsty. It looked distinctly odd seeing such a look on a face that could have been his headmaster in a few more years. Because, young Potter, you are a seer. Harry choked. I'm bloody well not. Harry roared, a tremble hidden behind his enraged words. The old man merely laughed his harsh laugh. Ah yes, you don't even fully understand the disdain the wizarding kind hold and the knowledge you are one still manages to enrage you. Crackled the old man. You understand now about luck. Whenever some instinct in you tells you to stop, to listen, and to go meet a batty old man under the full moon. No one's luck but the trickster's is that good. Subconsciously at least you should be able to sense the paths of life lines most beneficial. Harry called up his occlumency lessons. He couldn't waste time stewing on inconsequential things. If as you say I'm supposed to pick the most beneficial path, then why have I chosen paths that have led to the death of those I loved? Harry asked, his mind immediately jumping to the fateful day at the end of his 5th year. The old man nodded his head in understanding almost as if he expected the question. You speak of Mr. Black, nay. Ignoring Harry's flinch, the old man continued. Because it was the most beneficial path. Had you never come to the ministry that night, the Dark One would have never been exposed till Britain itself found herself on her knees. When ignorance was the greatest mercy available, those that feared truth would have done anything in their power to preserve such illusions. Soon after that possible future came to pass, you would have found yourself expelled from Hogwarts because your delusions disturbed the parents, and the school would have fallen, for you had always been the key at keeping the Dark One at bay. As fate forever set, have we really no choice but to follow prescribed paths? Fate is not as set as some would like to believe. It offers us a selection of possibilities. The old man let loose another crackle that somehow managed to sound surprised. However, the possibilities are limited, yet, I hadn't believed it possible, but even destiny can be remolded. Like I said, I am nearly 2 centuries old and one of the strongest seers to ever live, for I can travel to the other plane and keep my memories of my time, but for all my years I had never seen fate diverge from the available paths. That is till an event came to pass nearly 2 decades ago that broke all the creeds I had been taught. The events of Hallows Eve of 1981 affected many people, and thus even seers of mediocre ability were called to witness the events. The power required to travel the plane was so great that few, if any, seers are able to recollect what they see. My brother came to me to confirm a prophecy spoken by a woman of little ability but with the right training to transmit what she saw to those around her. I told him I would if he swore that would be the last time he would ever seek me out. She saw correctly, but what I did not tell him was the 3 paths that lay before that divergence in fate. If the Dark One choose the Longbottom boy, then the boy would die, and in death would he seal the reign of darkness. If the Dark One choose neither and merely watched, then both prophesied children would be the end of the other. If the Dark One choose the green-eyed child, then both would die. Aberforth turned wonder-filled eyes on the speechless boy besides him. On Hallows Eve I felt the life lines convulse and reform. People died that would have never died, and children were born that would have never been born. In that moment of chaos, the Dark One was expelled from his body, and a boy that should have ceased to exist lived. I know not why it happened, save that it did. Because you lived, you became a center of change, a catalyst of sorts. Pity so few realized the momentous occasion. Seers strong enough to recall what they saw are nothing more than hermits. This brings me back to the creed I spoke of initially. Memories cannot be trapped where the seers divide. Tell me, Mr. Potter, are you aware of the origin of Obliviate? No. Harry coughed. He was so surprised at the change of subject he nearly choked on the startled breath he threw in. I bet if you aren't interested in it, it's only a matter of time before you are. Before Obliviate, memory charms were faulty. Obliviate was designed to mimic the effects seers suffer when their mind is lost to the other plane. It temporarily opens the path to the other plane and thrusts the mind of the recipient there while inducing a hypnotic state. After specifying the memories you want lost, it draws back the mind. It follows that Muggle law of energy. Energy cannot be destroyed but merely transformed. It applies to magic as well. Those without the inborn ability to travel the plane are never able to reconnect to find those memories. It was one of the greatest spells invented, brilliant when applying it on any Muggle, wizard, or creature, but an utter failure when it is turned against a true seer. A seer's mind does lose the memories, but because of the inborn connection we unconsciously call back those pieces of ourselves. Harry was dimly aware of a roaring in his ears as he momentarily lost his concentration. He hadn't quite believed he was a seer till then. The gods hated him, he faintly realized. Why now? Harry whispered. Why now have you chosen to interfere with my life? Why have you decided now was the time to hand me these revelations? His voice steadily grew louder. He was aware his words carried more than a hint of accusations. This conversation suddenly seemed too similar to all the times the headmaster played with information crucial to his life. The old man was unperturbed as he answered. It was time. I don't know what has happened in your life or why I had to wait till tonight. All I know that it was time. Both men fell silent as Harry digested what he had heard. What does it mean for me to be a seer? There are many levels. You are perhaps the most convenient of them all. You have enough ability to connect with the other plane without being lost. You haven't enough power to continuously be drawn to every damn grouping of lifelines. At the most, your dreams might foretell of things to come. While you want know what lies ahead, your instincts are tuned in enough to sometimes give you hints of what path is best. Sometimes those instincts won't matter, and sometimes they will be the deciding factor in close decisions. It's all really vague. The knot in his chest relaxed a bit. His life had been ruined by a prophecy once already. He had no wish to become a tool meant to unleash cursed rhymes. I guess that's not that bad. Aberforth gave a short laugh. No, it really isn't. You have what some would call a thief's luck. Because of my visions, it had been my self-appointed duty for many years to instruct fledgling seers in their abilities. The most dangerous thing is to have a seer who is unaware of their power used by someone who is. Like all things, being a seer is a convoluted mess. Those not powerful enough to retain their minds in the other plane, funnily enough, lose the memories of their time there, though with the proper training they are able to transmit things they see. That was actually the basis that led to the formation of Obliviate. Harry's mind worked furiously to connect things that had baffled his mind before. This was the reason Trelawney never seemed to recollect the possibly only two true prophecies she had ever said. You said you would offer me an explanation and a choice. I don't see much of a choice in being a seer. Harry recalled from the beginning of this conversation. Yes, of course. I sought you initially to reveal your abilities. The choice I offer, however, is of a personal nature. I am old and I feel I won't live much longer, thank the great gods. What no one tells you is that seers have a habit of going mad and dying early. Too much of a strain on the mind. When my abilities were first revealed, the career my father had crafted for me went up in smoke. The political aspirations he had were suddenly null. I'm still not sure if that was a blessing or not. No ruddy seer would ever be allowed to lead his family where he wanted. So my father conceived another child, a son to carry my father's name and my mother's title. Everyone assured him I wouldn't live for very long. The trickster laughed when I outlived all the bastards. Since none have been able to prove me mad, not that that means anything, I have held the power of my family since my parents passed on. My father would cry at what has become of his family a century after his death. His two sons rarely speak, while most of his extended family have died long since. I never deigned to have children for fear my abilities would manifest in any child of mine. It was my brother that would have continued our family had not he lost his wife and children in a vampire war near the turn of the century. With my death he inherits the title he has covenanted for most of his life, Lord Dumbledore, and another I have never let him touch. That is to say, if I do not name my own heir. I care little for my father's name, but it is my mother's that I treasure. I wanted to ask you to be the heir of my mother's legacy. Will you be the heir of Marie Elena Weasley, heiress of Gryffindor? Under the full moon's light and surrounded by stone pillars, Harry really had to wonder if this was the strangest night of his life. No, absolutely not. Oh, the coot inquired. I don't know what you are playing at, and at this point I'm not sure I even want to know, but this ends now. Harry turned green eyes toward his companion. His eyes burned with suppressed emotions and thoughts. I came tonight. I believed what you said. And I even trusted you to tell me the truth, but I will not become a pawn in whatever game you and your brother are playing at. The seer gave him a smile that was slightly vampiric. I'm a dead man, young Potter. I won't involve myself in whatever squabble our world finds itself in. That's not what I meant. Harry countered viciously. You and your brother. I've seen it before plenty of times in other families. Neither of you can tolerate the other, and one if not both of you resents the other for who knows what. Merlin knows you've had plenty of time to find things to throw a fit over. Aberforth lost his smile. A look washed over his features that Harry was surprised to recognize from Luna Lovegood's face. Ah, young Potter. Ravenclaw always did love the intelligent ones, though in the end I suppose your courage is what made you a Gryffindor. This is hardly the time to talk about houses. Harry snapped. We were hardly talking about houses, were we, young Potter? Harry glared at Aberforth suspiciously. He thought it wiser to remain silent lest he reveal delicate information. Then you must understand why it is impossible to name me the bloody heir of Gryffindor. If anything, Aberforth appeared amused by his last statement. All the more reason to do so. Did you know, young Potter, that a seer's abilities are limited to within the lifeline they themselves will live through? I see very little now, and for the first time since I was a child I will make decisions that I have little idea to where they may lead. And you know what? I find it incredibly liberating. However, this decision involves neither my abilities nor my recklessness. My very blood chooses you. Harry raised an eyebrow as he leaned back in his chair, completely content to wait for an explanation. The great families were always rather strange. Some are even suspected to predate the very wizarding world itself. Scholars have theorized that modern wizards are actually the descendants of wielders of magic that could not be called wizards in any sense of the word. Those ancestors of ours were supposed to be something more pure, more in tune with nature. Unspeakables call them elementals, beings who wielded the very force of nature in its most raw form. Blood gifts are cited as examples of their remnant gifts, such as the poison tears of the Hikaru family, the black flame of the Black family, and the ice knives of the Dyft family. It is believed many left enchantments on those of their kin. It has never been proven, since none of the great families have ever submitted their legacy for public study. And I suppose you just happen to have one of these bloody enchantments, drawled Harry. Would I be explaining this otherwise? The line of Gryffindor has been broken twice already. My mother's family, the Wesleys, was not the first to be gifted with the power of the Golden Lions. Once before, a son of kings and dragons was shown the lion's favor. They were all chosen in the same manner, just as you were chosen. Harry tried to contain his puzzled expression but couldn't help but think Aberforth might just talk in more riddles than his brother. Did you know my mother was a master swordswoman? Just as I was before my sight took my eyes. My brother was also instructed in the art, although he never quite took to it. My nephew had the potential to become one as well before he was killed in the Helix Vampire War. The arms of Gryffindor fell dormant that day. The enchantments laid down upon this line fell into disuse as year after year my family died for one reason or another. Before I leave this plane, it falls upon me to guide the next whom the lions favor. Already pale skin turned milky white as Harry stared with horrid fascination into the pale eyes of Aberforth. Reflexively his hand clutched a jagged scar that had faded to a silvery line located at the crook of his elbow. Like most scars on his body, few had ever seen it, though it was certainly one of his most interesting ones. Few humans live through seeing a basilisk, much less its venom. It was miracle enough his blood didn't kill him when the basilisk venom and phoenix tears neutralized each other. He remembered those last seconds of his life as his lungs struggled to breath. Ginny's frightened brown eyes stared at him sorrowfully, and the dim torches lit the length of a silvery sword. The name Gryffindor glinted oddly. No, oh no, Harry whispered. Oh yes, crackled the Lord of Gryffindor. The lion blesses those worthy of carrying its legacy. A son of dragons and kings, a son of wind, and finally a son of war and ravens. I was only 12, Harry blurted out, a touch of hysteria in his voice. But what other 12-year-old could have pulled the sword of Gryffindor from its keeper? He wordlessly stared at the old man, not sure what he was supposed to think. How long has the sword been in that hat? He finally asked faintly. Near 70 years, since my second cousin Johann Wesley died. Logically I should have given the sword to Albus. He eventually convinced me he was the best one to protect it. However, he forgot he was not the only Dumbledore. I gave it to him for safekeeping. It has remained in his presence for all that time, and not once has he been able to touch it. At least not once without the chosen heir's help. Why is this so important? Aberforth laughed merrily. Because the heir of Gryffindor has his own part to play. What do you think Albus will do the moment he has the sword in his hands? This war will be pushed to a height unseen. The heir of Slytherin and the heir of Gryffindor can never meet in battle unless war is unleashed between brother and brother, father and son, and mother and daughter. Then what foolishness could have possessed you to offer me that position? Do you know what trouble you make by doing so? Not really, and I don't want to know. I don't know if you understand the importance the founders play in our society. It is something so ingrained in the wizard born that we sometimes fail to explain to those newly magical. The founders mark the wizarding world's modern history. Before them, the great families ruled their own and kept to themselves. With the introduction of Hogwarts for the first time, the wizards could freely exchange information. Of course, change didn't come easily, but it was the four founders and their descendants the ones that guided the wizarding kind from scattered enclaves to today's world. If you think the reverence shown my brother is bothersome, you have no idea the type of hysteria the founding families dealt with. Harry really wished Binns had taught something else besides Goblin Wars. The Dark One has already been named the heir to the Slytherin legacy. If a true heir of Gryffindor were to rise to face him in battle, nothing but blood would be gained. My brother is not fool enough or wise enough to ignore the boon he would gain if he were to wield the sword, or if he were to gift it to an avatar to wield it for him. A sly smile crept on the old man's face, leaving no doubt who this avatar would be. The two fell into silence. A passing cloud obscured the faint moonlight. You know, in your own way you are as tricky as the headmaster. What choices do you give me? I either take the sword or wait till the sword is given to me. I don't even like swords. Harry was slightly embarrassed when his voice fell into a distinct whine. Everything is a symbol, young Potter. The man almost muttered in exasperation. Now, enough of this. Will you become heir to Gryffindor? Ah, one last question. Does the headmaster understand the significance of pulling the sword from the hat? To an extent. That the sword came to your aid means little besides confirming you are a worthy heir, though I imagine he thought you were to be his heir. If you take the family ring from me, Gryffindor will mark you as its heir. The blood of Gryffindor no longer lives, but the enchantments present allow its magical legacy to continue. Whether or not Gryffindor will live past this war is now up to you. Right. No pressure, mate. Harry muttered to himself. Times where you pulled rabbits from hats. Rabbits? Aberforth asked, confused. Never mind. I accept the responsibilities and duties of the Gryffindor legacy. Come now, young Potter. No need to sound so glum. Harry just shot him an incredulous glance. Though he supposed it was awfully brilliant being the heir of Gryffindor. Aberforth crackled and Harry was left to wonder why. Harry swerved to the left as a bludger with homicidal intentions aimed for his head. Below him, Ron shouted at the beater Alanmere to protect the Seeker. With his trademark impatience, Ron flitted from side to side at his end of the field. Near the center field, Ginny slammed the quaffle to her partner, fourth-year Wendy Cornell, who passed it to third-year Edward Wood, a cousin of Oliver's if he was to be believed. It was a great pass, however the reserve team had enough talent to steal the quaffle from the trio. Lazily, Harry pulled his broom back as another bludger buzzed uncomfortably close to him. Chasing it, Alanmere slammed it back to level field where his partner promptly hit it toward the opposition. Keeping one eye on the snitch that hovered near Ron, Harry flew in wide arcs around his teammates. No doubt they would appreciate if he would just catch the snitch already, but Ron was cruel enough to say they still had time for another match. At 7, Hufflepuff would show up to boot them from the field. Well, they would be booted as fiercely as any Hufflepuff could boot. They had been out there since 5 in the morning. The weather was already uncomfortably close to winter snow. Deciding the match had run long enough, Harry flipped in a backward circle, his knees tightly interlocked to prevent separation from his broom. For a moment, Harry experienced vertigo as he fell directly. Ron gave a startled yelp as he leapt to the right, narrowly missing the falling object known as Harry. Pulling up a few feet from the ground, he leveled out while holding the snitch out so his teammates could see. Faintly, he couldn't help but think the reserve seeker needed serious help. The snitch had hovered around Ron for close to 10 minutes before Harry decided to capture it. Great game, yelled Ron. Chasers, you were a little loose with the quaffle. Alanmere and Wood, can I speak to you for a moment? Besides him, Ginny landed, her face red from exertion and her breathing still erratic. What was McGonagall thinking when she made him captain? She asked helplessly. Better not let him hear you, or else he'll make you fly 20 laps around the field, laughed Cornell. He can't do that, or I'll tell Mum. Ginny answered back smugly. Don't test your luck. Hey, did someone just run out of the forest? Harry glanced back, and true enough, a figure in a dark blue cloak was racing across the outskirts of the field. I don't think now is the time to linger. Harry interrupted the curious Gryffindors. Whistling sharply, Harry called Ron's attention away from the two teammates he was lecturing. Mate, I don't think now is the best time to hang around the field. Ron gazed at him for a moment before his eyes skirted over to the figure still running. From Harry's position he could hear the redhead sigh heavily. Strangers never meant good things for Hogwarts. Nearly 7 years of schooling had taught him that. Everyone. Into the changing rooms. Ginny, tell the Hufflepuff girls someone came out of the forest, and all to the same. Keep your wands near you. You don't want stupidly listed on your headstone. Various Gryffindors scrambled to do just that. Wow, Ron, that was quick thinking. Harry praised. The redhead blushed lightly while scratching the back of his head. Was nutting. Both boys took in the rear of their group. Casually, Harry glanced back at the figure that made it to one of the great doors. Distantly he spotted the long-haired figure of Filch. Whoever they were expected. There was no other logical explanation why a squib would meet a stranger entering these grounds. Secrecy surely wasn't a factor in this. Harry sighed before he closed the changing room doors. It wouldn't do to get distracted by everyone else's plots. From beneath his lashes, Harry cast evaluating glances at the blue-cloaked stranger that ate besides the headmaster. The stranger had arrived 2 days ago, but it was only this morning that Dumbledore returned from the Ministry. Whatever reason the stranger had for running to Hogwarts was being kept quiet for now. His familiarity with Dumbledore hinted at little, since doubtless the headmaster must have met countless of people in all his years. His observations were cut short as excited shrieks resounded in the Great Hall. The morning owls had just arrived. Harry quickly found out the reason for all the excitement was due to half a dozen snowy white birds that fluttered to various people in the Great Hall, a thick parchment rolled up near their claws. To his surprise, one such bird landed near his morning porridge. Another perched precariously near Neville, who traded nervous glances with the bird. I don't believe it, shrieked the resident bookworm, Hermione Granger. Harry merely raised an eyebrow at the girl. Honestly, Harry, the Niveus basilis is registered as listed as endangered internationally. It is illegal for anyone save the ruling authorities to possess one. The Niveus was most commonly used as messenger to the great families. I never thought I would ever see one. They haven't been used in years. I wonder what could have made them so. Harry returned his attention to the bird, which was sporting a wicked beak. Besides him, Neville was literally petrified of taking the parchment from the creature. The fact that it was digging dangerously long claws into the table didn't reassure the Gryffindor. Slowly Harry extended his hand to the bird, all too aware of what damage those claws could inflict. Much to his relief, he was able to dislodge the parchment. The bird gave him a disdainful chirp. Down the table Neville was inching away from the creature. For Merlin's sake, hear all to it, Ron said as he shot forward, eyes intent on the bird. Ron. No, shrieked Hermione while digging her own nails into the closest surface, which just happened to be Harry. Ron never heard her protests, and a second later he was dancing away from the creature, a bloody palm cradled near his chest. Ron, the Niveus has been called the Red Claws in certain regions because of the violent behavior they display when someone tries to take their message. Lot good it does me now. Ron retorted with a touch of sarcasm. It's up to you now, Neville. And you want me to get it? Squeaked the boy. It shouldn't harm you, Neville. The message is for you after all. Reassured Hermione as Neville slowly inched back to the bird. Shouldn't? Harry whispered to her. Well, it shouldn't, but all the books I've read have always said they're very temperamental creatures. She whispered back to him. It was a good thing Neville never heard their whispered conversation, or he might still be trying to get the parchment long after everyone had left. Neville was as brave as any Gryffindor when it mattered, but he had enough sensibilities left to avoid the hare-brained adventures Harry always seemed to fall into. The parchment was rolled up much like a scroll would be, and Harry realized that even in the wizarding world that method was archaic. A large golden seal was clearly stamped on the parchment. 4 interlocking beasts, all of which Harry swore were dragons, were spun around each other while a Latin motto was continuously etched around the dragons: Fos est praevalio fortitudo sapientia clementia. By right of power, courage, wisdom, and mercy. The 4 guardian dragons. Hermione whispered near his ear, her voice indicating she was lost in some obscure fact. The dragons of fire, earth, air, and water. Earth and air dragons no longer exist. Water dragons can only be found in an enclave somewhere here in Scotland. Fire dragons are the most common. Norbert was of this kind. Harry really had to wonder where Hermione found all these facts. Breaking the seal, he unruffled the parchment. Security didn't seem prevailed because after all, didn't Neville also receive a similar parchment? Said parchment was already being read as a crowd gathered over Neville's shoulders. Near his end the crowd wasn't as large, but it was there nonetheless. Few students dared intrude on Harry's space. Unfortunately, that didn't include the older Gryffindors. Harold James Evans Potter, head of the House of Potter, head of the House of Black. Your presence is requested at the gathering of the great families at Ignis Draconis Keep, Scotland, to be held on the eve of the winter's solstice. This invitation is extended to the head of the household or an appointed ambassador and their guest. Confirm attendance with Lady Cox, Cox Manor, England. Fos est praevalio fortitudo sapientia clementia. Glancing at the excited crowd that was tittering around Neville, Harry couldn't help but shudder. Helplessly both boys looked at each, simultaneously mouthing one word to each other with equal looks of horror. Dates. They echoed each other. Around them girls giggled excitedly, and even a few suspicious-looking boys looked a bit too interested to dismiss. In their midst Harry felt the ugly Triwizard section in his mind release suppressed horror. Girls. His mind shuddered pitifully. Harry. Harry. The voice echoed against the corridors, bringing the trio of people walking to a halt. Harry turned to look back. Besides him, Ginny and Luna had been chatting a moment before falling silent. The cause of the commotion suddenly became clear as a figure turned a corner and ungracefully sprawled on the ground. Ouch! The figure, who turned out to be Tonks, cried. Merlin, Harry, you are the most difficult person to find. Do you know you have an anti-tracking charm on you? I might, but I doubt that is why you were shrieking my name just a moment ago. Tonks merely huffed indignantly. Carefully she pulled herself up till she was standing level with the teenagers. Harry was startled to realize Tonks was actually several inches taller than him. Yes. Message from Dumbledore's office. Pettigrew's been captured. Aurors have finished questioning him. They're asking for you. Besides him, Ginny gasped. One second he was staring incredulously into wide pink eyes, and the next his back was sliding against the cold stone wall. Small fingers brushed his fringe out of his eyes. Harry couldn't quite hide the flinch he felt at the physical contact. He followed the hands touching him and met the concerned eyes of the youngest Weasley child. Blushing slightly at her daring, Ginny nervously pulled back her hands but didn't move away. Harry, are you all right? Harry took the opportunity to glance behind Ginny at the other 2 females. Luna stood serenely gazing out a nearby window while Tonks stared anxiously down at Harry. It seemed unreal. Peter Pettigrew was the type of coward that should have outlived all of them. Betrayer of the Potters and Sirius, servant of Voldemort, and all-around general coward. Why are they calling for me? Harry managed to ask Tonks. They're going to sentence him. Oh, he said numbly. He wasn't sure what he felt right then. Of course he wished Peter Pettigrew would die many times, and Pettigrew had been the direct cause to most of his misery. Pettigrew had been the idiot to give rise to Voldemort a second time, not to mention he betrayed his parents and godfather. He searched his heart for a moment and found no shred of sympathy that had survived from his 3rd year. The rat would die. Fudge wasn't as secure as to let his blunder live. If he wasn't dead by week's end, Harry already planned to release the story to the press. Pettigrew would die, and he deserved nothing more. Go back. Pettigrew will die, and I don't wish to involve myself further. You might want to inform Remus in any case. Harry, Dumbledore asked for you to come. Tonks implored helplessly. No, I don't believe I will. Harry said casually as Luna extended her arm to offer him help up. Not to be outdone, Ginny took his other arm. Harry, we thought you would like to be there for the sentencing. Harry managed to contain his sneer. He let his voice remain calm as he rebuffed her again. Not necessary. I have studies I shouldn't be neglecting. Tonks and Ginny shared baffled expressions. As contrary as always, Luna managed to look disinterested in everything. But Harry, Dumbledore's leaving to the ministry in a few minutes for the sentencing. The governing Wizengamot is waiting for you too. How kind of them, but please excuse me to them, will you, Tonks? I don't feel the need to devote any more of my life to that rat. Harry's patience wasn't anything to note of, and Tonks had already managed to wear it thin. Leave it, Nymphadora. Return to Dumbledore. He finally snapped. Tonks gaped for a moment before pulling in her composure. The other two might not have recognized the way he addressed her, but Tonks knew when the Lord Black persona surfaced in Harry. As you wish, my lord, she said somewhat stiffly before nodding her head at her sovereign and retreating to wherever she came from. Ginny gazed at him with a clear question in her eyes, but she must have felt it wasn't her place to question him. Such a tainted soul, Luna murmured. Pity he isn't what he was anymore. Harry's lips quirked in understanding. His father's best friend had been Wormtail, and that boy died alongside his father. Peter Pettigrew was the celebrated hero that died 16 years ago. All that was really left was Scabbers, a coward that was nothing but a rat for 12 years. Besides, he wasn't about to go to the spectacle that would no doubt develop at the ministry. Those that hated Fudge would no doubt herald this blunder wide and far as soon as they heard. Those that wanted Harry's favor would attack the rat as loudly as they could. And of course there were those that just hated Death Eaters on principle. There was also something Harry had begun to suspect recently, something he wasn't sure he wanted confirmed. It began with the reasons why a baby would triumph over the Dark Lord. Basically, that was the starkest comparison between innocence and corruption. That innocence baby Harry had possessed, shielded by love, had defeated a murderer bent on domination. Was that why Dumbledore had mistakenly committed act after act in the name of such innocence? If that was true, it was conceivable to believe that was the reason Harry had never received much in the way of training, and what had been given to him had been purely defensive. Dumbledore believed his light, the light born of justice for his parents and his own childish innocence, was the power that Voldemort didn't know and in all truth had never known. It was baffling to think Dumbledore might believe in the same innocence the Dursleys had despised. Didn't Dumbledore realize no one that took another life could ever be innocent? But then again, all he really needed to kill was one person. Dumbledore already knew his reluctance to kill. Honestly, he couldn't blame Dumbledore for becoming a murderer, that was his destiny. It was one theory that might truly confirm Dumbledore's lack of sanity. Until Harry could look at Dumbledore without asking, that he needed to stay away from the headmaster. Else he might end up destroying more than his office. And honestly, he thought he was better off not knowing most of reasoning behind Dumbledore's actions. It always managed to enrage him when he did find out. Harry, don't you want to see Sirius' innocence being proven? Ginny asked tentatively, breaking his reverie. Not really, Harry murmured calmly. Beside him, Luna smiled somewhat vacantly. To indulge in triumph confirms triumph matters. Ginny frowned at the two. To go and gloat means their thoughts mattered enough to cause me to gloat. And they don't matter? She asked. They make it really hard for me to do otherwise, Harry explained, not deigning to comment any further. Ginny glanced worriedly at Harry under her eyelashes, but she could not argue the fact that Harry was not entitled to automatically care for the wizarding public, and that included their prejudices. But it made her want to hex all the people who had contributed to destroy the sweet boy that went down into the Chamber of Secrets simply because a silly first-year girl was missing. She wasn't sure if Harry was still the same boy who would have gone to save her. Glancing at the half-smirk on his lips, she was hit with the certainty that he would definitely not have done it for the same reasons. Tonks huffed indignantly as she marched back to Dumbledore's office. She knew she was not the best choice to collect Harry. She might be an Auror, but Merlin forbid they ever order her to stand against her lord. He was the living legacy of the Black family, the guardian of her heritage, the keeper of that part of Tonks she had been denied for most of her life. She loved her father dearly, but some part of her had always longed to be part of something greater. It was why she joined the Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix, at least partially. There was the whole evil to trounce bit, but neither were as personal to her as being a part of the Black family. One of the few Harry acknowledged in good standing and hopefully one of the few Harry would not see dead before this war ended. In Dumbledore's office, Professors McGonagall and Snape waited alongside the headmaster and her partner Kingsley. McGonagall was the first to ask the question they were all thinking. "Where is Mr. Potter?" she said as she pursed her lips in annoyance. Tonks coughed nervously. "Well, you see, I don't think Harry's all that keen on going. In fact, he told me he wasn't interested." Fortunately for everyone, Snape kept his comments to himself, though the sneer he wore said more than enough. "Are you sure he is thus inclined? I would feel it better for young Harry to come to terms with his parents' betrayer." "Nah, sir, I really don't think Harry wants to come. Honestly, woman," Snape finally snapped. "You call yourself an Auror when you can't even make an egotistical child come when he is called." Tonks narrowed her eyes at her former professor. "None of you seem to understand the position you put me in, and of all here I'm the only half-blood. I am Nymphadora Black Tonks, daughter of Andromeda Black Tonks, and if my lord wills me away I must do as he wishes." Judging by their faces, Tonks realized none had considered that. "Honestly," she muttered in exasperation. "Come on, Kingsley, duty calls." She continued on her way to the fireplace. Everyone there had certainly cared about Harry's inheritance, yet they all conveniently forgot the power that came with it. A shaft of light trailed lazily through the open window. The room that normally housed 5 adolescent males was strangely silent except for the light breathing of the figure on the bed closest to the window. The boy's back was pressed against his headboard while the bedside curtains conveniently threw his pale features into shadows. The afternoon sunlight steadily grew longer as the day wore on, but not once did the boy's attention waver from the object on his bedspread. A thick gold ring twinkled innocently back at him. The once bright gold had faded to a bitter sort of yellow, though the blood-red stone glowed with the same strength as it did more than 1,000 years ago. Its ruby facet was etched with the seal of Gryffindor, a lion and lioness intertwined. Countless hands had touched that ring, worn that ring, and consequently ruled one of the greatest wizarding families. Typical brash Gryffindors, Harry scowled down at the ring. Only the Gryffindor line could have managed to die out in such frustrating stands of morals or magic. The current head of the family might still live, and though Harry was a shoddy seer, he saw clearly enough Aberforth would die within a year. For all his mad crackling, there was something brittle about the old man. The Dumbledore line was nearing its end. During their brief meeting, Harry sensed the old man had been terrified of passing his sight to any child of his. Albus, on the other hand, Harry suspected wouldn't survive this Dark Lord. Harry James Potter would officially become the 4th family to hold the Gryffindor heritage. Long fingers idly trailed the slightly swollen scab on his palm. Aberforth had done a hasty adoption ritual to bind Harry all that more tightly to the magical heritage of Gryffindor. Because Harry had almost completed his magical and physical development, he would theoretically gain very little from the Gryffindor's magical heritage. It would be his children who would bear the full claim on the Gryffindor legacy. Surprisingly, the magical adoption was simple enough. It was an exchange of magic in what Harry realized was the refined form of his deadly claim on Slytherin. Blankly, Harry stared at the ring. Heir of the Lions. It glowed faintly red, and Harry could almost imagine Voldemort staring back at him. The world was full of idiots, he couldn't help but think. It was all too simple, really. British wizards spent 7 formative years being indoctrinated themselves to such a point that subconsciously they would always refer to themselves in some way by their house. If the Lord of Gryffindor was to ever reveal himself and call Gryffindors to arms, Harry had no doubt he would be answered. A gaggle of dunderheads would continue to live up to their courageous title, and how easily the Lord of Slytherin could have done the same, had done the same if rumors of the number of Slytherin in his ranks was true. And finally, how utterly brilliant for both lines to name the same person as their heir. The ruby stone winked back at him. Leave me alone. Neville whimpered. Normally Harry would never have hesitated to help his friend, but he had recently discovered there were some things even he wouldn't do. "Harry," whispered Ron next to him, "aren't you going to help him?" Harry merely gave him an incredulous look. "Me? Why don't you go?" protested Harry in an equally soft voice. Ron craned his neck around the corner they were hiding in. Just as quickly he pulled back. Nervously he scratched his head. Mate, they look vicious. They don't just look it, remarked Harry as he gingerly rubbed a good-sized bruise he'd earned earlier when he had the misfortune of being cornered in the greenhouse. Let me see, Ron asked as he noticed what Harry was doing. Shrugging, the boy in question pulled up his sleeve. Ron whistled softly in appreciating. A particularly wicked bruise lined the area from the top of his shoulder all the way down to his elbow. Ron poked it and Harry hissed. Does it hurt? Asked the redhead. Only when I touch it. Harry bit out. Poke. Ron. Shush. Ron reprimanded. A little late. Both boys stilled. Potter. A female voice called out. Oi, Harry. Another high-pitched voice giggled. Harry. Called out Neville, his voice clearly transmitting his harassment. Help me. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Ron shook his head helplessly. We won't make it. I know you can handle it, Nev. Harry called out just as a figure poked around the corner they were hiding in. Dimly Harry recognized it as a particularly tall sixth-year Ravenclaw girl. Run! Ron yelped as his own legs sprang from their hiding place. A second later Harry was running alongside the gangly youth, echoes of his name following him. Around corners and under secret tapestries they ran. Through a door that was pretending to be a wall and a gargoyle that had to be tapped twice behind the knee. They stumbled from a shifting wall into an empty hallway. Both boys leaned against the opposite wall as they came to a halt. Breathing heavily, Ron asked, You think we lost them? Wearily Harry slid down the wall. I hope so. Poor Neville. Poor bloke. Agreed his best friend. He'll never escape. I've already been dented once by the bloody banshees today. Not even for Neville am I going back to face them. Those were Ravenclaws back there. Plenty smart to concoct something devious. By Circe, it was a group of Hufflepuffs that banged me up. Who'd have thought girls could be so bloody vicious? Ron asked idly. Who would have thought indeed? Interrupted a silky smooth voice. In an impressive move, Ron sprang up even as his wand sprang to his palm. Harry merely watched with interest as he tilted his head to the newcomer. You've been practicing, mate? Harry asked, genuinely impressed. He would have never thought Ron had the initiative to learn. Just went to show you. Sensing no danger, Ron lowered his wand while smiling in embarrassment at the impressed looks he was receiving. A bit. His smile disappeared as he remembered their company and the Slytherin badge said company was wearing. Care to introduce us? Drawled the Slytherin. Ron. This is Theodore, not Theodore, this Ron Weasley. For a minute the three boys were surrounded by an awkward silence. Pleased to meet you, Theodore said smoothly, his public face cultivated to perfection. Yeah, Ron muttered suspiciously. What were you running from anyway? Theodore finally asked Harry with true curiosity. Harry grimaced. A terrible, fierce horde the like few have escaped from, Hogwarts girls. Theodore hummed his understanding. Really, Harry, you should have done like I did. And that is, find someone else to beat the horde back. Daphne Greengrass has been particularly violent to those who have thought they were going to the winter solstice ball, especially with me. Isn't that the girl you're supposed to marry? Harry asked blandly. Theodore raised an eyebrow in interest. His look seemed to say one thing. How exactly do you know that? So my mother hopes. Ron gave him an odd glance. Don't you like the girl? Theodore merely shrugged. For a moment it looked like he wasn't going to respond, but after a sidelong look around the empty corridor he did. Daphne is just Daphne. My mother and hers were best friends and they both hope we'll fall madly in love and have enough grandchildren to make them happy for the next 100 years. How's that plan working out so far? Harry asked. Theodore leaned against the wall. It's developed a few glitches here and there. Daphne and I were practically raised together. It's hard to fall in love with someone you used to think as a sister, but we get along well enough and it isn't like this plan is a surprise. Her mother isn't exactly what I would call discreet. What does Greengrass think? Harry had a mental image of Pansy the pug clinging to Draco Malfoy. Theodore must have read what he was thinking because the boy smirked in amusement. Nothing like Parkinson and Malfoy. Then again, Daphne doesn't have the kind of pressure Parkinson does. Despite himself, Ron couldn't help but be interested. Politics could be dead boring, but this was bordering the line into gossip. What? Ron blurted before blushing slightly. Harry shot his best friend an amused grin. Pansy's father is rich enough, but neither of her parents belong to the great families. Her father's heir already has a brat of his own and she's the only other child. If she doesn't find an impressive enough husband on her own, she'll find herself married off to the best husband her father's money can buy. Theodore simply smiled as Harry bluntly laid out Pansy Parkinson's troubles for the last 7 years. Seeing as how both noble boys seemed willing to answer his questions, Ron couldn't help but indulge in some interesting gossip. Doesn't that seem a little harsh? Not really, Theodore answered. Her value as a Parkinson heir has been severely reduced ever since her brother had his own heir. The family's heavily involved in magical shipping and they could use whatever influence they could get within the Wizengamot. If she doesn't find a husband from within the great families on her own, her father will, and he'll mostly get her some old windbag. On reflection, it seemed odd that for the first time Harry knew something his pure-blooded friend didn't about wizarding culture. It had been the other way around for so long. Then again, Harry had already recognized and accepted the consequences of having a best mate who would have never been expected to fall into high society. And Greengrass? Ron asked. Harry paid attention as well. The only reason he knew so much about the Parkinsons was because the family had continuously sided with Voldemort, and Harry figured it best to know what resources the Dark Lord could readily call upon. Greengrass, on the other hand, was a solid neutral family for generations. Greengrass isn't a great family either, but they have a strong enough heritage and enough resources they aren't troubled. Daphne is the third daughter and her eldest brother is slated to marry next fall. Her marriage isn't that great of importance. Still sounds bloody harsh. Isn't that a lot of pressure? Ron asked. Harry silently agreed. Neither Harry nor Ron had been raised to view marriage as a bargaining chip, although Harry should have come to think of it that way. Harry knew enough to have promised himself he would never sell his bedside. He'd been miserable for most of his childhood. He wasn't about to risk the same for any family life he might indulge in. Besides, if the heir of 5 baffling families truly needed allies enough to marry for them, he shouldn't be dealing in politics to begin with. Perhaps. Theodore answered Ron, both boys steadily growing more comfortable with each other as they apparently bonded over a staple of life, gossip. It's always been that way for me, so I guess I don't see it as anything big. Personally, any pressure I face I mostly bring upon myself. My father's no longer around to arrange these kind of things, and my mother doesn't have any other power besides persuasion. I have a little brother, so there's no hurry. Harry here's the one that should really have more pressure than me. Harry suddenly found himself under the scrutiny of 2 pairs of eyes. I suppose so, Harry slowly answered. But who exactly is around to pressure me? I'm the last of the Potters, and most of the Blacks are as keen for me to reproduce as they are for me to live. Theodore studied Harry for a moment before he idly commented. There's some that might think your marriage was up for barter. Harry glanced sharply at the pale-eyed boy before his head slid back with a dull thump as he closed his eyes wearily. Ron thankfully knew better than to ask his question out loud. One look from Viridian eyes and he could clearly read the familiar weariness that always seemed to descend on Harry when he thought about their mutual headmaster. Would Dumbledore really offer Harry's name? He didn't even have to promise anything, just as long as the possibility of becoming allied with a double heir to the great families would call the hearts of more than one wavering family to the light side. It didn't help that despite Harry's maneuvering, he was still wildly believed to be behind Dumbledore, and as his counsel, Harry was expected to listen to what the old man said above all else. He really wondered where people developed the notion they shared a grandfather-like relationship. We'll have to see about that. Theodore nodded as he expected nothing else, but otherwise didn't contribute anything further. So who are you taking? Theodore finally asked. Harry smiled as he pushed the troubling news from his mind. You'll just have to wait and see. Harry, the redhead whined. I'm not even going to that ball. Harry merely patted Ron with mock sympathy. Tough luck, mate. You realize girls are going to be hanging around you till they know you're taken? Ron asked rhetorically. I think I can handle them. At the very least, I can outrun them. Your date better be worth it. Who else is going from Hogwarts? Harry asked curiously. He hadn't exactly paid attention to the other recipients of the letter. As of course. Daphne will be coming with me, Longbottom and whoever corners him, Malfoy and Parkinson, I heard she badgered him into it. From the teachers Dumbledore, Professor Sinistra is going with her son. His wife died 5 months ago. And the other heirs, although they'll have to go dateless unless they can manage to get another heir to accompany them. Why do you two get to take a date? Gee Ron, you say that like it's a good thing. Harry said dryly. Because we are already the heads of our families, answered Theodore. This just seems like a bloody convoluted mess, surmised Ron. Yes, that's what I thought too, Harry agreed. Theodore merely sighed in exasperation. Harry, can I talk to you a moment? The voice was soft and uncertain and surprisingly belonged to one of the most confident witches Harry knew, Hermione Granger. Harry studied the young witch for a moment. He did have several letters he needed to mail via the Nuntius birds, but he had been expecting this particular conversation for a while now. Of course, Hermione. I was on my way to the kitchens, why don't you join me? Shooting him a grateful smile, the witch silently joined him. Every once in a while Hermione glanced at him with something of a mix between curiosity and uncertainty. It unsettled Harry to see her so timid, but it probably unsettled Hermione to see Harry so much lighter. As one of the last people Harry drove away back in 6th year, she perhaps realized the full extent of his anger and grief. Harry knew he hurt her, but most of the guilt he felt was quickly pushed away when he remembered she hurt him as well. Back then he didn't want advice or pity. He was too proud and angry to accept either. Hermione never understood that. He couldn't talk of what he had seen and done, the truth becoming lodged in his heart while his mouth could never repeat his secrets. He had never been a creature of trust, and after his godfather died, what trust he had carried had wavered. Everyone had always expected him to get better, to accept his destiny, and to rise to meet it. Harry couldn't do that. It was only now that his wounds had begun healing that he realized what he had needed. He needed someone to see how truly screwed he was and accept that Harry might never get better, that he might never heal from death and betrayal. To accept Harry as he was and not as he should be or had been. As luck would have it, Amos had been all that to Harry. The jaded vampire had seen all that immediately, though it took the better part of a year for Harry to see and believe that. His hand might be the only one that could slay Voldemort, but with healing he was able to think of what path he would take to get there. Becoming a Ministry Auror was out of the question. Their ranks were too compromised for him to ever trust his superiors, much less his partners. Dumbledore would get him killed just the same. Thought the old man would most likely do that unintentionally. By cultivating a Gryffindor light wizard, his sacrifice was ensured. Defecting into Voldemort's ranks and killing him that way would probably succeed, but would guarantee the title of the Dark Lord Harry. He might be fated to save the wizards. He wasn't about to ruin himself doing so. Tickling a pear, Harry let Hermione into a private counter. It was right before dinner, so the elves were busy preparing a grand feast like every other night. Acquiring some snack from no less than 5 helpful elves, Harry discreetly set privacy wards. It never hurt to be paranoid. Harry idly ate a snack as he waited for the girl to find her tongue. What happened? She finally asked. Harry raised an eyebrow as he waited for her to elaborate. Between Ron, to our friendship. We used to be best friends, the type that knew everything about each other and faced everything together. He might have expected this conversation, but it definitely didn't make it any easier. Hermione, we grew up. We grew apart. Why? You and Ron made up. Why can't we? She nearly pleaded. Harry knew she had waited a long time for answers. Ron and I rebuilt our friendship, he said slowly. But that means rebuilding trust. Hermione, last year was awful. I guess you could say I finally broke. You might think I never knew Sirius well enough to mourn him as I did, and that is partly true, but Sirius and I used each other. We were both something the other had to salvage at any cost. He could have been the closest thing I would have had to a father. He could have been someone I trusted to protect me above all others. He could have been mine, and then I lost him. I lost some sanity as well, I admit. You couldn't have helped me back then because you knew me too well. Everyone that did couldn't have helped because everyone was trying to put me back together as I was. I broke and I had to find a way to patch all the pieces I had back together. I'm not the same person you knew back in 1st year. I'm not even the same person you knew in 5th year. Ron and I aren't so much repairing our friendship as we are building it anew. He did something that made him place his trust in me even if he didn't understand what I was doing. It took a lot of faith to leap like that. Even as he was explaining, Harry realized the full extent Ron had trusted. For all the redhead knew, Harry could have been Voldemort's apprentice. What did he do? Hermione asked, eyes bright with tears she was too proud to shed. What must I do? Looking at her, Harry couldn't help but think Hermione was a remarkably loyal friend. So many years she had stayed beside him when it would have been easier and safer to walk away. Some part of him wanted to hug her and tell her he was sorry for being such a prat. However, another part in him could only analyze every word, every loyalty, and every argument. Some part of him didn't trust her anymore. He wasn't sure how that came about, but he couldn't help but feel cold in the aftermath of that realization. He gave me his trust freely. I trust you. Why can't we be the friends we were? Harry shifted uncomfortably. Hermione's eyes were suspiciously bright and he had never been the best at seeing girls cry. I know, my own, he said softly. But your trust is like a mother's trust. You trust me to do certain things, act certain ways, but you don't trust my decisions. I don't need a mother. I need a friend, someone who can meet me on equal footing without trying to change who I am. I can do that. I know I am sometimes pushy, but it's hard to stand back and watch something happen that you know you could prevent. That's not a bad thing, but we were each given a life and we will each lead it the way we see fit. I want to learn to trust you, Hermione, and I want you to learn to trust me. But you will have to realize many of my decisions will not sit well with you. I will, Harry, the witch said with the same determination she applied to her studies. You shouldn't doubt yourself, Harry. You have always done the right thing. Harry's eyebrow twitched. That might not have been the response he was looking for. No, Hermione. I'm not that person. Sometimes what is right isn't always better. In war, some choices only end in death, and I can't pretend I can let it be mine own. It was my blood that resurrected Voldemort, but it was also my actions that prevented his comeback for a couple of years. We were children protecting a world that remained ignorant. I failed staying his rebirth, but there is only so much anyone could have demanded from children. I'm trying to say I can't be the martyr people need. I can't let myself be consumed by so much vengeance that I would lose whatever grasp I have on reality. If that means some people will die, then all I can do is bless their passing. Hermione sat silently as she processed everything Harry had explained. She was smart enough to read between the lines and at least realize Harry wasn't going to follow the expectations placed before him. Unfortunately for her, he had been vague enough she couldn't discern anything concrete. You are a remarkable friend, probably the best I ever had. I have always been impressed by your morality and sense of justice, but now those very traits may kill what friendship we salvage between us. I am neither being melodramatic when I say some of my decisions will very well kill innocent people, nor can I say I wish it was my life taken instead of theirs. Sitting there surrounded by bustling house elves, Hermione had a dreadful inkling Harry had changed tremendously since he went into seclusion. She could still see the awe-filled first year he had been, but now she couldn't help but note Harry truly was ruthless. Class dismissed. Mr. Potter, stay back a moment, McGonagall said, managing to sound reprimanding despite the circumstances. He nodded to Ron and Neville to reassure them as both boys warily left him alone. Harry slowly packed his texts away as he waited for the class to empty. The headmaster has informed me that your presence is requested tomorrow night at Halber Manor for a meeting between allies and the Order. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Order wasn't known for including outsiders. As far as Harry knew, most of them were against including children, and all of them were determined to keep Harry out. So why the change of heart? May I ask why? The professor pursed her lips but answered his question to the extent she knew. It has to do with his session with Minister Fudge. Other than that, I know nothing save that the news is important enough to call those of the Light Creed together. Harry nodded silently even as he contemplated what Dumbledore could have learned in his stay at the Ministry. Fudge and Dumbledore had certainly been consorting more than usual. This either had to do with new legislature, Fudge, Dumbledore, or both wanted past, or something to do with the very Ministry itself. How am I to get there? He finally asked. Go to the headmaster's office right after dinner. You will be portkeyed there. The password is Lemo. Heads. Harry nodded his understanding. You are dismissed. Harry couldn't help but think heads would roll very soon. Wonderful that you could join us, my boy, was the cheerful greeting he found when he made his way to Dumbledore's office. Harry ignored the old man's endearment despite his urge to correct him. Some battles were better left unfought. Critically, he analyzed all the other people in the room: McGonagall, Sinistra, and Snape. McGonagall and Snape he could understand, but he had never figured the astronomy professor to involve herself with the order. Shrugging those thoughts away, he warily took an old sock from Dumbledore even as he prepared himself for the distinct sensation of misplacing his stomach. Halber Manor was an overgrown fortress-like house. It looked like the place was only used irregularly. Furniture was draped in cloths and musty paintings watched the arrivals curiously. The location had not been chosen to impress was his first thought. His second being that Dumbledore did not trust whoever else was invited to not betray this location. Since it was obvious the place was only used rarely, Halber Manor would never be marked as a light stronghold, neither would there be any sign of where the real headquarters were. Despite himself, Harry found himself recalling what little he knew of Halber Manor. The home had been part of the former Mrs. Dumbledore's inheritance, the late Mrs. Weasley, and as such part of the Gryffindor estate. The musty records Aberforth had shoved into Harry's hands, and which had taken a couple headaches to organize, indicated the home had last been used in the late 17th century when a branch of the now extinct Weasley family took residence and raised Kneazles of all things. When the family began dying out, the manor was eventually abandoned in favor of more modern homes later branches of the family acquired. It was slightly callous of him to think that when Aberforth died the manor would belong to Harry. This odd wizarding home that smelled of wax and old wine, and it might be the only time Harry ever entered the manor, for he certainly didn't plan on returning. He hadn't quite admitted to himself, but he was quite uneasy claiming all these things people that weren't even dead had entitled him to. And he was quite certain he didn't want to call any place home that would bring memories of wartime. Despite it being a small manor, Halber had a large great hall. That room at least had been aired out and furnished to accommodate the group that was gathering, even as Harry silently broke away from Dumbledore's group. Glancing back at his headmaster, he realized Snape had also slipped away earlier. Then again, Harry realized as he studied the crowd, Snape couldn't exactly afford to be seen next to the greatest light wizard of their time by a bunch of people not sworn to secrecy as the order was. The crowd was bordering on something over 50 people, and about half were order members. The rest were some of the most prominent known light and neutral wizards around. Studying them, Harry couldn't help but notice a significant portion of those present held a vote in the Wizengamot. The full council was a little over 220 strong and gathered there were a good chunk of it. The meeting didn't look like it was about to begin anytime soon, so Harry merely hung back into the shadow of a pillar. They might all be against Voldemort here, but that didn't mean they were pleasant people to get to know. Besides, he wasn't about to be paraded before these people as Dumbledore's golden, double, heir. If you would all find a seat, Dumbledore cheerfully called out. The hall itself was elongated on one end and comfortably held one long table along its length. The surrounding walls had cleverly been relieved of any seats. Whoever arranged this meeting wanted everyone to be seated on the table in what Harry would guess would dispel detachment from the meeting. Maybe that's why the teen wizard proceeded to linger against the shadowy wall. It wasn't like he was the only one. He distinctly recognized Mad Eye, Moody near the exit, and another figure a good 2 meters from the paranoid Auror. The fact he was allowed as close to Moody without being cursed meant that Moody trusted that person as much as he could trust anyone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored you could all attend this meeting on such short notice. Many of you have noticed my presence at the Ministry more often recently and less often at Hogwarts. I won't bore you with the trivialities Minister Fudge and I went over. However, I thought it prudent to inform you of one of the last matters Minister Fudge brought to my attention. As all of you are no doubt aware of, Voldemort has successfully infiltrated many layers of our ministry. His influence was allowed to grow at a time it should never have been possible. Their meddling has brought dishonor on those charged with guarding our ministry and grief to those who trusted it. But we must remember we are human and it is our way to err, but nevertheless mistakes were made that we are now given an opportunity to correct. Cornelius Fudge will announce his retirement in the next Wizengamot Council meeting. Dumbledore said in the sudden silence. More than one wizard present dropped their jaw in surprise. Harry himself was petty enough to feel the sudden urge to sing a victory song. He felt oddly numb. It was strange to think Fudge might have finally done something right. Harry suspected news of the minister's activities was in danger of being released to the public. His governing council, who had the power to call a no-confidence vote, must have pressured the minister to resign in hopes of cutting their own ties with the minister. His replacement will be selected from within the ministry ranks. Those wishing to run for minister need to submit their intent before the full Wizengamot and receive 5 votes of confidence from within the Wizengamot. Our future minister will serve the rest of Cornelius' term and will be named at the winter solstice ball. This presents an opportunity to select a minister more capable of leading the wartime effort, someone that can cleanse the ministry of dark influences. I have called you all here to forewarn you and to ask you to support a candidate I believe can lead us in the right direction. With your approval and the welfare of the wizarding world in mind, I present to you Mr. Amos Diggory. Said man stood to the polite clapping of those present. From his corner Harry narrowed his eyes in thought. Looking back, it was obvious that Fudge had probably been warned he would receive a vote of no confidence if he didn't gracefully resign. Dumbledore didn't waste time scoping out a replacement. The old man had let Fudge into office and the whole world had suffered. No doubt he wouldn't be making that mistake again. From across the room, emerald eyes met the blue eyes of Amos Diggory. Blue eyes chilled and something bordering hate entered their depths. Just because the world wouldn't suffer didn't mean Harry wouldn't. Diggory might have loved his only son very much and Harry might have held Cedric in high esteem, but that did not stop the elder Diggory's resentment. Harry was well aware Diggory might be one of the few people that hated Harry for being just Harry. A scrawny 4th year that lived when his 7th year son did not. A boy who had failed to save the last Diggory heir. A child whose mere presence had set off events that led to Cedric's death. There was no doubt about it. Amos Diggory hated him. As minister, Diggory would have the power to carry out his vendetta against Harry. Something Harry didn't see as such a great idea anytime soon. He had no doubt that before the war ended he would have broken some laws. He did not need a vengeful minister there to throw the courts at him. Dumbledore was a fool if he thought Harry would support Diggory in the elections. Then again, the headmaster might not know. Diggory was an excellent politician. It was possible Dumbledore might never have learned to recognize that look in Diggory's eyes. The first time Harry saw it, he had no doubt what it was. It was the same look Vernon Dursley would sometimes get, the look that said, "I would kill you if there weren't so many people watching." The one that said, "You should never had entered my life and you will leave it one way or another." Vernon had merely locked him in a cupboard for 10 years because he was the unfortunate offspring of a witch. That was simple nameless hate, equally shared between those of his kind. Diggory hated him for failing Cedric, hate targeted on only one person. He wasn't about to blame himself for Cedric's tragic death. The boy had been a bright kid, a young man who hadn't deserved his end, but neither had Harry deserved what happened to him. People certainly grumbled about his participation in the Triwizard Tournament, but no one had fought to keep him out of it. No one had stopped to think that there was something odd with this, that it should never had been possible for Harry to become involved. They had practically welcomed the disaster that followed. Harry might have failed to save Cedric, but everyone else had failed to save him. He wasn't going to elect Diggory in some twisted version of atonement. Not if it meant his own Azkaban cell as soon as Voldemort's body was cold. But how do you outmaneuver a veteran of politics who had spent decades in that field? The sound of the beater's bat making contact with the bludger resonated along the nearly empty pitch. From the left end of the pitch Ginny pulled down in a spiral, the quaffle cradled in her hands. Ron's encouragement followed her descent. Momentarily stopping to watch her fly, Harry couldn't help but search her body for any sign of discomfort. Madame Pomfrey had warned Ginny her leg might not be able to handle the strain of Quidditch. After much convincing, Ron had grudgingly allowed Ginny to continue her spot as chaser. So far the redhead had found her knee only ached after any prolonged flight time. She could play but required a day for agitated swelling to fade. There was also the danger that opposing teams might target her leg. All they could do was to wait and see if Ginny was up for the challenge by the time their first match was scheduled. The luck of the Sorting Hat had determined Gryffindor would be the last team to have their first match. In fact, it wouldn't take place till the end of November. Harry pulled his Comet 520 upwards, the sound of his teammates' yells following him as he pushed his broom as high as he could go before he had to level out. The air was cold in his lungs and made breathing slightly difficult. Ignoring his lightheadedness, he pulled down. From his position, Harry could see the stone turrets of Hogwarts. Off to the side, the Forbidden Forest hid itself in ever-present shadows. Even the sun failed to penetrate the dark territory. Strangely wistful, Harry found himself studying different routes that had led over the years to various death-defying adventures. Aragog and his kind were in the west end of the forest. Hermione had led Umbridge near the south side and into a centaur lair. He'd never had been sure where exactly Hagrid had taken him during his first-year detention. The Chamber of Secrets opened up near Hogsmeade, the forest having been pushed back after a millennia of civilization. The forest, as always, would remain forbidden to their human neighbors. The centaurs, acting as guardians of the woods, had thoroughly rejected any alliance with him, but they had the courtesy to swear they would not align with anyone else. Despite their apparent regard for Aberforth, the sage, Dumbledore, they disliked every other human. This was not the time to think about that, Harry reminded himself. He had a snitch to find. Harry. A shriek, a warning, a second too late. A sharp turn to the left was the only thing that saved him. A wave of violet light sped toward him so fast it ripped the air apart with a wild wail. With a sinking feeling, he realized he was an open target in the air, an advantage his attackers were using to its full extent. Land! Hollered Ron far below him. Another wave of violet fire flared toward him. Shifting his body, he pulled backwards, the air tugging at his overgrown fringe. A shriek from below was the only warning he had of the wicked yellow burst of witchcraft that nearly caught him in its undertow. His broom shuddered between his palms, the enchantments destabilizing in the wake of destructive magic. So intent on avoiding the trail end of the yellow comet, he never saw the thin strip of ice-blue magic heading toward him with an assassin's precision. It was nearly upon him when he urged his Comet 520 to shoot forward. The collision jarred him nearly off the broom. The resulting explosion as the broom's twigs exploded in blue flames did jar him from his seat. Hundreds of feet above ground, Harry hung on tightly to a burning broom. His magical senses expanded to examine the burning wreckage that was quickly becoming his broom. The charms were deteriorating rapidly. Already the broom was spiraling downward. Airborne sparks fluttered, stinging his unprotected hands and head. He was too high up to even hope to survive the fall. His teammates had long fled to the ground. Another flare of violet light ripped below him, effectively warning his friends against rescue. Frantically, Harry tried to find a way out of this mess. Unfortunately, his time was up. With a fiery blast, the enchantments on his broom failed completely. The resulting explosion burned his unprotected knuckles. The next thing he knew, he was falling, the wind whipping his robes around his body. The air screamed into his ears and stung his eyes. Worn frames were ripped from his face. Not like it made any difference. The world had faded into a kaleidoscope of shapes. Even as the ground rose to meet him, Harry pulled out his wand. He was a wizard by Circe. He was not going to die like this, especially if it meant he wasn't taking anyone with him. His wand was grasped tightly in his hand, and he almost groaned when he realized he knew of no spell that would save him. So much for 7 years of schooling, he thought somewhat snidely. Instead, he brought his other hand before him, blood from various wounds coating it bright red. He needed something to break his fall. He needed something to catch him. Maybe it was better he had so little time to analyze his plan. It seemed somewhat stupid on reflection. Luckily for him, he did not indulge in such analysis. 1 second the flares of enemy spells lit the pitch, and the next a roaring column of black flame rose to meet him. Too many conventional spells would have wounded him just as bad as if his face had collided with the ground. Black flame hopefully would be the one type of magic his body could handle. He only had a moment to second-guess himself as his body collided with the column of flame. His breath was stolen immediately as he sunk into the very heart of liquid-like inferno. It wasn't completely solid mass, but the very real flames quickly consumed whatever pocket of air he fell into. So though he might survive the fall, he may yet suffocate. He had never learned to swim, but the sensations surrounded him easily reminded him of the one time Dudley had pushed him into a full creek. This was his inferno, and damned he would be if he let it kill him. Coaxing the flames downward so his head might break surface proved to be more difficult than summoning them. The flames greedily danced, and the elemental magic didn't want to be banished. His will would not be thwarted, Harry thought furiously. Even as his lungs burned, the column of flame began descending. After what seemed like forever, his head broke surface. Greedy gasp for air almost made him dizzy. More gently than before, Harry descended to the floor. After an eternity, his feet touched blessedly solid ground. He was tempted to faint, but he hadn't completely forgotten the assassins. It was moderately more comfortable being on ground, but he was still vulnerable with no cover. Raising his bloody hand, he summoned the black flame to create a shield even as he threw himself onto the ground. Where were the professors? For God's sake, one of the Quidditch stands was merrily burning. A red burst of light from behind reminded him that his teammates were still out there. His attackers were well hidden in the fringe of the Forbidden Forest. Harry couldn't see his attackers, nor could he spot any of his targets. As soon as he traced the location of one spell, his assassin seemed to shift. This meant one thing: complete chaos. Nothing legal had ever proven to surpass the sheer destructive force of the black flame. Flicking his wand back up into his holster, Harry pulled up two palms before him. Clasping them once and consequently smearing crimson fluid, he concentrating on how it felt to summon the flame. Emotions free, wild heart, and racing mind. Flames wild and sweeping, consuming and powerful. His shield suddenly exploded outward. Nearly 7 feet tall, the shield expanded in a half circle, and with deadly intent it sped toward his assassins. In the blink of an eye, all he could see was black flames and burning shrubbery. It scorched the top of outlying trees, and still it did not stop. Even through the haze, Harry heard 2 distinct yelps. His triumph was shadowed by the growing weakness in his limbs. He had never called the black flame in such a great quantity, and Harry feared he had overexerted himself. His arms grew heavier by the second, and dimly he stared at a drop of red blood that trailed down his wrist and into his robe. His knees gave way and lethargy invaded his bones. He ignored that as best he could as he focused on keeping the black flame burning. Hands crept around his shoulder, familiar and safe, he thought distantly. Bright red hair invaded his field of vision before refocusing into a freckled face with bright blue eyes. "It's all right. Everything's fine, Harry. You can let the flame thingy go," Ron whispered, not quite hiding the tremble in his voice. Another presence positioned itself in front of him. "Everything is fine now, Mr. Potter. You can calm down," said a smooth voice Harry was surprised to identify as Professor Flitwick. Abruptly he stopped feeding his flame. However, it did not end there. He needed to call it back. He couldn't allow the flame to spring free of his control and invade the forest. "To me," his voice echoed in a silence few could hear. "Into a realm ruled by the forces of the nature he called, and that which was his birthright obeyed." Like a flame extinguished because of lack of air, the black flame raced back to its origin even as it dwindled. The moment the last snip of dark fire extinguished, Harry sagged into the waiting arms of Ron and Professor Flitwick. There, Mr. Potter. Everything is all right now. The professors are taking care of everything now," assured the calm voice of Flitwick. From the corner of his eyes, Harry could indeed see various professors running past him and into the scorched land Harry had given rise to. With every breath, strength returned to sluggish limbs. "Let me up," Harry croaked. Shadowy emerald eyes met Flitwick's alert eyes. The former dueling champion studied Harry for a moment before he nodded his acceptance. Arms slung over Ron's shoulder anchored him in an upright position. The fight was over. For the first time since what he could safely call an attempted assassination, Harry was able to see the damage. A few trees had lost what foliage they still had. Luckily, the fire had swept by so fast come spring most of the greenery would have returned. An area easily over 100 feet had been scorched, as well as a large portion of the pitch. A good quarter of the stands that had been raised for the upcoming game still burned from enemy fire. Professors were joined by official gray-robed Aurors in securing the area. Turning back, Harry spotted the pale faces of some of his teammates, their red Gryffindor robes singed and dirty. Halfway between his teammates and him, Harry realized with rising dismay was a still figure clothed in dull red robes. Next to the figure, Madame Pompey's white robes contrasted greatly to the surrounding destruction. Conrad Devaney. Fourth year. Ron whispered near his ear to the question Harry was too weary to ask. We were going to ground when he was hit. A wicked purple light caught him. I don't know what happened, but the next thing I know I'm touching the ground and Devaney is falling. Hit the ground pretty hard. Bastards were still firing, so we couldn't stop. I cast the strongest shield I knew and ran for it. Ginny landed too fast, messed her knee. We took cover behind the burning stands. Well, they weren't burning when we hid behind them. We couldn't see who was firing, but we saw the whole sky light up when you were hit. The flame thingy sprung up and, Harry, don't ever do that again. You've no idea how terrifying it was for you to fall into that flame. I was sure the bastards had set it up. I'll try, Harry assured him. Ron could only smile weakly. Both boys fell silent as Madame Pompey unclasped her cloak and pulled it over Devaney. Besides him, Ron whispered somewhat hoarsely. By fire, and well, and sacred tree, from land and sky, and from the sea, gods, goddesses and ancestors of old, guard your passing, rest your soul, find peace in eternal sleep. Harry was not familiar with wizarding funeral rides, but he could still remember the words that the Dursleys' priest had said right before they were buried. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Lord bless him and keep him. The Lord make his face to shine upon him and be gracious unto him and give him peace. His voice, dry and rough, seemed to surround the trio that stood there just observing. I hate you, a girl screamed. The girl in question sprung from the arms of Professor Sinistra. Half walking, half staggering, she raised a dirty tear-stained face toward Harry. The girl only got halfway toward him before she fell. In all that time not once had she stopped her wailing. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Conrad's dead. He was coming to my house for winter halls. We were going to find a way to break up his mum and her boyfriend. We were going to plan the best prank ever and get back at Richards and Higgs. We were going prank my older brother. The girl's voice dissolved into incoherent babbling. Stunned, Ron and Harry could only stare at the girl with growing unease. He's dead. The girl wailed. It's all your fault. They would have never have come if it wasn't for you. She shrieked, all the while glaring hatefully at Harry. Madame Pompey quickly surrounded the girl as only she could and literally shoved a calming potion down the girl's throat. I hate you, the girl muttered weakly as another calming potion met her lips. Harry studied the girl for a second. Joyce Fairbanks, a half-blood witch from fourth year. A pretty girl with blonde hair and soft hazel eyes. She was part of a quartet that included the now-deceased Devaney and 2 other Gryffindors. Harry had noticed them simply because of the mischievous air that was all too reminiscent of the Marauders. We should be getting you to the hospital wing, Mr. Potter. Flitwick interrupted them. Harry was startled to realize the girl's tirade that had served to echo throughout his body had only been witnessed by a few people. Off to the side, 2 charred figures were bound and levitated by 4 stone-faced Aurors. Slowly Ron proceeded to guide Harry back to Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick at their side but otherwise silent. Mate, Ron asked hesitantly. You know she's a nutter. She probably doesn't mean anything she said, and even if she did, it isn't your fault. Not like you were shooting at us. It's those bloody bastards' fault. Excusing you language, Mr. Weasley, you are correct. The poor girl is obviously distraught, Mr. Potter. Reassured Professor Flitwick. The diminutive professor seemed to hesitate before continuing. Did you know I was a champion dueler for many years, Mr. Potter? Because of my experience, I was granted pseudo-Auror status during the war against the Dark Lord Grindelwald, and in the end I fought just as fiercely as any man called to the battlefield. It was a terrible war, Mr. Potter, even compared to other wars. He who must not be named has waged a campaign of terror and midnight death, but no one can match Grindelwald for the sheer genocide he incited. So many deaths and so much blood I saw, I sometimes still see in my dreams. I saw so many people during those years, people I fought to protect and people I fought to kill. I learned something back then: not everyone can be saved and not everyone can accept that. There were people like Miss Fairbanks and they said much as she said. For a while I believed those people, I felt the weight of their death on my soul and guilt in my heart. Consequently I nearly destroyed myself. Near the end of the war, when our captives were being put on trial, I realized something. War and justice are disturbingly similar, blind when it suits them and all-knowing at turns. It's like that Muggle game. Spin the bottle. The bottle will land on someone and you can't prevent that, can you? In the end, all that is really in your power are your own actions. You can step in the game and reduce everyone's risk of being chosen, or you can stay behind, but never can you completely protect them. It would be arrogant to even think so. The funny thing, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said in a somewhat bitter voice. Those sorts of people are all too often the people who first spin the bottle. What I'm trying to say is you aren't God, so never believe you can control the fate of others. They had reached the hospital wing. Pausing in front of the doors, Harry tentatively set his hand on Flitwick's shoulder. Giving silent thanks to the professor, Harry moved on ahead into the blindingly white room that already had several beds occupied. Harry, Ron, thank Merlin you two are all right, called out Ginny. She was laid out on one of the beds, her legs propped up carefully in order to avoid jarring her injuries. Dear brother, if you ever dump me on first years again, I'll hurt you. I had to calm them and convince them to take me here after reminding them nearly a dozen times how to get here. I think they needed more calming potions than I did. Harry raised an eyebrow in question before gratefully collapsing on a bed. What happened? Ron rolled his eyes in exasperation even as he moved over to his sister to check her injuries. My dear brother, Ginny began, sounding highly affronted, practically sprinted the whole pitch. I swear Ron grew wings. The next thing I know, we're bursting into the castle and he finds a pair of Hufflepuffs and orders them to take me to the hospital wing. Mind you, he scares them witless in the meantime. I wait forever here just wondering what is happening. The ground shook, you know. I assume it was because of what happened. It might have. Harry muttered tiredly. Tell you after I pass out. He proceeded to do just that. Ginny stared at the boy who lived somewhat incredulously. He never told us. She realized. Trust me, you probably wouldn't have understood anyway. I saw it and I'd be less confused if I hadn't. Ron assured her. Well, that is incredibly not helpful. She retorted. I suspect so. Mr. Potter. Are you awake? Harry resisted the urge to burrow his head under his pillow. The bitter scent of herbs was his first clue that he wasn't in his room. For a second he was truly puzzled why he would be in the hospital wing. And then he remembered. Falling, black flame burn land skirth on fire Conrad Ron Joyce Ginny. Harry groaned into his pillow. That was not the best wake-up call ever. Rubbing his eyes tiredly, Harry was surprised to find himself still tired. Woo! Time is it. Harry croaked through a dry throat. Someone placed a blessedly cool cup into his cups. Thankfully it was nothing more terrifying than water. Glad to see you with the living, said a stuffy voice that had ministry written all over it. Oh, stuff it, Woltersnoff, snapped a familiar voice. A gentle hand ran through his hair. Watch her, Harry. Been pulling something mischievous, have you? Gave me quite a scare, young man, sniffed Tonks. I'll try, Nymphadora. An indignant sniff. And not that I don't appreciate you being here, but what are you doing here? Harry asked after finally opening his eyes to see two slightly blurry figures. Bright blue-haired Tonks was near his bedside while another Auror leaned stiffly against the nearest wall. Sharp-eyed and stone-faced, he seemed uncomfortable and impatient despite training meant to betray nothing. About that, I guess you could call us your neighborhood interrogators. Oh, Merlin, Harry, you've any idea of the ruckus rose when Hogwarts alarms started blasting their mouth off? We come here, the Quidditch pitch is burning, a student is dead, several more are injured, and two of the most notorious assassins on records are unconscious and suffering second-degree burns. Excuse me, Harry, if I indulged in some well-deserved hysterics. Or Tonks, I think you're getting off track. We're here to question Mr. Potter. Dolt. Tonks muttered softly enough as not to be heard by her partner. If you say so, Emery. Well, Harry, I'm level 2 Auror Tonks and this is my partner level 3 Auror Emery Woltersnoff. We've been told to ask you about what happened this morning. So far the Ministry is keeping the story quiet from the public. They've grounded all the owls here at Hogwarts, if you can believe it, but we won't be able to keep this silent past a day or two, and when all hell breaks the Ministry would like to be able to explain what happened. Now, Harry, what happened? Harry couldn't help but smile wanly at his god cousin. That's what we all would like to know. Now I don't mind answering some questions so long as I'm able to ask some questions of my own. Or Woltersnoff's stone face tightened in displeasure. He obviously didn't like Harry's forwardness. I don't think you understand the situation, Mr. Potter. You are facing a ministry inquiry on what type of magic you meddled in. The damage incurred to the school in the resulting battle is estimated to reach thousands of galleons. A student is dead, Mr. Potter, and your role in this mess is coming under question. Tonks huffed but remained silent. Or Woltersnoff. I hadn't realized I was facing such charges. Looking at my position, it seems unwise to talk to Orrs without my solicitor present. Perhaps you could arrange a meeting. I should be able to schedule one in a week or so. Woltersnoff's lips thinned even more if possible. There was no way a news blackout could last that long. The news would break before then and the ministry could not be caught ignorant. Madame Bones had all but threatened him with a demotion if he didn't return with a reasonable explanation. They'd even send clumsy Tonks along with him even though she was a field agent in hopes that Potter would be more at ease. Perhaps an informal exchange of information would be more beneficial. Woltersnoff practically spit through clenched lips. Feel free to sit down. As you can tell, I don't feel it best to move to a different setting. Of course, Mr. Potter. Harry let Tonks fluff his pillows as he leaned his back against the headboard. Now, Harry, care to explain how you flambéed 2 men? I'm surprised you didn't recognize it, Tonks. Witteroff. Woltersnoff. I am Sirius Black's son in both the magical and legal meaning of the word. He bound me to his bloodline shortly after I was born, and as such I was gifted with attributes that belong to the Black family. You can't mean what I think you mean, Harry. Tonks all but mo. Ned. It's not possible at such a scale. If you two would enlighten me. Woltersnoff bit out. The Black family has a gift unique to its bloodline. It is commonly called the Black Flame because that is what it essentially is, a black flame summoned. I've never been able to do more than light a candle with the gift, but my mum is quite skilled in the art. I've seen her raise flames that can be several feet tall. That is basically all I did. Sometime after we begun practice, unknown spells were fired into the air. I was higher up, so landing proved somewhat more difficult for me. I would assume my attackers switched off when firing based on how often spells were fired. My broom was hit and the enchantments failed. Although I had my wand, I knew of no spell that would mimic flight since apparition was warded against. The closest one was Wingardium Leviosa, but since I was falling I had no reference point to anchor myself. I needed something to break my fall, so I called a column of black flame to life. The flame caught me and took me to ground. I was still under fire and I had no clue where the attackers were, so I resorted to widespread destruction. If my flame moved quickly enough, I knew it would not be life-threatening. Not the brightest idea, I admit, especially since it landed me in the hospital wing. The next thing I know, the professors were there, and that's about it. Tonks. That was certainly informative. Any questions, Woltersnoff? Is there any proof of this black flame? You could always have me give you a personal demonstration, Harry snapped. Or you can go to the Department of Mysteries. There is a lot of information documented on such elemental abilities as the black flame. Tonks interrupted smoothly. That is, unless you really want a personal demonstration, Emery. For the first time, Woltersnoff appeared to lose some of his composure. Coughing nervously, he merely said, "No thanks. Proof that you indeed share Mr. Black's blood. The fact I wear his ring and suffer no backlash should be proof enough. The magical enchantments laid out on the ring prevent all but the rightful owner from wearing it. Now, I want to know about my attackers, assassins, you said." Tonks looked at Woltersnoff expectatively. The man in question was tempted to not answer, but one look at the boy made him think he would end up regretting it. Reginald Cohen alias Pharaoh. Wanted by the British Ministry, the American Ministry, the Russian Ministry, and the French Ministry for murder, extortion, assault, impersonating an official, dragon poaching, kidnapping, theft, smuggling, and blood magic. He's been at large since 1978, when he was apprehended in China for 3 weeks before escaping. Pharaoh has a reputation in less than savory circles as one of the best assassins and consequently one of the most expensive. From what the Department of Magical Law has been able to determine, Pharaoh has had little dealings within the British Isles since the assassination of Hughes and Olivia Thorne in 1987, a murder he is the prime suspect in. Next is Emis Faa, suspected to origin from one of the gypsy clans the Dark Lord Grindelwald destroyed. He sports a similar record as Pharaoh, although he's only been charged with murder, impersonating an official, and smuggling. The Russian ministry is particularly keen on bringing him to trial after the murder of Representative Gavril Davidosa of the International Confederation of Wizards. Mr. Faa also holds a particularly notorious reputation as an assassin. Both are currently sedated and heavily guarded, awaiting decisions pending where they will be tried at and of course what charges you yourself wish to file against them. You made more than one or swallow their tongue. Those two fellows were identified. Tonks discreetly informed him. So, someone with money hired those two charming fellows. Lovely. Harry couldn't help but mutter. Winkerliff. Woltersnoff. I think these are all the questions I am willing to answer without a solicitor present. I believe you have all the information needed to explain the events of this morning. This day does just want end, and I will be sure to contact the ministry later on to file the appropriate paperwork. It was lovely seeing you again, Tonks, and it was nice meeting you as well, or want life. Wolter. Never mind, I give up, said the Auror before he shook his head weakly and walked out of Harry's private room. Tonks erupted in giggles she had been suppressing for quite a while. Brilliant Harry, he's a complete prick. Usually I never see him because he has a desk job, but this sort of thing falls under his duties. By the way, your winter ball date told me to give you her best. I hope you two have fun, and just so you know, I'll be part of security that night. Go back to sleep, Tonks said brightly as she tweaked his nose and followed her partner out of the room. Harry stared at her disappearing figure for a moment before he decided this day had gone on long enough. Pulling the covers over his head, he promptly decided to pass out once more. Hogwarts. 2. Fire. Ministry. Dead. Dormant poison? Pharaoh questioned. Harry turned uneasily in sleep. Whispers invaded his unconscious mind, but frankly all he wanted was the sweet oblivion of sleep. Who ordered? Rage. Displeasure. His will would not be thwarted. Harry Mo. Ned his distress. Had anyone been in the hospital wing at that hour, no doubt he would have been woken from restless dreams. Unfortunately for him, Madame Pompey had called it a night 2 hours ago when Miss Fairbanks was doused with another sleeping potion. Mr. Devaney's parents did not need the young girl's hysterics when they came to collect their son. Plus, for safety's sake, he had been moved to a private room. Harry fell to his knees. His breath was expelled by the sudden jar to his body. Quickly he sprung back. Crouching, his wrist flicked back to release his wand. His fingers clamped on air. Pushing back his sleeves, his eyes were met with an unarmed forearm. Harry didn't let that detour him. His fingers flew up to his upper arm where a gauntlet hid a Muggle dagger. Not good. Harry took a quick survey of his surroundings. So far he was alone in what looked like a study. The only light he could see was from a low-lit fireplace. A neat desk had a scattering of objects that reminded Harry strangely of the headmaster's office. The walls were lined with books of every size and shape. Much to his confusion, he realized there were no doors. An attempt at apparition left him feeling drained and disordered. That might not have been a good idea, he thought woozily. I would not do that again, Mr. Potter. The voice was cultured and cold, and Harry just happened to know it as well as his own. Voldemort, Harry said simply. It wasn't a greeting exactly, but neither was it filled with the usual fright one felt when meeting the Dark Lord himself. Do sit down, Mr. Potter. Voldemort invited as he sat behind the lone desk. Harry carefully sat down in a chair that he knew had not been there during his original inspection. Where are we? It seems neither of us was able to occlude our emotions. The strength of our emotions tore the barriers between our minds, and you, my heir, have been pulled into my mind. At least that explained everything, Harry thought somewhat helplessly. It also gave rise to a whole new set of problems. Minds were tricky business to meddle in. For those trapped in a master occlumencer's mind, it was all too simple to activate defensive mechanisms that could easily leave one trapped in mental walls. Much as he was trapped in Voldemort's mind right now. It was no coincidence Harry found himself in a doorless room. Luckily, Harry was powerful enough that even if he couldn't break free, he should be able to incapacitate the Dark Lord if things should turn for the worse. I understand why I'm emotional. Harry curled his lip in distaste. But what's gone wrong in your life? Foolish boy. The Dark Lord hissed. For the first time since Harry had fallen under a truce, he witnessed Voldemort's terrible anger. Have you learned nothing in all this time? Harry couldn't help but recoil from his rage. Are you truly an incompetent, simple-minded child? 16 years ago that thrice-damned curse bound our lives together. 2 years ago your blood strengthened the connection between us. When I feel rage, you feel the echoes of my anger. When you feel anger, I sense it. Our minds have become connected together, and should one of us die, do not think the other will not suffer in the bond's destruction. Harry stiffened. When he spoke, his voice came out emotionless, his face a mask of everything he was. Is that why you made me your heir? Harry asked, never once looking away from crimson eyes. The serpentine face lost its anger as something akin to understanding flashed briefly before settling into a mask of his own. No, Harry, that is not why. I believe in fate too much, as do you. One way or another, I know you will find your way into the final battle, and as my heir, I can only win. I have never said I would fight for you, Harry said warily, all too aware of the dangerous present in Voldemort's mind. The Dark Lord smiled. Not the most pleasant sight ever. I've never believed you would, to be honest. But my heir, Slytherin, will always win. If you should side against me, then either I as Lord live on, or a worthy heir will succeed me. That sounds like you doubt yourself. Harry mocked, trying to understand why he felt so relieved upon hearing Voldemort's answer. Never, hissed the older man. But I am Slytherin, and Slytherins always win. Harry couldn't hide a smirk of amusement. At least I now know you weren't the one to order the assassination. My heir, what little faith you have in me. Do you know who did? Harry asked tentatively. Voldemort had enough spies to have access to the type of classified information no one would tell Harry. As much as it displeases me, I don't. The gypsy mudblood had injected himself with poison prior his mission. Had he not been able to return and take the antidote, he assured no one would force him to reveal his secrets. He died approximately 5 hours after capture. And the other, Voldemort's voice dropped in displeasure. The other took no such precautions. He was arrogant enough to believe he would never be captured. Unfortunately for him, someone else did no such thing. Pharaoh was assassinated 7 hours after capture, having never regained conscious. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. He did not like it that both were dead. They had been the only lead to whomever had ordered the hit. Whoever that was had just proven not only did they have money, but they had spies within the Ministry's so-called restricted areas. Unfortunately for me, anyone from a silent Death Eater supporter to vengeful Fudge could have hired them. I doubt they'll tell me anything more than what I've managed to drag out of my interrogator. Know this, my heir. None that call me master ordered this. They know your life belongs to me. Harry smiled sardonically, not at all frightened. Disturbed perhaps, but not frightened. It was destiny. Now, leave my mind. Harry woke with a gasp. False dawn lightened the sky outside his room. Except for his harsh breathing, the room was silent. He did not need this. His head was beginning to merrily pound, and the Wizengamot meeting would be today, and by the Dark King he was not going to miss Fudge publicly announce his resignation. If he managed to have any luck at all, he would be able to sleep for an hour or two more. Things could not keep screwing him over. Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey's shriek could be heard echoing throughout the hospital wing and into the corridors. Somewhere near the Great Hall, Harry smiled. There had yet to be a man that could withstand Madame Pomfrey's coddling. Harry had chosen not to fight battles he knew he had little chance of winning. The Gryffindor dorms were still empty. Up in his dorm room, 3 of the 5 beds still housed their occupants. Knowing Neville the boy had been up since dawn, Harry confidently went to his truck. Only something care of the Weasley twins would wake this sleeping trio. Pulling his family robes from his trunk, he also retrieved a plain wooden box, the type someone would have made in shop class. Dudley had made it years ago at smelting. The box wasn't all that neat, but Harry couldn't muster the will to throw it away. With Marge Dursley dead, no one was left to remember the Dursleys. He was not all that troubled about the world forgetting Vernon and Petunia, but Dudley hadn't even been 16 when he died. He'd been an annoying bugger well on his way to being an ass equal to Vernon, but no one would ever know now. The rough box was stuffed with 5 years' worth of letters. But it was the lining that Harry was interested in. Digging in his fingertips, he dug out the Black and Potter family rings. He had less than 20 minutes before Dumbledore would be escorting the heirs off the school grounds, and 10 minutes would be wasted getting to the site. Harry pulled the robes over his head, his fingers skipping over the buttons with an ease learned from sometime during his stay with the Dursleys. His shaggy hair, which was finally growing enough to be pulled back in a tie, he couldn't too much but run his hands several times through it. Finding one of Seamus' old history essays, Harry scrawled a quick note on the blank back. Ron was a good mate, but even he would finally snap if he found Harry had left Hogwarts a day after an attempted assassination with nary a word of warning. A minute later the room was empty save 3 snoring boys. Pinned on Ron's hand with a well-used if irritating sticking charm was a short message. Ron. Gone to Ministry of Magic. Can't miss Fudge's day in the spotlight. Am fine. Avoid Madame Pomfrey if you know what I mean. Harry. S. Harry. Squeaked Neville in what probably wasn't the most dignified moment in his life. The sandy-haired boy actually took several feet back before falling on his backside. It didn't help that his jaw had become unhinged in surprise. But, you aren't, I mean, Madame Pomfrey, stuttered the boy. Harry helped his friend up before giving him a wry smile. There's plenty of things I shouldn't have done but did anyway. You really think this is any different? Neville sighed helplessly as he dusted his robes. I suppose not. Neville's little scene had attracted the attention of all the other heirs who had previously been ignoring the Longbottom heir in favor of gossiping. From Zabini's side, Theodore bowed his head in greeting even as he sent him a welcoming look, however discreet it was. Is it true, Potter? The Malfoy heir said as he pushed past his peers to stand before Harry. Malfoy narrowed his eyes at Harry with certain maliciousness reserved for the latter. Did someone really try to kill you yesterday? Something like that, Harry answered absent-mindedly. To Harry's senses, Malfoy seemed even darker than the last time they spoke. Tainted. Harry's heart twisted in helpless pity. We all pay our father's sins. Whether it is against another person, ourselves, or even the world, we all pay for the sins of those that came before us. I told you, you'd be lucky to graduate. You should have known what happens to those that follow Dumbledore. Your parents certainly learned the hard way. Malfoy taunted. Harry knew the headmaster would be there any second now. He didn't need to give him a reason to ground him from going to the ministry. Harry gave Malfoy a chilled smile the latter would learn to recognize from the Dark Lord, that is if he lived long enough to find out. I might not live past graduation, but I'll make sure I'm not the only one. Harry whispered so softly no one save Malfoy heard him. Those who have everything to lose fear those who have nothing to gain. Malfoy paled at the parcel tongue whispered into his ear. Smoothly, as if nothing had happened, Harry stepped away from the blonde boy just in time to see the headmaster coming toward them. Good morning, gentlemen, and of course lady, said Dumbledore as he nodded his greeting to Hannah Abbott. I take it we are all here. Mr. Potter, might I have a word with you? Blue eyes twinkled brightly. His question was polite enough, but anyone that knew the man knew it was a command. Harry agreeably stepped away from the air so he might have some privacy. Now, my boy, are you sure you should be out after such eventful day? Dumbledore asked with concerned blue eyes. I'm fine. Fine. My dear boy, you have always held that word under a loose definition. I'm only concerned you might overextend yourself. Madame Pomfrey, who I very much suspect is quite miffed at you, would not appreciate a relapse. But you will do as you see fit, so I suppose I should warn you. Your attackers are both dead and most of the Wizengamot is aware of basic events, though we have succeeded in keeping it quiet from the general public, at least for the time. Harry nodded his head in understanding. His throat felt awfully dry. Somehow it seemed far scarier with so many people knowing of the attack. It's not like it could have been kept a secret for much longer, and at least this way anyone that thinks to go after me will know I have some sort of protection. For a moment Dumbledore looked as old as his brother Aberforth. I am truly regretful for the events that led this. Those men should have never been able to trespass on Hogwarts grounds and those that call it home. Harry stood before the man in silence. For all his manipulations, Harry realized Dumbledore genuinely cared about the students. Sir, you couldn't have known. Harry said tentatively, his voice demure. Dumbledore didn't say anything, but the dim twinkle in his eyes brightened slightly. Silently, Dumbledore placed a pale hand on Harry's shoulder. I am sorry, Harry, he said quietly, none of his usual joviality present. Silently, he moved on to join the other heirs. So quietly the headmaster could not have heard Harry repeated. You couldn't have known. For a moment he stood staring at the retreating figure. For the first time Harry saw past his anger and disappointment, and in that moment he regretted that he couldn't trust Dumbledore anymore. He regretted that he would never know the man behind the light side. Harry, you coming? Called back Neville, Zabini standing stiffly at his side. Coming. The Ministry Apparition Station was busy that Saturday morning. Reclusive lords that smelled of damp and wax slowly made their way to the great chamber alongside pale ambassadors. They might not have known the significance of the day, but most were seasoned enough to sense the tension in the air. Dumbledore immediately left them in search of his own affairs. The heirs broke off to find their faction and faction leaders. Harry watched them all quietly. Silently he signaled Neville and Theodore to follow him into one of the private galleries they had talked in long ago. You sure you should be here? Neville asked once they were alone. Yesterday was pretty rough. Harry nodded tensely. Unsurprisingly, neither Neville nor Theodore seemed to believe him. Harry could only shrug off their concern. Flicking his wand into his palm, Harry cast a silencing charm on the room. Tilting his head, he motioned the other two boys to join him near the window overlooking the other lords. Today, Fudge will announce his resignation, Harry said. The three boys fell silent as they contemplated what this meant for them and their world. About time, Neville finally said with bitter joy. My mother keeps up with gossip, Theodore said carelessly. One of the women she plays bridge with is married to a lord of the governing council. Fudge was facing impeachment, and wanting to avoid such a scandal he is supposed to resign due to medical reasons. But won't this mean a new minister will have to elect his own governing council? Why would they vote to lose their power? Theodore snorted. And wait for the full Wizengamot to call a vote of no confidence. No one wants to be associated with a disaster, and Fudge has been one since the day he was elected. Oh, Neville said softly. So who will lead the wizarding world now? Marcus Garing acknowledged. Light wizard that served 7 years in the governing council. Fudge is pushing for this vote, Theodore said, nodding toward the man who hovered near the front of the podium. Dimitri Reinhardt, a former Auror who later became head of the legal department. Very no-nonsense sort of bloke. He ran against Fudge 10 years ago during Fudge's first term and again during the second term. My gran used to have him over for tea. A lot of the old-timers admire him for his work during the First War. He was behind a lot of the harsher laws for Death Eater, but in the end over half were never passed. I think Gran said something about Malfoy advising against it, Neville said haltingly as he tried to recall everything he knew of the man. Amos Diggory. I don't think he answers directly to Dumbledore, but he is the man that the headmaster will be pushing forward. With Fudge a goner, Dumbledore has invited those against the Dark Lord to form a sort of coalition, and Diggory as their figurehead. Harry added. What do you think? Neville finally asked. Garing stinks of someone else's money. Reinhardt I don't know about, and Diggory seems the popular choice. Listen, I know you two have offered me your support, but what I will do you might not agree with. I am mostly acting on personal reasons, so I won't expect your support, though I certainly will appreciate it. Harry paused, letting either boy comment. When neither said anything, he continued. Diggory probably is the best choice. His record within the ministry cannot be faulted. He's never been too heavily connected to Fudge and his cronies, and he is too arrogant to become a puppet government for Dumbledore. However, I will do all I can to sabotage his campaign. Diggory hates me, and I don't trust him to give me peace the day this war is over. One way or another, I'll make sure Diggory never gains enough power to chuck me in a cell for war crimes. Harry said grimly. Diggory, as in Cedric Diggory, Neville said as Harry stoically nodded. Theodore cold pale eyes softened. Wouldn't Dumbledore rein Diggory in? Neville reasoned. The headmaster would never let him go after you like that. Neville, I was mostly out of it yesterday, but did you hear what happened after the attack was over? That is, Neville looked uneasy and unwilling to speak, so Theodore answered what they all knew. Devaney. Devaney had a close friend on the team, Joyce Fairbanks. When she found out Devaney was dead, she blamed me. Not once did she turn toward our attackers that were being restrained just a few feet away. There is no difference between this situation and the one at the end of 4th year. I lived and someone died, and in the end I was supposed to have done more. Fairbanks is a child, but some people never lose childish ideas, and Diggory is one of those. I trust Dumbledore to keep Diggory restrained, but at the end of this war the world will reshape itself to fit new leaders. There is no guarantee Dumbledore will live or that I will not have done something to earn me an Azkaban cell. You really think Diggory will win? Theodore asked. He will. If Rufus Scrimgeour should run, he might win, but it doesn't look like he will. What will you then? Neville asked. Harry gazed down at the lords who were slowly finding seats. A new governing council will be voted in. I will do all I can. Theodore nodded his understanding. Who shall we be keeping an eye on? Look to where the founder's heirs point to. I've made arrangements. Harry didn't know if what he planned would be enough, but it was all he could do. On the bright side, he might not be sane when Voldemort died. The three boys abandoned the gallery room in search of other entertainment. Theodore disappeared into the crowd, his forest green family robes fading into a sea of people. Neville made sure he was always a few steps away from Harry. The former had not quite forgotten his first Wizengamot session, though Harry suspected it wasn't because lack of trying. The boys had been separated, and Harry had foolishly believed Neville would be relatively okay. However, Neville managed to summon the same luck he possessed when blowing up cauldrons in Snape's class. The poor boy stumbled upon one of the oldest lords that was half-deaf and kept referring to Neville as Frank, all the meanwhile insisting that his 38-year-old great-niece was perfect for him. Neville managed to stutter out a negative. Unfortunately, the old lord nodded his understanding only to start applauding the laurels of his 11-year-old great-great-niece. By then Neville had been too stunned to even mount a weak protest. A pleasure to see you. A rich, cultured voice said behind Harry. Harry titled his head back before fully turning his body to the woman speaking. She was a beautiful woman and, like her sisters, just as remarkable. Narcissa Black had been an ice queen, porcelain beauty and cool silk, while Bellatrix Black was a dark warrior, smoky eyes and velvet steel. Andromeda Black Tonks claimed a beauty of her own. Chocolate hair and honey eyes were full of life and warmth. Today she looked lovely in tailored robes, the rich red and black contrasting with her coloring. The black thestral reared upon her crest and the silver button on her collar correctly identified her as ambassador of the Black family. Mrs. Tonks, it is wonderful to finally meet you face to face. Too true, young man. I've heard so much about you from my daughter. Harry smiled in remembrance. I hope it was nothing too awful. Nothing too awful, she agreed. Andromeda casually turned to study the wizards scattered from the top seats to the floor podium. My, can you believe I have never been here? I don't believe you've met Neville Longbottom. A pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Neville said as he bowed shortly to her. His wide blue eyes were stunned at meeting the famous Black daughter. The pleasure is mine, young man. You certainly are the spitting image of your mother, though your eyes can only be your grandmother Eunice's. Unfortunately, I never knew Alice all that well, though I remember her mother as a very strong-willed woman. If I recalled correctly, my uncle would always come home in such a rage from the Wizengamot. I remember having the utmost admiration for her in my youth. Neville smiled widely, his shyness forgotten. Harry recognized the hunger shining in his face as the hunger only an orphan had for knowing more about his family. He recalled that Alice Longbottom's family was either dead or in the Americans. Neville's maternal relatives had little contact with the boy, having mostly fled Britain even before he was born. My grandmother Eunice died before I was born, but one of my aunts would tell me stories of her. I wish I could have met her. Don't fret, young man. I see much of Eunice in you. You'd miss the woman in a crowd, but speak one ill word about something she cared about and she'd go after you with a vengeance. Neville smiled more easily. Harry discreetly nodded his thanks to Andromeda. She was certainly gifted at putting people at ease. If you two gentlemen could lead me toward my seat. Simultaneously, both Harry and Neville offered her their arms. She smiled pleasantly and took both arms. Harry supposed anyone that raised Tonks would have to be incredibly good-natured. Or at least incredibly patient. Harry listened absent-mindedly as Andromeda recalled stories of Eunice Crowley, the ambassador of the Crowley family who served under her brother-in-law, Lord Crowley. In the end, Eunice's mother and sisters fled to the Americans in the mid-70s. The current Lord Crowley was supposedly a distant cousin of Neville's, although the Lord was nearly 60 years old. Harry made sure to keep Andromeda between them. Tonks had warned him about her mum's notoriety. Observing more than one wide-eyed wizard gaping at them, Harry could believe the need for such caution. Over a quarter of a century ago, the lovely eldest niece of Lord Black was poised to finish her Hogwarts schooling and marry a man chosen by her lord. She was everything a pure-blooded girl should be: cultured, elegant, beautiful, and wealthy. The Black family had always been good at hiding their infighting from public eyes. To their peers they were an upstanding family. Perhaps that is why a scandal brewed when overnight news broke out that Andromeda Black had married without the consent of her family and with a Muggle nonetheless. For over 10 years she vanished into the Muggle world, hiding from the vicious retribution of the Blacks. She might have been disowned, but the Blacks had long memories and longer grudges. The only reason she consented to send her daughter to Hogwarts was because by then most of the elder Blacks were either dead or in Azkaban. In fact, Narcissa was the only one in any position to exact revenge, but as the wife of Malfoy her concerns lay elsewhere. Within days Andromeda had become a pariah in the social circles she used to attend and the object of gossip everywhere. Since her disownment, Andromeda had lived a life of seclusion in the Muggle world alongside her husband Ted Tonks. Rarely had she ventured back into the world of her birth. Despite that, Harry couldn't help but admire how smoothly she acted. He admitted to himself if he was to move back into the Muggle world he would be reasonably lost. There was so much of normal Muggle life he never learned. Plus he had spent over 2 years completely immersed in the magical world. Harry led Neville and Andromeda enter the aisle. Their seats were boarding a large coalition of neutral lords. Among them the grandfatherly face of Lord Elias McNevin eagerly greeted longtime friends. Andromeda Black. She was a gray-haired woman with a youthful face. Curious cinnamon eyes studied Andromeda with wonder. The latter stared at the woman with bafflement. Genevieve Bailey. Andromeda said slowly. It is you, Andromeda. I can't remember the last time I saw you. Oh dear, it's Davis now. I married back in '75. You look absolutely lovely, dear. You've hardly changed at all. As you can see, dear, I went gray right after I had my first child. Merlin knows we weren't all blessed like you. And who are these two gentlemen? I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Some days I think I'm completely hopeless. I'm Genevieve Davis, ambassador of the Davis family. A pleasure, Harry murmured as he bowed shortly to her. I'm Harry Potter. And I'm Neville Longbottom. Oh dear, murmured Lady Davis. A little young for you, aren't they? You misunderstand, Andromeda said, smiling easily. These two young men were keeping me company. I married right after Hogwarts to Ted Tonks. We have a daughter. She's been an Auror for several years now. Lovely, dear. You remember my husband Alastor Davis? He's in France on business. Any children? Oh yes, 4. My eldest son went to Beauxbaton and is working alongside Alastor. The French always knew how to teach manners, he's such a gentleman. My daughter went to Hogwarts. It's her last year. She's quite fond of the Maclay boy, Garrett's son. I expect any day now he'll be asking Alastor for a formal marriage contract. And of course the twins. I wanted them to go to Beauxbaton just like Pierre, but in the end their father decided Hogwarts would be best. At least Tracy is there to keep an eye on them, but next year they'll be all alone and Merlin knows what I'll do then. Andromeda gave her a fond smile. Nymphadora was more than enough for me. She was such a strong witch I suspect the Obliviators knew us by face. You really should come over for tea sometime. It's so easy to lose track. Oh my, what do you suppose is happening over there? Harry turned to study the commotion occurring. A figure was entering the chamber and 2 Aurors were gesturing wildly. A smooth wave of one hand and several words were apparently enough to dismiss 2 sulking Aurors. The Aurors might have left, but the wizard lords made no move to divert their attention. The figure glided in between the nervous wizards. Almost unilaterally the figure moved directly toward him. Elegant royal blue robes lined with silver fell comfortably over the tall figure. The man's pale features stood out starkly in contrast with long black hair and dark sunglasses. Harry didn't have to look to know sensitive yellow eyes hid behind those lenses. It was the mark of a vampire. Completely nocturnal creatures, their eyes were designed to see even in the dimmest of lights and were powerful enough to spot a tiny mouse in a cornfield. As such, their eyes could not stand direct light without damaging the retina. Mr. Potter, the vampire said smoothly, I hope you didn't encounter too much trouble. Nothing I couldn't handle. I am Valine, Child of Elder Amos Ferox of Clan Calaga, ambassador for the Morrigan family. A pleasure, Ambassador Valine. Oh dear, murmured Lady Davis, her cinnamon eyes wide. These are my companions Andromeda Black Tonks, Genevieve Davis, and Neville Longbottom. Valine nodded to each. As a rule, most vampires disliked touching others. Neither Neville nor Lady Davis had lost their wide-eyed look. It didn't help that surrounding wizards were studying the little group curiously. What some of them wouldn't do right about now for a pair of extendable ears. Harry had never met Valine before, but when he had asked Amos for help, he had understood the vampire elder couldn't make an appearance at the ministry. Most vampires his age had committed more than enough legal infractions to be detained by Aurors on site. Legally, vampires were subject to vampire law, but once they crossed wizards, they fell under ministry jurisdiction. Valine was young enough to still have a clean record. Even as Harry sat down, he couldn't help but notice the brilliant gold robes of a lone middle-aged woman. She stoically sat down in an empty seat conveniently midway from the top deck. Eleanor Gibbons had arrived. For several years I have led the wizarding world, from the aftermath of the last war and through more than a decade of peace. As our world prepares to face the threat of another war, one regret to inform you my health can no longer permit me to dedicate my all to my office. He's as healthy as a horse, whispered Lady Davis, who chose to sit behind them. It now falls upon my esteemed colleagues to select a minister that can stand strong against this new threat and govern the ministry through a smooth transaction of administration. I have faith that you will all choose wisely and the new administration will rise successfully to meet these troubled times. Like Goring has a snowball's chance in hell, Lady Davis said. I now turn you over to Albus Dumbledore. Harry politely joined everyone as they clapped for the newcomer. The headmaster smiled pleasantly as he took Fudge's place behind the podium. This is certainly exciting. Let's move on, shall we? As Mugwump of the Wizengamot, I will serve as Master of Ceremonies till now and the night of December the 21st, at which time the new minister will be sworn in. At this time, all present can nominate a member of the Wizengamot or a ministry employee who has served at least 10 years. They must be registered as a British wizard with the Department of Wizarding Records. The floor is open to nominations. The floor recognizes Lord Arnold Arvel. I nominate ministry employee Marcus Goring, said a pale thin man sitting next to Fudge. Who will confirm this nomination? Dumbledore asked professionally. Besides him, a magical ledger kept a transcript of all those speaking. Sitting next to the ledger, a stern-eyed witch gripped her wand severely. Her face clearly warned them as if they were nothing but children that she was keeping an eye out for anyone magicking the ledger. Harry calmly listened as the potential ministers were nominated. There was no need for a long campaign. All the campaigning needed was to be focused on those present. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Theodore glance at him in question. Harry discreetly shook his head as one after another wizard was nominated and was either confirmed or denied by their peers. There weren't that many. There would only be one minister in contrast to 13 members of the governing council. The ministers' nominees were all named Marcus Goring, Dimitri Rienharth, Amos Diggory, and the unknown Humphrey Highwell. Moving along then, Dumbledore said from the podium. The governing council will now accept nominations. The magical ledger fluttered as another page unfurled and a floating quill readied to take note. From besides him Valine stood. The surrounding wizards, who were in the middle of whispering excitedly to their neighbors, stilled. The common well-bred pureblood would have never before come so close to a vampire. The floor recognizes. Dumbledore asked curiously, his eyes holding a mixture of interest and wariness. Ambassador Valine Calaga. The Morrigan family nominates Lord Axtros Montague. Valine sat down calmly with a composure Harry couldn't help but envy. From his spot Montague calmly nodded as his friends turned to the wizard in surprise. Fudge spluttered and several other wizards jumped excitedly. Harry couldn't help but smirk. He couldn't hope to control the would-be minister. However, he could insert enough people in the governing council to guard against the minister's more questionable edicts. People that were loyal to him or at the very least possessed a formidable enough character not to be dragged under the minister's will. He'd chosen carefully. By nominating them, he granted them the support of his name. It was then up to them to fight their way onto the council. If they couldn't do that, they wouldn't be able to survive the inner politics of the council. Harry didn't expect all of them to succeed. As a precaution, he would be nominating several people. Most of them under a different family theoretically bound to the Lord Morrigan. News of Morrigan's nomination seemed to have stunned the wizards. Some of the less confident wizards wavered in the face of confronting the will of a founding family. Taking advantage of their stupor, Ms. Gibbons stood. The floor recognizes. If the look of unease on Dumbledore's face was anything to go by, he recognized the crest of the woman he had just signaled out. Ambassador Eleanor Gibbons. The Gryffindor family nominates Lord Elias McNevin. Dumbledore blinked for a second, almost as if he didn't quite trust what he heard. He could only ponder what mad folly his brother had fallen into this time. For a moment the wizard lords' chatter echoed in the chamber. Gryffindor had been a name none had heard within their lifetime in this chamber. It was a name of legend, its family long suspected to have ended. Order! Echoed the sonorous enhanced voice of Dumbledore. Who will confirm this nomination? A flurry of wizards stood. Even some that sat dead center within the ranks of Fudge and Dumbledore sprang to their feet. Under his breath Harry snickered. This is what happens when you teach a generation that Gryffindor can do no wrong. On his side Andromeda stood. The floor recognizes Ambassador Andromeda Black-Tonks. Dumbledore said evenly. This day was turning out far too many surprises for an old man. The Black family nominates ministry employee Elspeth Cricklow. Plenty of people seconded that nomination. Andromeda was a formidable legend of her own. The pure-blooded daughter that married a Muggle. The woman that defied one of the darkest families. A pure-blooded witch who did not bow to the Dark Lord, but neither did she seek refuge within Dumbledore's circle. She attracted the not-so-dark, the Muggle lovers, and the neutrals. Honestly, her name had become legend, and she knew how to use it. Harry stood up. The floor recognizes Lord Harold Potter. The look on Dumbledore's face was inscrutable. This was the first time Harry had ever involved himself openly with politics, and Dumbledore didn't exactly know how to take it. On one hand, Harry held plenty of anger for a majority of people that had protected him over the years. On the other, Harry was Voldemort's nemesis and as such the Dark's enemy. The Potter family nominates Lord Edmund Sturgis. A coalition of people enamored with the Golden Boy and his legend stood up. Only an idiot could lose with Harry Potter's name behind him. Harry lazily watched as the rest of the nominees were called up. The people and legends surrounding the first batch of nominees had intimidated more than one wizard with aspirations of power. Some names called up were allies of his, others were not. His ambassador knew which names to watch out for and support. They didn't act simultaneously, for that would reveal without a doubt their alliance. Ian Seymour, Mycroft Rolfe, Graham Fogg, Esther Doyle, Harriet Sedgwick, Gordon Wyatt. Something just over 30 names were selected. From them 13 people would succeed into the council. Out of 10 witches and wizards Harry backed, he only needed 5 to actually win a seat. That would create a healthy enough block to stop the ministry's more undesirable plans. Oh dear, muttered Lady Davis. This is certainly unusual. Indeed, Andromeda said dryly. Harry kept his smirk to himself. Sean and Bast Brungle. Fudge is pushing last-minute edicts through the Wizengamot. Werewolf rights are slated to come up for vote in a private hearing with his council within days. Rumors have said werewolves will be tagged and routinely checked for dark activity. Remember Ministry Edict 728B and the liberties taken by certain Aurors. Fudge will pass them, so be prepared. Next minister probably won't revoke them till the war is over. Hide as much as you can and be prepared for Auror vengeance after any major loss by the ministry. Please be careful. Don't end up on the wrong side of a wand. Evan Mortifer. Hogwarts was completely blanked in snow as November faded. Life continued for those that called Hogwarts home, and for a time the Second War could be forgotten as the holiday cheer fell on the students. Throughout the wizarding world, witches and wizards prepared themselves for a festive season, if somewhat forcibly. News of Fudge's retirement seemed to lift the spirits of those that had long since believed the man incompetent. With the hope of a new minister came the hope that someone would finally take charge and turn the war around. It also didn't hurt that the near-constant raids on Muggle and outlying wizards seemed to have fallen into a lull. People took it as a sign that the war was turning around. Harry couldn't help but think this was the calm before the storm. Voldemort was gathering his strength for a major assault. They should have been preparing. They should have been stocking up on medical supplies, planning defenses, and making escape plans. Sometimes it was easy to forget what you shouldn't have. The end of November also brought Gryffindor's first match against Ravenclaw. Harry's assassination attempt had in the end injured Ginny's knee too much for Madame Pomfrey to safely allow the girl to continue flying. The loss of a beater had also hampered the team, and if that wasn't enough, the barely hidden animosity the Fairbanks girl held toward Harry seemed to leave a sour note in everyone's game. By all rights, Gryffindor should have lost. In the end, their saving grace was Ravenclaw's newest Seeker. The Seekers were the ones that ended the game, and Cho's replacement was no match against Harry. The game was over before Ravenclaw scored too much, and after Fairbanks threw the quaffle suspiciously close to Harry. That didn't earn the girl much sympathy from him. Quidditch was perhaps one of the few things that let him escape his life. He didn't need or want the drama of a girl tangled up with anger and grief. Since the fateful day Devaney died, Harry had noticed Fairbanks seemed to be stalking him. It wasn't just her, of course. The other two members of the Broken Quartet always seemed to be around him in the common room, the Great Hall, and library. Needless to say, Harry's patience only extended so far. Someone had obviously already talked to Fairbanks about her behavior. For although she was antagonist toward him, she wouldn't express her opinions, though she dearly wanted to. The week of mourning following Devaney's death had been especially filled with hateful glares. It wasn't that Harry didn't care that the boy died. Honestly, it was a rotten thing to have happened to such a young boy. But if Harry had learned anything in 7 years at Hogwarts, was he couldn't control everything, and he couldn't take responsibility for every disaster. Never mind that he usually ended being in the middle of said disaster. The beginning of December marked Theodore's coming of age. Harry never asked, but based on a markedly coolness several Slytherins showed, he knew without a doubt Theodore had been approached by the Dark Lord, and refused. Harry and Theodore's friendship had steadily grown. Besides obvious political goals, they had little to connect them to the other. But they both shared a quiet restraint within themselves that called to the other strongly. They understood some secrets weren't meant to be shared, and some things should never be repeated. Sometimes silence was the best thing you could offer someone. Perhaps Harry really was more of a Slytherin than the Sorting Hat had thought. Over the weeks, something in Hogwarts had been growing. Ron and Ginny told him of several strangers that would join McGonagall in her office after dinner as well as during the weekend. Harry didn't dare spy on someone so high up within the order. He might have had the power to do so, but there was no way he wouldn't trip an alarm. He simply didn't know all the tricks out there. Term steadily threw to a close, and Harry prepared to spend his last holiday at Hogwarts. Harry encouraged his friends to go home. The remaining Weasleys were prepared to spend the holiday with him, but Harry knew better than to accept. Plus, sometimes he thought it would have been better if Ginny transferred to another school. She was susceptible to bouts of depression, and Hogwarts really wasn't the best place for her. But Harry recognized that if she left, she would lose the daily support of her friends. Ginny was prone to cling to Ron and Harry as her protectors. Mostly she spent her time with Luna and, surprisingly, Neville. She needed her family around her more than she would care to admit. In the common room, Neville and Harry absent-mindedly played a game of Exploding Snap. It was winter's solstice, and both were more than a little nervous about the night that was to come. So far they had spent the morning killing time with a stream of games. Neither was in any state to do anything productive. Sometime during the early afternoon, both boys gave up and went to change. Harry knew immediately someone must have helped Neville choose his robe. Honestly, neither boy was all that fashion savvy. Neville dressed in warm chocolate brown robes tailored to perfection. He'd lost the baby fat around his face, and his whole frame gave off a steady confidence he'd cultivated in later years. "Who'd you end up asking, Nev?" The other boy grimaced. "More like she asked me. Actually, She sort of rescued me from some girls. He smiled nervously. Hannah Abbott. From Hufflepuff. Yes. She's a nice girl. Neville smiled wildly. She is, isn't she? What about you? You still haven't told anyone who you're taking. Harry grinned. You'll see. You know what? I really think I uncovered 3 secret passageways running away from determined girls. I hope you have fun. I better go stalk the Hufflepuff dorms for a while. Seamus says girls are never ready on time, but I didn't dare ask Hannah if it was true. Good call, mate. Have fun and maybe I'll see you there. You too. Harry had procured his dress robes nearly a year ago and hadn't worn them once. Unsurprisingly, they still fit. He'd given up on any delusions that he still might grow long ago. His robes were high-quality material that was soft and strong. Honestly, he hadn't the faintest idea what material it was. They were a silver color that looked very much like liquid mercury. Their simple cut prevented the robes from looking gaudy. Harry simply hoped that he wouldn't make an ass out of himself. Apparating to his date's house, Harry made sure his robe was straight, his hair as neat as it could be, and his portkey secure around his neck, a safety measure Harry was accepted in exchange for a night of freedom. He knocked at the door of the modest house. After a few seconds, echoing footsteps could be heard to be approaching. A man opened the door. He had wild brown curls on his head and soft light brown eyes behind reading glasses. He was dressed in casual Muggle cloths. The man studied him for a moment, not at all perturbed at having a young man showing up at his door wearing robes. Ah, Mr. Potter. Come in, come in. I've heard much of you from my daughter. Thank you, he said as he stepped into the foyer. Why don't you wait for her in my study? She'll be right out and I could always use the company. Harry obediently followed and couldn't help but smile at the man's easygoing nature. I confess I'm not all that great company. The man laughed easily. Trust me, my boy. I used to read some my college dissertations to my daughter before my wife finally told me they were lovely bedtime stories and I should stop putting our girl to sleep in the middle of the day. Just about any company is good company. I guess not everyone can appreciate this sort of literature. Harry said politely. Too true, my boy, exclaimed the man as if he had just been vindicated. Unfortunately, I'm one of them. The man sighed. Unfortunately. No matter. I think I hear her coming down the stairs. The man jumped excitedly to place a camera in position. Harry didn't stop the grin of amusement from spreading on his face. Honestly, love, don't you think that's a little too much? Said a woman's voice from the door. Harry nearly squeaked his surprise. He hadn't heard her enter. But love, I want to preserve this moment. My very own witch. He sighed dreamily. Love, she chided, half reprimanding, half laughing. Behave, we have a guest. It's lovely seeing you again, Harry. Now, Harry, began the man, adopting a stern look on his face. Ignoring the baffled look on Harry's face, he began. I know you'll be the perfect gentleman. I expect you to take care of my girl and to watch out for her. Oh, Merlin. Ned the woman. Now I know how Nymphadora felt like. Ted Tonks grinned mischievously. What kind of man would I be if I didn't warn my wife's date? Love, do you know how odd that sounds? Whimpered Andromeda. Mr. Tonks leaned over and placed a chaste key on his wife's cheek. Andromeda smiled back at her husband and gave him a more proper key. Harry smiled as he looked away from the couple. For a second he felt envious of Tonks, who grew up with these two as parents. There was warmth surrounding the couple that Harry hadn't seen in many people. He was beginning to understand how Andromeda could give up virtually all she knew and loved for someone. We can't dawdle, Ted, or we'll be late. Ruin my fun. Why don't you? But you shan't escape without posing for a picture. Andromeda sighed in exasperation, but she couldn't hide the smile spreading on her face. She held up one hand and motioned Harry to take it. Harry grinned as he keyed at her palm and successfully managed to ignore the flash of Mr. Tonks' camera. Andromeda looked spectacular in a soft mauve-colored robe. The pale color of the robe was contrasted greatly by the black family jewels Harry had sent ahead. The jewels would have overshadowed any other woman, but Andromeda managed to wear them as if she had been born for them. Which wasn't that far from the truth, to be honest. She wore twin bracelets made of amber, rubies, and tourmaline set in aged gold. On her neck was a choker with strings of small rubies and diamonds and a large center ruby engraved with the rearing thestral of the Black family. Her chocolate hair was pinned up with several ruby and amber pins and topped of with gold and ruby circlet. It was quite possibly she wore a king's ransom, and as a testament to the decadence of years past, all of that composed less than half of the official jewel set. Several more bracelets, complimentary necklaces, 2 gold armbands, and some heavy earring had been discarded for modesty's sake. This, as anything, was proof of the sheer quantity the Black family coffers housed. And of course, in no way or form was Harry exploiting the fact by flaunting the Black family wealth to the great families, some of whom had fallen on hard times after so many wars this century. He'd never do that. Never. After all, wasn't Harry Potter, the boy who lived, supposed to be the epitome of what a hero was? Kind, courageous, modest, joyous, and self-sacrificing. Time to go. My poor heart, must I bear the sorrow of watching my love go off to the ball without me? You dunce, Merlin knows what fairy tale you're dreaming of this time, but I'll always return to my prince. Mr. Tonks smiled. Have fun. Andromeda gave her husband one last key, before signaling Harry outside the house so they could apparate once outside the wards. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Tonks. Take care of my wife, you know what? That really does sound odd. Andromeda sighed. Ignis Draconis Keep was once one of 4 keeps from which the old council of the great families ruled. It was located near the ruins of Cadbury Castle in Somerset, the fated site from which Arthur Pendragon once ruled Camelot. During the 6th century, King Arthur became the first squib to be granted equal rights within the council. In honor of King Arthur, Ignis Keep became one of the last places Muggles could freely find wizards. Even after King Arthur passed from this world, the keep remained as a testament that Muggles and wizards could coexist. But with time, like all things, those days passed as well. Muggles grew fearful of their magical cousins and dark days fell upon them. And finally there came a day in which wizards severed themselves from Muggles. The statue of secrecy was born and Ignis Keep was abandoned, as was everything it had once represented. Centuries passed and eventually the great families created the ministry to govern the wizards of the territory that eventually became known as Great Britain. Sometime during the 16th century the keep was rediscovered within the archives of the ministry. Officially a property of the ministry, Ignis Keep was too inconvenient to serve as anything practical. Eventually it was updated and refurnished to serve as one giant ballroom, for lack of a better description. Since then every minister has been sworn in at Ignis Keep. Theodore had arrived promptly. He'd gotten dressed early and left to pick up Daphne with plenty of time. One should admire his promptness. Of course he would never admit to have done all that simply to escape the caterwauling his mother had taken a fancy to. He'd never been able to deal with a female in tears. Theodore just hoped his little brother wouldn't hate him for leaving him alone with their mother. For a while he wandered around with Daphne. Unfortunately most of the people there were using the kindest language he could, old. Even worse were the aging heirs. Some lords managed to live so long some heirs began to think it would be lucky if their children lived to inherit. They didn't exactly appreciate seeing Theodore holding the family lordship even before his majority. It was all rather gloomy. Theodore saw them arrive. In all honesty, it was kind of hard not to. They entered through the great doors instead of one of the lesser doors at the side. Standing there framed by the gold-leafed ornate doors at their back, Theodore couldn't help but think there was something greater about the couple. Looking back he would remind himself that Mrs. Tonks was taller than Harry and the latter had been dusting off his sleeve as a result of close brush with one of the cumbersome torches scattered around. At the time all he could do was to admire them. He later consoled himself by reminding himself that he probably wasn't the only one. The Black family jewels that hadn't been publicly worn in more than a quarter century burned like fire under the magical light. Her very presence spoke of warmth and elegance. If the woman was the sun, then Harry was the moon. Under the flickering lights his silver dress robes gave him the appearance of a conjured Patronus. As always his eyes were the first thing to attract attention because even at his age they gave off a power that most of his peers would never reach. The couple gracefully walked further into the room and soon after that Theodore lost sight of them. He abruptly dragged his eyes away from their fading forms, embarrassed to have gawked like a star-eyed fan. Later on, he saw Harry greeting other guests, and despite himself, he couldn't help but study the double air. Hooded green eyes never revealed anything other than vague amusement. Theodore couldn't point out exactly what made him think Harry was insulting every guest in his mind, but he had no doubt the wizard was doing exactly that. In the weeks since the two had become allies and then friends, Theodore was amazed to learn of the Harry Potter no one saw. This wasn't a self-righteous brat or an arrogant celebrity, neither was he the suicidal angsty teen nor the rebellious fool. Harry, Theodore had learned, was a living contradiction. The teen wore jaded emerald eyes, having seen the world at its lowest moments, yet there was an innocence still forever lingering, an unwillingness to believe in, well, he wasn't quite sure yet. He was jagged and bitter, cruel wit and biting words that were signs of being hurt too many times, a trained defensive technique. But other times Harry would give a lopsided smile and one could almost mistake him for a random student with none of the shadows that clung to him. And of course, Theodore sighed. There were times when he was sure the Gryffindor was insane and everyone was too awestruck to have him committed. Only an insane person would be smiling charmingly at Malfoy of all people. His fellow Slytherin was sneering in a most Malfoyish way while his hand twitched near his wand. From the glaring eyes, Draco wanted nothing more than to curse the Gryffindor so badly the Dark Lord himself would have felt it. This wasn't school and they were no longer boys. Rash acts were not appropriate behavior, and even the Muggle-raised Harry and his incensed rival knew not to resort to open battle. That is how feuds began, aggressions that would propagate to every blood family member and would span generations if need be. That is how the famous Malfoy-Weasley feud had begun and continued. Most didn't even know what the two families warred about anymore, but their animosity had been such a staple of life it was unlikely the conflict would ever be resolved. For a time the Weasleys, while not ennobled, had been wealthy in their own right, and in true Slytherin fashion the Malfoy family had hounded the family till they were nothing more than common stock, nearly paupers. Malfoys were intelligent enough to pick their enemies wisely. Weasleys they could ruin, but only the Dark Lord and Fudge had ever dared go against Harry openly. From watching Harry, Theodore learned something. Going against him was like setting off firecrackers in a small room. Having managed to hit him, you left yourself vulnerable with an angry wizard nearby. Harry aimlessly walked and greeted various wizards. He had left Andromeda talking to some of her old acquaintances. He didn't really have any purpose in mind as he walked about when he was abruptly stopped by a flushed lord that seemed vaguely familiar. Perhaps it was fate's constant joke that made him victim of a wizard that was already well into his third wine glass. Potter. Black's godson, weren't you? Your names came up in a private hearing a few weeks ago. Classified information, you understand. Too many wizards in the council were part of the original council that carted the Black Fellow off to Azkaban. Doesn't matter much to me. My career's over. My son died 3 months ago. My wife's been dead for ages, and the healers at St. Mungo haven't anything good to tell me. The pudgy lord took another swing of his wine glass. Using some hidden sixth sense, he swung an arm behind him and caught the arm of a waiter with an empty tray. Be a good chap and bring me another glass. What was I saying? That Peter Pettigrew fellow was caught. Dumbledore brung him in. Apparently he was an illegal animagus. Terrible trouble registering every chap that manages that. You can imagine the awkward position that left a great many fellows. To tell you the truth, it wouldn't have mattered a great deal if the Black Fellow hadn't escaped. The promises Fudge made and the information he released back then just about sunk his career. He leaned in toward Harry, his breath pungent with alcohol. I heard that Cox lady, lovely woman, got her hands on the information and threatened to release it to the public if Fudge didn't resign. Lit a fire under Fudge it did, poor fellow. The wizard leaned back, much to Harry's relief, as he took another swing of his wine glass. Far as I know, the paperwork was filed to reclassify Black as a citizen, but you know the sort of chaps down at Wizarding Records. Merlin knows when the paperwork will come through. It's all bureaucracy. Fudge staffed plenty of friends down there and none of them will be keen on letting the records become public. This is the type of stuff the news rags blow up on the front page. You don't seem to care much about keeping it quiet. Harry finally said, having given up on escaping this loon anytime soon. Despite that, Harry couldn't help but be happy that Sirius in the end was the one that forced Fudge out of office. The marauder in him would have appreciated it, especially since it happened after his death. The wizard let out a watery laugh, and then he took another swing of his glass. Harry sighed. I've heard things about you and the chaps you deal with. Fudge was awfully relieved when you didn't show up in the hearing. Till the Wizengamot I had pegged you as Dumbledore's boy, but it became clear you were consorting with fellows that made the old professor nervous. Harry shrugged. To all appearances he seemed disinterred in the man's ramblings. Doesn't matter much if you deny or not. Doesn't matter much to me anyway. My life's right about run its course. You on the other hand have plenty of years to give all these chaps some ulcers. Mark my words, lad, this is going to spill open to the public soon, and when it does, more than one career is going to be knackered. Those close to Fudge will be trying to build some distance between our esteemed ex-minister. 'Tis the season to retire, my dear fellow. Oh, would you look at that? It looks like some of those chaps over there have gotten a hold of some good wine. You'll have to excuse me. Business, you see, the drunkard said as he wandered off to harass some waiters. Harry quickly walked off before the drunkard could return. He had to be on his best behavior, he remembered somewhat sourly. Last time he promised anything of that sort. Harry weaved in between people. His messy hair had been styled to fall over his scar. Surprisingly enough, there were few current shots of him. Back in fourth year, the year of the Triwizard Tournament, he hadn't exactly been much besides a short, scrawny kid. So long as no one was foolish enough to squeal his name like an overexcited first year, the surrounding wizards didn't even realize he walked among them. Having fun, said Theodore's smooth voice. Harry turned toward his year mate. Dressed in midnight blue robe, Theodore's pale eyes shone brightly while his dark hair contributed to the distant and wealthy persona the Slytherin cultivated for the world to see. Harry scowled heavily at the question. If you call being accosted by a wizard that's taken one too many sips of wine fun, then I suppose I've had fun. Harry shot out sarcastically. Almost grudgingly he continued. Though you'd be surprised about the classified information one is willing to talk after one too many glasses. Theodore Cool Mask broke into a very real amused smirk. I'm sure you two had fun. I don't think you've ever been formally introduced to my date, Daphne Greengrass. Daphne, you of course have heard of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He said as he signaled to the girl that hung near his elbow. She was a pretty girl. Deep auburn hair that almost seemed violet was held in silver clips. She was pale without being sickly, a light blush dotted her cheeks. Her eyes were a warm brown and her face clearly aristocratic. There was pride in her face but none of the snobbery that so easily twisted beauty. Harry took a liking to her right off the bat. A pleasure, he said as he took her hand and lightly brushed a key on it. Likewise, she said as her face melted into a grin. Potter, get your own date. Theodore complained good-naturedly. Where is your date anyway? She leave you already? Harry sighed tragically. Alas, neither my fame nor my charm could keep her by my side. I suppose it didn't help that her daughter is older than me. Harry, who exactly did you bring? Daphne questioned Harry as she eyed him strangely. Such a lovely woman, you see. Harry said somewhat mistily. She is my aunt. God cousin. I don't really know now that I think about it. Mrs. Andromeda Black Tonks. Theodore nodded approvingly. Daphne clapped excitedly. My mum has been anxious to have tea with Mrs. Tonks. You really have to admire the courage it took to do all that. Daphne, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were sounding suspiciously Gryffindor. Theodore mocked. Daphne huffed. I'd like to believe you knew better. Harry scowled at the couple. Daphne, I'm sure Theodore would care to dance. You know, Harry, I think you are right. Come, Theodore, put those dancing lessons to use. Theodore shot Harry a sour look before offering his hand to Daphne. Harry was tempted to watch Theodore's dance attempts, but staying still made him a target for flitty girls and overbearing politicians. Eventually he ended hovering near a table with some of the gaudiest pieces of silverware ever crafted. He loitered near the hors d'oeuvre. Dancing wasn't his thing, and truth be told, all these people unnerved him. PSS's. Harry took another sip of his butterbeer. PSS's. Boy. He took another sip. Boy. A girl whispered louder. Harry glanced around him and didn't spot anyone. Down here. Leaning over a dish, he spotted a girl sitting on the ground behind the table and against the wall. She smiled brightly at him. Long ash blonde hair was falling out of her decorative hairstyle, jeweled clips were scattered around a half-empty amber bottle. A pale cream robe gave her a somewhat washed-out appearance. She was pretty enough, but Harry couldn't help but think the girl a pale version of more vibrant aristocratic ladies he had already seen. Harry raised an eyebrow in question. For a moment she studied him seriously. Apparently she found what she was looking for because she unsteadily climbed toward her feet. You, she giggled. You can help me. Harry blinked. Please. Ducking, she crawled under the table and popped back up on the other side. She grasped his arm and in the process almost toppled over. Leaning heavily on him, she tugged him toward a nearby hallway. One arm was supporting the girl while the other hand discreetly rigged his holster to release a dagger the moment things turned odd. His eyes darted from the girl to the endless hallway, random torches flickering in even increments. Perhaps that is why he wasn't prepared for what happened next. Warm lips descended on his. A soft body was pressed against him, and despite himself for a moment Harry didn't understand what the soft bumps on the girl's chest were. Once he did, Harry flushed a brilliant Weasley red. Miss, this, not, good, idea. Harry was able to stutter in between warm keys. Shush. The girl cooed at him. For a brief moment annoyance crept into his body before he was marvelously distracted by clever hands weaving into his hair. He might be the heir of 5 families, the marked adversary of the greatest Dark Lord this century, and an iconic figure in wizarding culture, but after all was said and done he was still a boy that had only traded a few wet keys that left both parties rather disillusioned. In the end he was still a teenage boy with an imbalance of hormones. He didn't even register as the girl slid their bodies into a private alcove. Harry was quite content to let her key him senseless as he tentatively experimented in return. His inexperience made him nervous, but obviously not enough to dissuade him. Harry could only think of one thing. She was a bloody brilliant key. He should probably figure out who she was. Several clever keys later, Harry mustered the will to grab hold of her shoulders and pull her away from him. What's wrong? She muttered as she craned her neck to nuzzle into his shoulder. Harry half-heartedly glared at her. Who are you? She laughed softly, soft blue eyes peeking out from beneath long pale lashes. Does it matter? The girl lunged back into him, pushing him into the wall as she landed a few more keys. Harry wasn't about to lie and say he didn't return them eagerly. Harry disentangled his head from her. Ignoring light keys down his cheek and neck, he tried to form coherent thought. Who the bloody hell are you? Harry said with as much force as he could muster. The girl abruptly stopped. She sighed in exasperation. What the hell is wrong? She whined. She fell quiet as a look of contemplation washed over her face. You're not. You know. I'm not what? You know. She giggled in embarrassment. You know. You bat on the other team. Birds aren't your flavor. For a moment Harry couldn't understand what the girl was getting at. Oh, he finally said dumbly. Oh, no, that isn't it. Then, she lunged back to plant a firm key. What is the problem? What do you mean, what is the problem? I don't have any bloody idea who you are. For a moment she stilled. My name is Fran, short for Francesca. Lovely. Now what were you doing right now? Fran sighed. I thought it was pretty obvious. Harry flushed. Why? You don't know who I am, and by the looks of it you aren't exactly sober. What do you care? You don't find me attractive or what? Are you shy? She giggled while making wild sloppy gestures. I'm not shy. Harry yelped. Confused but not shy. What is wrong? She said in exasperation, enunciating every word. Why are you doing this? Maybe it was the alcohol that made her talk, or maybe it was because she truly didn't care, but she answered him. Because there is no way in hell I'm going to let the bastard Frankfurt be the first to touch me. When she met Harry's eyes again, he was surprised to find them bright with tears. She moved to lean against the wall beside Harry. He swallowed his panic in the face of the girl's emotional breakdown. Awkwardly he patted her shoulder. Ironically, the only thing he could think about was his track record with girls. It didn't look good if the only 2 girls he had ever ended up crying. He couldn't help but sourly think that both girls also seemed hung up on some other bloke. Who's Frankfurt? Harry asked tentatively. Apparently it was the wrong thing to say because Fran burst into full-fledged tears. They slid down the wall till both were sitting down side by side. After a few deep breaths, Fran answered. A family of bastards, and in a month I'll be a bastardette. Harry looked at her contemplative. Then leave. Fran snorted. Wiping a stray tear, she turned scornfully toward Harry. And to what? Go where? You want me to leave this? Why not? Apparently Harry said something incredibly stupid because Fran laughed scornfully before her voice tapered off with a hysterically edge. She flipped long ash blonde hair behind her and looked at him condescendingly. Let me guess. You're either the only boy or the only child, either way you're the family heir. Mystified, Harry nodded. Typical. You wouldn't even think about it. It doesn't matter who you marry, you'll never have to give up this life. Not all of us are that lucky. Frankfurt is the only idiot that will marry me for the dowry my father is offering. Dowry, repeated Harry. Girls still used dowries. Fran looked at him incredulously. Merlin, don't you know anything? We are the great families, the elite. If I marry just anybody, I won't be able to come back here. What do you think my friends will say? The only way I'll ever come back is if whatever dunderhead I marry becomes minister. Harry was honestly feeling a little put out. He wasn't sure whom Fran reminded him about, but he had an awful feeling it was a cross between Draco Malfoy and Lavender Brown. But you don't like Frankfurt? Harry said. Of course not. Who would like that idiot? And you're still going to marry him? Harry asked incredulously. Didn't I just say that was the only idiot that would take up my dowry? Grandfather and father were both ruddy dunces in managing the family finances. We're lucky that we still have the family manor. Merlin knows what sort of debt father scrounged up, fooling everyone into thinking nothing's wrong. If I don't marry now, goddess knows father is likely to lose my dowry, and then where will I be? She asked him somewhat belligerently. Harry corrected himself. She definitely wasn't sober. I'll tell you were. I'll be another penniless girl with nothing but a decent lineage to her name. In great-grandmama's day that would have been enough, but now, all this new blood. They ruddy steal all the blokes that don't care about money. So you're prepared to be unhappy for the rest of your life just so you marry the right sort? Harry deadpanned. What else do you want me to do? She honestly asked. Harry didn't even know why he continued this conversation. As best as he could explain, it was because she was a brilliant key. You're risking a lot for something that might not even be worth it. What do you know? Fran muttered sullenly. I know that I'm never going to risk that much. I'll never settle for someone that I don't love, much less stand. Fran looked at him, her eyes softening. Love over money. That's sweet. But not all of us can have those choices. Fran pushed away from the wall and shuffled till she was kneeled in front of Harry. She leaned so far into Harry he could see flecks of dark green in her hazel eyes. Her face was flushed with alcohol and her eyes were bright. You are a sweet boy. It would have been lovely had we met earlier, don't you think? We could have had great fun together. She sighed dreamily. Harry resisted the urge to make a face. I'm not a sweet boy, and frankly I don't think it would have mattered much had we met earlier. Marriage isn't something I'm going to get tangled in anytime soon, and dowries aren't something that interests me all that much. She snorted condescendingly. That's what you think now. You just wait till you go over your family's account books. Suddenly a few thousand galleons makes all the difference. Harry rolled his eyes. Doesn't matter. At least not right now. I signed the contract a week ago, but there is no way in heaven above or hell below Frankfurt will be the one to touch me first. She leaned in closer till her chin was almost settled on his shoulder. I told him as much. Her hair smelled lightly of citrus fruit. Soft hands trailed up his chest till they were intertwined behind his neck. Now, what's the problem? A light key landed near his ear. Fran had apparently decided to give him an incentive. Another key followed. Harry tried to think about her intention as seriously as he could, which admittedly wasn't that seriously. Do you care who I am? Fran huffed impatiently as she let her forehead fall dully on his shoulder. Love, I don't care who you are. I don't even want to know who you are. This is my last free night before the Frankfurt sisters get their claws into my life. Anything else? She said impatiently. Harry fell silent. No, that's about it. Swiftly he planted a key on her shoulder. Finally, she breathed out. Harry ignored her comment. One of his hands rose to tangle in her hair while the other one slipped past her and rested on her back. With one swift flick he brought his holly wand out. Shifting his body he placed his head on the back of her neck. Even as she gave him a mark on his neck he whispered several quiet spells. A glamour charm darkened his eyes to a forest green, another lightened his hair to a dark brown, and another blurred his famous scar. A notice me not charm diverted unwanted attention. Luckily it had been dim enough and she a big enough ditz not to have noticed how he looked initially. A few other necessary charms ensured this night wouldn't come back and haunt him. Another flick of his wrist hid his wand once more inside his holster. A soft hand was already working on the simple amber clasp at his throat. After an electrifying key, Harry lost all thought. This night was certainly shaping up. A quick key. And a flurry of clothes later Fran was dressed. I had fun, love. She smirked at him. Now you'll keep this between us, won't you? Harry watched Fran lazily. He was tempted to just take a nap, but he could just imagine the ruckus that would be raised if he were found. Sure, he answered. It didn't matter. Fran was already walking out the corridor. Harry rolled his eyes. Ditz. He hadn't any illusions that Fran wasn't using him and he her. She wanted him as a fond memory to recall during vengeful moments in her marital life. He wanted her. Well, he was honestly curious about Say. Too many girls were intimidated by who he was. Those he could depend on he didn't want to lose due to some romance gone bad. Plus the thought of courting girls made him almost as nervous as being sorted. Sluggishly he pulled on his silver robe. He figured he had given the girl enough time to find somewhere else to be. Hopefully he could still catch the appointment of the new minister and his council. Idly he wondered what would become of Fran. A girl trapped by her own design in a gilded world. Harry, I lost you there for a while, said Andromeda as she spotted her date. Would you be so kind as to share a dance with me? Harry grimaced even as he offered her his arm. Tonks put you up to this, didn't she? I knew she'd find a way to get back at me. Andromeda guided him past other couples. Nonsense, Harry. Nymphadora might have mentioned your reluctance to dance and she might have said something about cheeky wizards, but that has nothing to do with this. They spun in unison. Half of Harry's mind was focused on counting the steps to the beat. No, Harry, she murmured, a wicked smile playing on her lips. This is for making me dress like a gilded doll. Have you any idea the number of people that have come up to me simply to look at the black jewels? How many men have asked if I was single? How many men, women, and mothers have come up to me to ask if you are involved with anyone? They spun again. Harry stumbled over his own feet and only Andromeda's grace prevented his blunder from being any worse. Sorry, Harry squeaked. The violinist performing hit a particular long note and the couple spun again. Harry nearly misplaced his left feet with his right. He wasn't sure, but he harbored a strong suspicion that the room was spinning as well. You will be after this, Andromeda said with wicked amusement. Andromeda stepped forward in the beginning of another spin only to have Harry stumble into her. He tried to recover by stepping backwards and nearly tangled his foot in his robe. This is why only scatterbrained wizards still wear robes. Harry muttered irritably. Doesn't the Catholic clergy wear something just as cumbersome? This isn't the time to contemplate that. Andromeda smiled pleasantly. Fortunately the song ended and Harry led his partner out of the dance floor before she could trick him into staying. That wasn't so awful. Harry merely gave her a sour look. So distracted was he that he nearly bumped into a person that stopped suddenly in front of him. Excuse me. The person ignored him. Of course, a second later he didn't care nearly as much as he had originally. Dumbledore had signaled the musicians, silent, and now stood on a platform. A simple sonorous charm later and his voice resonated throughout the hall. Tonight has been a joyous occasion, a time to come together and celebrate life. We are the great families, the leaders of our world, and in these troubled days a new minister must rise and unite us in a war to save our way of life from the darkness mortal men would lead us into. We must remember our allies here and find the strength to stand together and never forget the true evil that attacks us under the banner of the Dark Lord. With the guidance of the wisest among us we name a new minister to stand before us. We name Amos Diggory of the House of Diggory. Anything else Dumbledore said was lost under the applause of the over 500 people there. Wild applause could be heard from several over-enthusiastic lords. Under the cover of cheers, Andromeda leaned close to Harry. Her face had lost all its aristocratic amusement and left a grave expression in its place. "He's going to lynch you, cousin," she whispered. "I hope you know what you are doing." Harry gazed at the happily grinning face of Minister Diggory as he shook hands with Dumbledore and the Ministry department heads. "So do I. He's a dangerous man, Harry. In the name of vengeance he can do much to hurt you," Andromeda said, a dark frown on her face. One hand cradled jeweled pins while the other poked through her hair trying to free them. Harry remained silent. His pensive gaze settled on the passing countryside. They were ridding the carriage out of the keep's ground. Anti-apparition wards extended a good distance into the wild land. "Can you protect yourself from him?" Her voice was harsh, but Harry understood her frustration wasn't directed at him. Harry turned to her before bringing one scarred hand to settle over Andromeda's. He laid his palm lightly on her hand, his fist clenched tightly. The ornate Potter and black rings shone brightly before settling, almost as if they recognized Andromeda. "I will do what I can. And is that good enough?" "Harry," Andromeda took a deep calming breath. "I don't understand why you would stand back and let Diggory become minister. Morgan is your ally. Surely if you asked he would have kept Diggory out of office." "There was no need to ask. Besides, Diggory is what this world needs, at least till this war is over. So long as the world is safe, let your life be damned." She spat bitterly. "Sacrifice everything you are, everything you stand for, just so some idiotic wizards continue their selfish, bigoted existence." Harry remained silent, never once meeting furious honey eyes. "No, cousin. I do everything so that I preserve as much as I can." "Explain it to me then. How are you not becoming a pawn in someone else's chess game?" "Diggory, Morgan, Dumbledore." Emerald eyes met her own briefly. His eyes flickered toward their joined hands. A strange sort of reluctance played out over his features before his fist opened up. A ring dropped into the jeweled pins Andromeda held. She picked it up uncertainly. It certainly was a beautiful ring, exquisite craftsmanship. Sapphires and white opals were evenly placed around the whole of the ring. Minuscule golden strands were braided around each jewel. One particular sapphire had the golden etching of a raven on the inside of the gold ring, were runes of protection and clear sight, the like which only a rune master could have designed. Her magical senses weren't the most sensitive, but even she could detect a heaviness that spoke of serious enchantments. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "It's Morgan's." Andromeda looked at him incredulously. "It's not possible. It can't be. This is a family ring and only Morgan can wear it." "How, Harry? How have you come into its possession?" Harry spoke softly, his eyes never wavering from the mage light across him. "There never was a Donovan Morgan. Upon the death of Oswald Morgan in the late 19th century, the family's estate was sealed. Neither of his daughters could become heir, nor could the granddaughters claim it. Among those granddaughters born to Oswald, one of them was a witch. That witch had a son, the first of that line to fill all the requirements needed to become heir. The witch's name was Lily Evans before she became Potter." "Oh, Harry." Andromeda breathed out. Her free hand clutched the area over heart as if to physically calm it. But you could have stopped Diggory, you could have." "I could have done many things. I have done many things." "You are Lord Morgan," she repeated, not quite believing it. "Then why allow Diggory into office? Your power is black, Potter, and Morgan could have easily stopped him. Because he was the best choice. He will authorize Aurors to work offensively against Death Eaters. He will go after them with the same vengeance he holds toward me, and when he has done his crimes will remove him from office. He will stand far enough from Dumbledore to be effective. You are gambling a lot by presuming to know his choices. You are betting he will be caught. There are people in the council loyal to me. Besides, I'm the best target out there. He will go up against me, and when the time is right, he will suffer the backlash of his campaign." "For who are you doing this?" Harry was tempted not to answer, but he knew he couldn't cling to his secrecy if he was to succeed. "For Harry Potter." Harry quickly continued before Andromeda could call him question his sanity. "I don't want to be Harry Potter anymore. That name has never brought me joy. My relatives despised it, the wizarding world clings to it, and everyone that I've met has already held some notion of what they wanted me to be. I want Harry to disappear. Harry Potter must hold secrets within secrets. Don't you see? Everything that he is must be a secret. What does that mean? She asked quietly. The implications that Harry would leave scared her more than she would like to admit. She didn't hold him on a savior pedestal, but she did honestly care for the boy. Like I said, Harry Potter will disappear. Cousin, have you ever seen the ocean? Have you ever taken a tour of London? Have you ever simply gone to an amusement park? I haven't. I can't without someone mobbing me or saying it's too dangerous. I'm tired, cousin, so very tired. Harry said in a weary voice that belonged to someone much older. What do you plan on doing then? I think I would like to live. His voice was so hesitant it broke Andromeda's heart to hear it. I want to see the world. I want to leave Britain, maybe not forever but long enough to see beyond our convenient world. Andromeda studied her cousin intently. She knew already what her answer would be. For Merlin's sake even her black blood called to the boy. Then I will do all I can to make that come true, dear boy. A lopsided smile slowly grew on Harry's face, a smile that had become rarer the older he got. Thank you, cousin. What will happen to the families? Andromeda said, bringing attention to the matter that concerned her the most. You will, that is if you want, remain Ambassador Black. I guess it will fall upon you to resurrect the ideals of the Black family, the ones they held before this Dark Lord. The Blacks were once one of the strongest advocates for magical beings. I would hope Britain would emerge from the Middle Ages. Britain is the oldest home of Western wizardry, it houses the oldest families and contains archives of priceless history. But Britain stopped moving forward centuries ago. It has become stuck in its own arrogance for so long it has stopped seeing the outside world. You've seen the inventions of the outside world, how their understanding of the universe has been expanded. I only had a primary school education, but there is so much potential. Even the newer wizarding settlements in the Americas and Australia have been made more breakthroughs in potions and spells than Britain in recent years. That is a beautiful wish, she said softly. Slyly she added, you could do much if you were to lead such a campaign. Harry's heartbeat jumped. Unsettled, he glanced at his chest as if to question what was wrong with it. Bloody sight was his uneasy thought. I don't think I could, at least not as Harry Potter. First off, I'm only 17 years old, there's so much I need to learn, to see. Plus I think the longer I'm Harry Potter the more sanity I lose. I suppose, it is easy to forget you're considerably younger than my daughter. The pair fell silent. I've been meaning to ask you, I haven't before because I wasn't all that comfortable bringing it up, but now that you know my plans I want to know something. Why are you following me? Andromeda studied the younger wizard oddly for a moment. There were many things she could tell him. She could tell him because he was her lord and his word was law. She could tell him because there was an aura around him of tightly coiled power that called to her most basic instincts as a witch. She could even tell him what little sight she had made her feel that Harry might very well be the only thing to save magical Britain from the Dark Lord and itself. She might even tell him because when he spoke he made her see it was possible to dethrone the many banes of the magical world. You are a very special wizard, Harry, and even more special boy. I see a great potential in you, as does everyone that meets you. You are a force of change. You don't want to do any of this. You don't want to meet what destiny throws at you, but you will, and you will do so brilliantly. The wizarding world will remember what we were and move past what we are. Harry smiled slightly, his cheeks coloring in the gloom. Apparently he approved of what Andromeda said and even agreed with it. What about Potter and Morgan? She asked. I'll find the appropriate people. I think those wizards could really warm up to Valine. He smirked. It was Harry's first Quidditch game. His stomach was somewhere near his throat and his hands were clamped, sweaty hands around his broomstick. One of the Weasley twins called out a greeting. He sported a maniacal grin as he whacked a bludger toward a Slytherin chaser. He was falling. The snitch was almost within his grasp. It was his. His breath was knocked out, and incredibly he had swallowed the snitch. Wild cheers echoed on the pitch. He spat it out and raised it in triumph. Turning, he met the empty stands. The air was void of any players as well. He was alone. You shouldn't be here. Harry turned and spotted a woman behind him. A white sundress fluttered in non-existent wind. Auburn hair was loose around a pale face. Black eyes studied him carelessly. What? You shouldn't be here, she repeated. Who are you? It was almost as if he was under the Imperio curse. The world seemed far away and its concerns were faint. He didn't even have the heart to question everyone's absence. She shrugged. Hogwarts is an old place, isn't it? Harry turned to face the suddenly distant castle. I suppose. Magic does strange things. Harry shrugged. But then again, some things are older than magic. The strange woman and Harry began walking toward the school. His face craned to look behind him, and to his surprise, the pitch was gone. The student courtyards were gone as well. Harry pushed the wooden doors open. The sky had darkened and torches lit the empty hallways. Their footsteps echoed against the hard stone surface. The woman's onyx eyes glanced down one hallway expectatively. We're late, she whispered, her face curiously sad. They've forgotten already. It wasn't exactly a noise, nor was it anything discernible. Harry couldn't even call it a feeling. The only thing he knew was that sometime after he had fallen asleep, something startled him awake. Alone in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry couldn't help but stop the chill that crept up his spine. Something was wrong. Taking a slow breath, Harry expanded his magical senses. It didn't help that nearly everything in the room had been bespelled, from the artificial intelligence runes on the mirror to warming charms on the blankets. It was too much to scavenge through the magic, and it nearly overwhelmed him when he did try. On impulse, he tweaked his senses and searched for life signs. Releasing a pulse of magic, he heard it resonate past him and through his walls. Besides the 13 spiders in his room, there were 2 figures in the hallway. Abruptly, he pulled back. They had lost the element of surprise, but that didn't stop them from being any less dangerous. And just because a wall separated them didn't mean they couldn't see him. Mad-Eye Moody would be the first to agree. Harry shifted in his bed, his hand casually trailing under his head till it was under his pillow and wrapped securely around his holly wand. The lock on his door creaked. Harry twisted his body till he was at the very edge of the bed, and if need be he could roll to the ground. A sliver of torchlight spilled into the room as the door opened. He kept his body relaxed but ready to spring into action. Low murmurs echoed in the night's silence. He resisted the urge to snort in disbelief. They did not send these 2 buffoons after him, granted he was a 7th-year student. The light grew larger, and this time a figure was outlined. They paused. Harry's hand tensed. The door banged against the wall, the noise muffled by a silencing charm. Red light whizzed toward the lone bed, and a second later pillow stuffing filled the air. Harry's knees slammed into the ground, his wand already returning fire. Stupefy. One of the figures fell, the other dived near a dresser. Stupefy. Helix. Tarantalagra. Rictusempra. Harry never spoke out loud. His will focused on the spell's structure as it was. His opponent dodged the beams of light as best he could. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't identify the spells and was forced to dodge what could have been a tickling charm or a crucio. Harry tried not snicker as his opponent grew a pink afro. Unfortunately for Harry, his opponent wised up. He seemed to remember he was dodging an attack from a student. Time to up the ante. Protega. His attacker defended. Silencio. Stupefy. Serpensortia Dorman. Serpensortia Dorman. Serpensortia Dorman. 3 decent-sized serpents erupted from his wand even as his first spells dissipated after striking the shield. The snakes were conjured serpents equipped with a powerful sedative in their fangs. Separate. Attack him. A quiet gasp echoed in the silence. His poor opponent seemed to have forgotten exactly who they were dealing with. Oscurio. Complete darkness enveloped the pair. Harry's magical senses expanded to locate his attacker. In the process, he learned 2 of his snakes were dead. The last slithered against the dresser, shielding his midnight intruder. A beam of colorless magic left his wand. Harry tucked his head and screwed his eyes shut. A second later, the dark room erupted as a fairly powerful timed Lumos activated near his opponent's face, causing the man, if it was a man, to yelp in pain. Temporarily blinded, and anyone exposed to light in complete darkness cannot help but be blinded, his opponent was unprepared for the snake that struck an unprotected ass. A second later Harry was snidely satisfied as a sound thump hit the ground. Timed spells were among the hardest branches of magic to learn. Naturally Harry took to it like baby bird to flight. After a few near splats he got the hang of it. Timed magic was a mix of enchanting and goblin magic. Technically it wasn't enchanting since the spell work wasn't anchored to the physical plane. Without even a basic understanding of goblin magic dealing with time, a mind-boggling subject if Harry ever saw one, the timed spells would dissipate as quickly as they were formed. Status. Mortal ISSSSS sleeping. Well done. The snake gave a serpentine version of a purr. Harry found that slightly odd. A flick of his fingers and various candles burst into life. The bed had been the brunt of several spells and Harry hoped Tom would forgive him the destruction of both the bed and to his glee the troublesome dresser. The walls showed various dark marks but Harry didn't worry over much about that. It certainly wouldn't be the first time the patrons of the Lakey Cauldron decorated the walls with spell damage. 2 binding spells later his attackers were wrapped securely in a mass of ropes. Lumos. Harry's wand lit a circle around what, he confirmed, were 2 unconscious men. Both were fairly young men. There was nothing distinguishable about either of them. They were both dressed in nondescript cement gray robes. Obviously they were the so-called muscle of whatever loon that sent them. For good measure he stunned the first man again. They had probably relied on the element of surprise to capture Harry, seeing as how the latter was not at all impressed by them. While Tonks, a fairly young-looking witch, was a fierce dueler, his attacker gave the impression of youth and inexperience while the other must have suffered a bout of overconfidence. Harry felt his lip curl in disgust. Maybe he was spending too much time with Voldemort, but then again Amos wasn't all that kiddie-friendly either. Extinguishing the light he moved toward the open door. The hallway was empty and the brief duel hadn't raised any attention. In all truth he was surprised the duel had barely lasted 5 minutes. A pulse of magic echoed from his hand. Most of the rooms had 1 or 2 occupants. Downstairs the night bartender and several patrons lounged around. His senses weren't attuned enough to detect anything else. Whatever this new dilemma was he figured he wouldn't meet it in his nightclothes. 3 different locking charms later he pulled on his plain black robes. Levitating the 2 figures he dumped them, one on a chair the other on the ruined bed. Enervate. Farrell Bentley was pretty sure he'd seen worse days, but at the moment he had an awful time recalling any of them. It was supposed to be an easy snatch and grab job. That's what his superior said anyway. They would go to room number 11 and snatch the Potter kid. It should have been simple. Aurors had confirmed the Potter kid and Mrs. Tonks had left together. The night guard at Diagon Alley had seen Potter check in at the Lakey Cauldron. A simple distraction, and the bartender hadn't noticed when the inn ledger had been borrowed. The job itself was simple. Potter was a 7th-year student after all and the product of 7 different defense professors, over half of which knew less than he did. For an Auror with the 3-year apprenticeship done plus another year on the field, it should have been simple. And just because it should have been simple, Farrell failed to realize it wasn't. If those iced emerald boring into his fog-filled mind were any sign, all the data on Potter was severely misleading. All the spells had been fired so fast Farrell was still seeing spots even as another spell was inches away. He'd never had a chance. Potter's file hadn't contained nearly as much truth as everyone had assumed. Supposedly the kid had no formal defensive training. While he'd been a rumored Parseltongue, Potter had never been seen speaking the tongue. His class work wasn't remarkable, and though a teacher of an unofficial defense club, his involvement had tapered off in recent times. His superior had scoffed at bringing in the kid and sent 2 lower-level Aurors in his stead. Bet he'll regret that, Farrell thought snidely. Blinking at his captor he couldn't help but add a stray thought. So do I. Now, look what I've caught. 2 fellows have wandered into my room and I find myself at a loss at what to do with them. I suppose it would help if I knew their names and why they are here. Potter smiled deceptively. Farrell smiled weakly. He was wishing to the great gods he could be anywhere but there. How come no one ever said the Potter boy was so freaky up close? Who are you? The wand leveled out near his throat. F. Farrell B. Bentley. Farrell said, trough a dry throat. Very good. Who sent you? Perhaps it was a sign of how rattled Farrell was that it didn't even cross his mind to lie. To be fair, he was still inexperienced in the field and under the direct supervision of his partner, who was still knocked out. A position Farrell envied right about then. I really think you should let us go. Wear oars and your presence is requested by the minister. Harry raised an eyebrow. His features remained as impassive as ever and he knew he was unnerving the bound man. Strange. Most meetings with our dear minister would be during more reasonably hours. And they definitely wouldn't involve an oar escort. I'm a curious fellow, Farrell. May I call you Farrell? I find myself wondering why I would be called, and I think you, my dear fellow, must have some idea. I have no idea. Honestly. The wand trailed a pattern around his throat. He wasn't sure if that was worse or not. Potter could easily cast silent spells and now he wouldn't even know if a well-placed reducto would off him. I don't quite believe that, Farrell. I don't know. Farrell squeaked. They just told me to bring you to Halber Manor. The minister wanted a meeting as soon as possible. Now, Mr. Bentley. Farrell didn't particularly like how his name was said. You understand my position, no? Plenty of people would love to get their hands on me. You can understand why I'm not so keen on the thought of accompanying two unknown wizards that claim their oars, especially when they aren't wearing their oar robes. This was supposed to be a discreet mission. Didn't want to attract any attention. Farrell babbled, much to his embarrassment. The wand at Farrell's throat forced him to meet glowing emerald eyes. They were possibly the most fascinating and disturbing thing he'd seen. Dark shadows would trail ambiguous paths over jeweled orbs. Those eyes held nothing of innocence or mercy, rather they had a cold calculation that left him wondering if being an oarer was the right career for him after all. Harry, for his part, was busy diving through the surface thoughts of Farrell. While it didn't bother him much, having confirmed the ministry indeed had an extensive, to their knowledge, file on him, what truly concerned him was the knowledge that orders had reached these two oars to bring Harry Potter. And not just any oars. These two were part of a division not under the Department of Magical Law. Rather, they were the minister's personal guard. Bentley, Harry concluded, was a new recruit who'd been sent more as an observer than any real backup. It was the other fellow, Burl Ross, who was the man to keep an eye out. In what would be vastly embarrassing, Ross had been stunned while his inexperienced partner floundered in the aftermath. Officially as this unofficial mission could get, Farrell knew nothing. Unofficially, Farrell was the mousy sort of chap that was easily overlooked. As a consequence, he had overheard several other members of the minister's guard had been sent to fetch Headmaster Dumbledore and several other secretaries. Farrell had fallen silent, but Harry continued to stare pensively at the oar. The minister was scheming against him. He could do worse than meet with them. But he wouldn't walk into a trap in the middle of the night. It would be at least 2 more weeks before school began, and in the meantime, if he went missing, no one would know. Perhaps the most reassuring thing out of this whole mess was a secret that bound Dumbledore and Harry as allies, even against the minister. They were the only two that knew of the prophecy and the fate it dictated. Dumbledore would do all he could to ensure Harry survived to meet it. Nothing personal, Harry told the oar idly. And no. Please no. The wand was brought directly in front of Farrell. Stupefy. He stupefied the other oar for good measure as well. Concentrating on a link, his Nudius Phoenix appeared at Harry's side, called from whatever plane the thing disappeared into. The dresser had complimentary parchment and several quills that had seen better days. He quickly wrote a note to be delivered immediately. Amos, if you don't hear from me in 24 hours, inform my contacts and petition my disappearance. If worse comes to worse, release the story to papers. Have gone to meet minister at Halber Manor. Harry S. Serpensortia Dorman. Wrap around the mortal's neck. Bite on my command. Enervate. Farrell awoke with a gasp. He was quite honestly surprised to find himself relatively all right. Although he might have counted his luck too early if the snake wrapped around his throat was any sign. Glad to see you awake, Mr. Bentley. I have been thinking, you know, and I figure if our esteemed minister wanted to see me so urgently, who am I to disappoint? You'll come? Farrell asked incredulously. I suppose I will, but you must understand that I don't trust you. So this is what will happen. You will escort me to the keep, and should you feel foolish and try any stunts, my pet here will take care of you. I must warn you, sleeping potion isn't the only things these serpents can inject. Farrell paled. Of course. We'll have to leave the buildings amid apparition wards though. And you need to wake Ross. Harry glanced at the unconscious man. Based on Farrell's memories, Burl Ross was the Auror to watch. If he were woken, Harry would no doubt have a hard time subduing him. Wingardium Leviosa. The Auror's body floated alongside them. Harry retrieved his faithful invisibility cloak from his knapsack and flung it over the floating body. He stuffed his other garments into his bag, the nightclothes and the dress robes. Don't worry about it. Of course. Farrell said nervously, his mind already moving on ahead at the laughingstock he would become, beaten by a student. Plus Ross would be in a surly mood for years after this. Together they walked into the hallway and into the alley. It was nearing 2 a.m. and the alley was empty of all save a few cloaked wizards and the night patrol. Moving into a shadow, Harry placed a hand on Ross and prepared his body for a group apparition. They always took a toll. A second later the shadowy area was empty. The greatest battles ever fought are against yourself. Simply put, you are the greatest enemy you will ever have. That doesn't mean an outside force can't use your own fears against you. And that is the key to intimidation. The moment you have someone doubting themselves, you have won. So, theoretically speaking, of course, if you sent 2 goons to retrieve someone, had them knocked out and later woken in a different setting, that would effectively create the impression of an imbalance of power in your favor. And theoretically that should work to unsettle someone. Unfortunately for Minister Diggory, none of that went according to theory. Neither did the 2 goons retrieve their quarry, nor did they subdue him. On the contrary, their quarry was brought to the keep, but only under his own will. The Aurors sent on that mission didn't fare as well as was expected, if the fact that one was unconscious and the other in the process of developing a phobia against snakes was any sign. Harry tucked his invisibility cloak into his bag. They had arrived in the same dusty room as before. Farrell led them down a stone hallway and into a parlor. It was a darkly ornate room. The furniture was possibly dated from the last time the Weasley family had lived there. Even so, it was a comfortable room. Not that the occupants were at all comfortable themselves. Diggory paced across the fireplace, his face pulled down in a frown. Dumbledore sat on one of the chairs, his hands holding a teacup he must have conjured even as he hummed a tuneless song. Against the wall, 2 upper secretaries passed the time by going over a stack of papers they must have seen a dozen times already. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore said pleasantly, not at all disturbed by the circumstances or the Auror floating in front of him. "Mr. Potter, is there a reason my Auror is unconscious?" Diggory said, his face displeased. "I did not agree with the method they thought to use to bring me here." Harry shrugged, taking a seat with as much as grace as teenager could, very little. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean. However, I would appreciate it if you would release these men." Casually, Harry banished the ropes that held them. Lowering Ross onto the ground, Harry threw a silent enervate at him. The Auror woke with a gasp. "Good evening, Mr. Ross," Harry said snidely from his chair beside Dumbledore. The Auror got up slowly, his face contorted into a snarl directed at the impetuous child that caught him off guard. A slow flush was spreading from his neck upwards. "I don't believe anything we have to discuss will require Auror, will it?" Harry challenged Diggory. The minister's face had a distinctly sour look on his face. "Of course not. Men, you are dismissed." Ross practically stomped out. Farrell, on the other hand, stiffly remained standing in front of them. "Potter, if you wouldn't mind." Farrell made jerking motion toward his neck. Of course." Extending a hand toward Farrell, the conjured snake raised his head in interest. "Come to me," Harry hissed. The minister and his secretaries shuddered while Dumbledore merely regarded Harry with interest. This was possibly the first time the former had heard that tongue spoken by the latter. "I don't believe this meeting will require any of your parlor tricks," Diggory said distastefully. "Call me sentimental. This serpent has proven to be incredibly helpful so far." The snake curled around his neck. "But that does bring up an interesting point, Minister. What will this meeting require?" "Excellent point, Harry. I find myself curious as well." Diggory cleared his throat uncomfortably. Glancing at his secretaries, he seemed to gain strength from some hidden source. Yes. This isn't the time to let such matters rest. Simply put, Mr. Potter's attendance at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry no longer seems prudent for the continuous safety of the remaining students. In the past 3 years, Mr. Potter has been directly involved in the death of 2 other students and has placed several others in danger as a result of confrontations with dark wizards. And this, of course, has nothing to do with your son. Harry nearly spat, not at all concerned about just interrupting the minister. Harry figured if he wanted a clandestine meeting at 2 in the morning, the man should accept his foul mood with grace. Diggory's eyes narrowed angrily and Dumbledore placed a clamming hand on his shoulder. As I was saying, the risks Hogwarts incurs in housing Mr. Potter are too great to warrant sanctuary. As such, Mr. Potter will henceforth be withdrawn from the school rolls. On whose bloody authority? Harry snarled. The only reason he hadn't jumped up was because of the surprisingly strong grip the headmaster had on his shoulder. I think we should calm down, gentlemen. Expulsion seems a little harsh, Mr. Diggory. Surely you must understand that Hogwarts is the safest place for Harry. If he were to leave school grounds, his safety could not be guaranteed. He certainly fared well enough tonight. True, Dumbledore acknowledged, but young Harry here carried several security measures that were only designed to be used temporarily. You yourself suffered the loss of a dear young life. If Harry were to leave Hogwarts, I fear much the same fate may befall him. The minister turned away from them, his eyes darkening. At what cost? Shall Hogwarts protect him down to the very last student? How many will die the moment you know who decides Potter will be his? Are you prepared to tell any more parents their children are dead? Dumbledore looked so much older as he gazed at the back of the minister. And what would we gain if Harry were to be expelled? Without the necessary skills, he will never be able to stand against those that wish his life. Are you prepared to condemn him? Diggory spun, gray eyes locked on Harry. He had never noticed that Cedric had the same eyes as his father. Are you prepared to condemn the rest of the students? They face much the same risks even if Harry was not there. All those that refuse Voldemort will become his targets, just as all those that fall under his sway risk his service the longer Voldemort holds power. Regardless, the life of over 500 students must take precedent over one lucky boy. If you are so concerned about their lives, what will you do to ensure them? Harry finally asked. Thoughts on his expulsion seemed somewhat unreal to him, but not at all unwelcome. It wasn't that he wanted or needed to be at the school, but more like Hogwarts had been his home for so long it was like losing a part of himself. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Not that he would admit that to the other two. I will do whatever is in my power to ensure the safety of Hogwarts. As it is, an Auror squad will be permanently deployed there to ensure the school and the village's safety. At least it isn't Dementors this time. More than one person thought. Dumbledore, since you have such an interest in Mr. Potter's education, then I'm sure the Order could spare several members to teach the boy. Dumbledore fell silent, seriously considering the proposal. Perhaps it was time Harry was guided in proper defensive techniques. Harry, on the other hand, paled at the thought. That would definitely mean confinement at Grimmauld Place under the supervision of people that had no qualms about reporting to Dumbledore. In such close quarters, it would become impossible for Harry to hide the true extent of his abilities, and honestly, he didn't trust the whole Order to keep his secrets secret. He might rarely be allowed to leave Hogwarts, but there was no way he would willingly confine himself to Grimmauld Place. Harry abruptly stood up, shrugging of the hand of the headmaster. He walked toward one side of the mantel before leaning against it. Never think for a moment that I believe your reasons, Mr. Diggory. Harry said coolly, his mind operating in a detached state. I find myself particularly curious if you made sure this was your first executive order. However, I'll leave such speculation for another day. I don't know what you hope to accomplish, but I suspect the results of this won't be to your liking. What are you getting at, boy? Manners, Mr. Diggory. I do belong to the body of wizards that voted you in. Remember this, if not for my favor you would never have become minister. Diggory sneered at him. You arrogant child, do you think just because you are the boy who lived your whim controls the Wizengamot? Harry paid him no mind. I don't control anyone that doesn't want to be controlled. But I wonder what would have happened had Gryffindor or Morgan voiced their disapproval over your nomination. Dumbledore had nearly jumped at the mention of Gryffindor, only his years preserved his dignity. Even so, he had to control his urge not to question Harry directly. No one knew him to be brother to the Lord Gryffindor, and he would rather not answer any uncomfortable questions over the forbidden title. If only his blasted brother magically sworn Albus never to contact him the last time they met. And they'll listen to you, scoffed the minister. To an extent, yes, they will. Haven't you heard? Gryffindor named an heir and passed on the family responsibility. The Gryffindor family has found much in common with Morgan, and I've had the fortune of seeing it all personally. Their level of trust in the ministry is not something you as minister would be comfortable with. Gentlemen, calm yourselves. We are straying from the topic at hand, and I'm sure this night has been long enough for all of us. Diggory cleared his throat, valiantly pretending he hadn't just engaged in a verbal fight with a student. On the other hand, Harry's face fell into an emotionless mask as intelligent emerald eyes swiftly studied his next course of action. I will withdraw from Hogwarts on the condition my records indicate it was a voluntary withdrawal. Harry proposed. It didn't require much thought to know Dumbledore wouldn't push too hard for his continuous attendance. The headmaster wasn't about to alienate the minister, especially if they were in the middle of a war. Hogwarts can only accept voluntary withdrawals if you already have suitable plans for continuing your education. The minister said condescendingly. Harry steeled himself against the man. What he wouldn't do to be able to deck the man. This is why you will also accept a request for homeschooling. As I understand, a great many wizards and witches employ that avenue instead of more traditional schooling. I'm sure the minister has the power to grant you that request. Dumbledore assured. Diggory scowled but agreed to the condition. Just as I'm sure Harry will allow me to provide the necessary instructors till such a time as he is prepared for his NEWT examinations. A dark smile filtered past Harry's face so quickly neither saw it. Of course, headmaster. Excellent, gentlemen. Dumbledore beamed at the both of them, possibly joyful that he managed to gain himself some concessions and brought their disagreement to a conclusion. Now all we need are the papers. One of the secretaries that had been sitting petrified against the wall handed them a paper. Diggory passed it to Dumbledore, who passed it to Harry. Basically, it was a withdrawal request already filled with his personal date. The other secretary handed him a quill. I will sign this only after you sign a home school request. Harry bargained. Don't trust me, taunted the minister. Of course. Harry answered, eerily calm. This time both saw his dark smile, and I don't believe I ever will. Harry signed both forms and handed them over so Dumbledore could affix the last signature. Done. Diggory said with an air of finality. His two secretaries practically bolted from the room. Nothing this side of Hades would convince them to return to a room with three headstrong men at odds with each other. Our business is concluded. Harry's dark smile grew. I shall escort you to headquarters then. I'm sure we can procure an instructor for you by the end of the holidays. Dumbledore informed him. And I shall accept instruction so long as I need it to pass my NEWTs. Harry finished. But I don't believe I ever agreed to go to headquarters. Furthermore, NEWT preparation won't be needed. I am sufficient prepared as it is. Harry, I know you are a brilliant student, but the NEWTs encompass so much more material than you can imagine. The last term of school will be particularly vigorous for your classmates. I feel it best you receive some instruction so you remain on par with your year. You foolish boy. Diggory exploded with ill-contained exasperation. You are being expelled because of the danger you pose to the students. And now you propose to put other people in danger by openly mingling in their lives. Where will you hole up? Will you go to Diagon Alley and wait for dark wizards to chase after you there? Grimmauld Place is the safest place for you, Harry. If anything, the assassination attempt should have convinced you the stakes placed on your life. Dumbledore said gently, his face softening into grandfatherly concern. You can also learn the necessary skills needed for this war, think about it carefully. You can learn the skills needed to adequately protect those around you. Harry snarled at what was possibly two of the strongest wizards, politically as well as magically, in magical Britain. He leapt forward to pace less he direct his energy to less than appreciated avenues. His fists reflexively tightened and relaxed as he tried to control the urge to throw something. Dimly he wondered where he picked that habit up. Merlin knows Petunia never allowed him such childishness. Train. Harry calmed his agitation. Just the thought of being locked away at Grimmauld Place brought to mind memories he'd thought he had dealt with. His voice dissolved into coldness, his tone clipped in impatience. You want me to train? I stopped being a child easily placated by promises long ago. Stop treating me as such. This training isn't about protecting anyone. It's just the first step needed for me to actively start fighting against Voldemort. But I guess you don't care about the consequences, do you? Diggory blinked at the sudden realization that the conversation had wandered into areas he was ignorant of. Dumbledore's gentle demeanor faded and the power of his many years shone through. The minister was mildly offended the supreme mugwump of the Wizengamot would play intimidation games with a mere boy. The boy in question was unruffled. Tell me, headmaster, will I survive should Voldemort die? There was a sort of twisted joy in asking such questions since both knew the answer. That is not something any of you can reasonably answer. But you suspect you know what the answer will be. Harry hounded the headmaster as he cornered Dumbledore to admit what they both knew. I was an infant when Voldemort's mind became tangled with mine own. Should he die, there is no guarantee I will survive, much less remain sane. Dumbledore's face tightened with as much admission as he seemed willing to give. Diggory took it as such anyway. Amos Diggory recoiled from Harry, his face horrified. You and that monster. That means soul magic links you two. Harry scrutinized the minister harshly, which was why Harry was already rolling toward the ground when Diggory spoke. Reducto. Hold still, boy, screamed Diggory. Calm yourself, Minister Diggory, roared Dumbledore, wrinkly hands planted on his chair in a half-hearted attempt to stand. Leave this be, Dumbledore. The longer the boy lives, the more power you allow you know who to possess. Don't you see? You know who could be weakened if not destroyed the moment the connection is broken. This could be the end of the war. Harry didn't waste time listening to his rant. Both wrists flicked and a second later his holly wand as well as a dagger fell neatly into his palm. The dagger danced across his palm and flew toward Diggory. The steel blade snagging the minister robe and embedding itself into the wall. Expelliarmus. Diggory's wand sailed through the air and Harry carefully pocketed it. It seems you can't be trusted with dangerous tools, so I hope you don't mind, but I'll be holding your wand till you can control yourself. What hope do you have of ending this war if you can't even say Voldemort's name? You're already losing the battle when you give him your fear on a silver platter. Diggory seemed to regain some of his composure. Some part of him must have realized he was the only one in that room not using Voldemort's name. His breathing was still a bit more rapid than normal, but he was prudent enough not to make the situation worse by mentioning the dagger embedded near his thigh. And minister, never raise a wand against me. Your son was a wonderful boy, but there is no bloody way I'll let you strike me to suit whatever notion of penance you think I should have. I didn't kill your son. Harry never moved brilliant eyes from Diggory's face. In fact, Cedric's killer was caught weeks ago, but our former minister buried records of his trial under months of paperwork. Who? Diggory's strangled voice choked out, his body sagging as if he had been physically struck. Harry suspected Diggory had never been informed of all that happened that night. Not like Harry ever said everything about that night to begin with. Peter Pettigrew, of course, presumed dead 16 years ago, hid out for 13 years as an illegal rat animagus before rejoining his master. His criminal record should include the betrayal of the Potter and the framing of Sirius Black, but I doubt he would have been questioned on Cedric's case. Fudge wasn't all that keen to know any of this, much less learn anything he might have done in the time since his capture. Is it true, Albus? Does the ministry have Pettigrew? The minister's voice was soft compared to his former temperament. Dumbledore nodded gravely, though Harry suspected the former wouldn't be admitting he had been at that trial any time soon. It is true. Gods above, breathed Diggory, his qualm with Harry seemingly forgotten, or perhaps he gave it up as best forgotten as he was currently defenseless. I haven't forgotten the conditions you want either, headmaster. I will not be going to Grimmauld Place. I am of age and perfectly capable of handling myself. You can't expect me to believe you've been ignorant of all the times I left school ground last summer. And never was I found. Harry smirked at the headmaster. My death is not something I will resign myself to as easily as you have, and I won't ever make myself a sacrifice for the vaulted innocence of others, so it seems this will be where our paths must part. Harry, I cannot allow you to endanger yourself. Dumbledore said sternly, finally standing up to face Harry directly. Hooded emerald eyes observed the other man carefully. And what will you do? What powers have you over me? Dumbledore fell silent, his position as headmaster inconsequential in asserting power over him, he realized belatedly. Harry let the matter settle in silence. Enough of this, Diggory said to himself, somehow ignoring the confrontation between the other two wizards. He tore his robes in order to free himself from the dagger, but Harry doubted he noticed at all. He moved toward the parlor doors and flung them open. Fulbright, arrange an Auror escort. We're going to the ministry. Yes, sir. Ross, Kipling, Cole, and Bentley, escort the minister. Wallace and Clemens with me. We'll escort our guests home. Fulbright was a blonde-haired, steel-eyed man. He easily commanded the attention of everyone present. The man gave off the sense that he was trained by Mad-Eye Moody himself. Fulbright glanced at Harry disdainfully. Harry couldn't help but wonder what he'd done to offend this time. The Auror nodded toward his fellows and signaled them to come forward. Professor Dumbledore, please allow Auror Wallace and Auror Clemens to escort you out of the wards and home. Nonsense, my boy. I've still plenty of fight in me for anyone unlucky enough to stumble upon me. Begging your pardon, sir, but it's procedure. If you insist, young man. Lead the way. The headmaster's voice echoed down the hallway. Lemo. Drop, gentlemen. That left Fulbright and Harry alone. I will be escorting you, Mr. Potter. Harry frowned in displeasure. He didn't like this Auror at all, but then again he didn't like many Aurors to begin with. Your tricks won't work on me, I assure you. Auror Ross got careless, a mistake I assure you he won't dream of repeating. I don't need an escort, and I doubt you want to do much escorting. Harry said flippantly as he retrieved his dagger from the wall. He really nailed it in there. One harsh tug pulled it free. A piece of the minister robe still hung of the edge. Standing, he discreetly pocketed the rag and dagger, his hand ghosting over a wand he forgot to return. Needless to say, I still have a job to do. Harry sighed. It's been a long night. I don't have the patience to deal with whatever tick you have on your shoulder. Don't mess with me unless you are prepared to deal with the consequences. Fulbright scoffed in amusement. You don't have it in you, Potter. Otherwise you would have already been fighting the Death Eaters instead of hiding behind your status. Harry nearly gagged. He wondered if it was something special about himself that managed to attract all the psychos. Not that that would stop him from goading the Auror. He walked toward the other man. Harry leaned in close. A twisted smile's the last thing Fulbright saw. No one knows everything I'm capable of, and you know less than most. Don't test your luck on me. Calmly, Harry walked back toward the fireplace, his hand resting on the mantel. He glanced once at Fulbright in amusement, a smirk growing on his face. And then disappeared. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.